Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had Two Sacred Gear Welsh Dragon Boosted Gear and Black Dragon Dark Blade Part 4. Before we start, please go support Noah Liebert 12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Even if it costs me my life. All I see is darkness. I feel like I can't even move. I don't know where I am. My vision is blurry. But I feel like I'm touching something. It felt like I was tearing flesh with my own hands, in addition to feeling the smell of blood flooding my nose, in addition to the screams of many people. Issei, B, what am I doing? I can't see anything. Issei, M, can't you see or don't you want to see? Issei, B, I don't know, maybe I'm denying the inevitable. Issei, M, that's how it's always been, running away from the past, solving other people's problems when you can't even solve your own. You're pathetic. Issei, B, maybe you're right. My vision cleared at that moment and everything was clear, and more than anything, everyone I had killed, I felt heavy, more than any other time. It seemed as if all those deaths would accumulate to keep me here. But the next thing I saw was worse. They were my girlfriends with my friends ready to fight me. Issei, B, why? Issei, M, there are things that cannot be avoided. Issei, B, I'm still a monster. Nothing has changed since then. Issei, B, that's right, nothing. Back to the battle. Issei, shall we begin? Issei launched an attack towards Vala and Kiba. Both of them barely dodged it. Issei, well, they dodged my initial speed, that's amazing, but I want to see what they can do. Vala, you'll see. Blue Blade second drive. Kiba, we'll get Issei-kun back. Balance breaker. Vala's second breaker armor was only blue. On top of that, it was covered with phase 1 of the primal demon's power. Instead, Kiba was covered with his swords until they created an armor similar to Vala's. Vala/Kiba, we'll go for you. Issei, I'm waiting. Both went directly to attack Issei, but he dodged them easily. Issei, I thought that. Issei could not continue speaking because there were several swords stuck in his back. Issei, but what? Kiba had his hand on the ground while the swords came out. After Issei was stuck in them, Kiba began to run towards Issei while the fingers of his armor grew like swords. Without warning, Kiba made a deep cut in his chest. Issei screamed in pain. Valley, we will no longer have mercy on you. Quadruple fang. A single cut made 4 blue fire cuts appear on Issei's body. Issei, Aghai. Serorg with his new power entered his new balance breaker. Serorg, Lion King Punch. A powerful blow hit Issei, destroying the swords and sending Issei crashing to the ground. Issei, at what moment? But as soon as Issei got up, a very powerful lightning bolt fell on him. Akeno, give us back Issei. Without time to recover, Rias attacked him with her maximum power. Added to this were Asia's offensive spells, which injured Issei. Issei, that it hurts. But at that moment Kaneko appeared with 3 tails in front of him. Kaneko returns to Senpai. She hit him with all her strength and power in the stomach, causing Issei to spit blood. In addition to step back a little, Zenobia charged all the aura of X-Durandal and directed it towards Issei, who could only cover himself. Irina arrived. Issei, who wanted to defend, but with her lightsabers Irina injured his arms. Issei screamed in pain, while Rosweiss used all her offensive spells against Issei along with Lefei. The spells fell on him like meteors, leaving him even more injured. Ravel used her forbidden phoenix feathers to stick them into the already injured Issei. Issei, it hurts. Kuroka used a power circle from which she shot several will-o'-the-wisp balls at Issei, who could barely defend himself. Barely being able to walk, a torrent of water driven by the power of Sona and Ingvild combined. After that, Issei received several ice spikes made by Serafal, which hit him directly. Gasper stopped him, while Kiba and Vala gave him a joint blow to the face, causing him to crash into the nearest rock. Lavinia attacked him with her most powerful magic in addition to her sacred gear, freezing the bottom of Issei. A dragon made of swords by Jean attacked Issei, biting his sore arm and then turning into several swords that were stuck in Issei's body. Using her vampiric powers, Elimhild attacked Issei with all her might, generating several wounds, while Gabriel attacked him with several discs of light, making very deep cuts and making Issei bleed in heaps. Penemy, he threw his most powerful Liz spear and ended up cutting off Issei's arm. Issei, how did I lose? Issei fell to his knees on the ground, then fell defeated. Vala, we won. Lavinia, so it seems. Serorg, we stopped the danger. Now we have to find a way for Hyoudou Issei to react. Issei, everyone saw how Issei laughed while his arm returned to its place and healed. Issei got up without the wounds while he looked at them with a noticeable smile. Issei, that was spectacular. They exceeded my expectations. Sirzex and the leaders had been watching the battle unfold, and were also surprised to see Issei get up. Sirzex spoke to his sister. Sirzex, Rias, get out of there, it's dangerous. Rias, but I see. Sirzex, get out of there. Issei, I will not allow that. I have let you escape many times, now I will show you the true power. Issei smiled again as he looked at everyone. Issei, mainly I must say that waiting if he brought his results, they were able to cut off my arm. That's surprising coming from you guys, you've exceeded my expectations. Of course, if you had planned better, you would have a 0.5% chance of actually defeating me. Of course, I know you didn't count on the fact that I still have my sacred gears and I can use them. Everyone was speechless at that statement. Issei, I guessed it, you thought I had lost them, you're really idiots. But this ends here and now. Issei launched himself into the attack in front of Kiba and hit him quite hard in the abdomen, destroying all his armor and sending him to a nearby rock where Kiba ended up crashed. Issei, I think one of my hobbies is going to be crashing people into rocks. Vala went to attack him, but Issei took him by the arm, lifted him a bit, and hit him that broke his things, as well as part of his armor. Apart from that, Issei lifted him with both arms, lowered him hard, causing him to collide with his knee, thus breaking his back. He dropped Vala while still smiling. Serorg came with all his strength to hit him like the previous one, but he received a blow from Issei, leaving him breathless for a while. And then Issei violently threw him to the ground. Gasper wanted to stop him, but Issei flew towards him and kicked him in the face while his smile did not disappear. The girls couldn't process any of that. They were supposed to have just defeated him and that he would return. But he was standing there still thirsty for blood. Lavinia attacked Issei with all the magic she had in addition to her sacred gear. Issei approached her without flinching much, and hit him in the groins, breaking them too. Then he threw her near Valley. Akeno threw another beam at him with all her strength, but Issei dodged it. While he stretched out his hand and the dark matter took the form of a tentacle, and with a quick movement he hit Akeno, leaving her out and with injuries. Inside Issei, Issei, wait. What are you doing? Issei, isn't it obvious I get rid of the hindrances? Issei, you can't hurt the girls. Issei, and what's stopping me? English shout. Rias, Akeno, enough. Issei. Rias prepared to throw more power of destruction at him, but before she did she ran out of breath. Issei was sinking his fist into her abdomen. Issei, stop me? Why? I'm having fun. Rias fell next to Issei without being able to do anything. Kaneko and Asia attacked together, but Issei gave an equal blow to Kaneko and threw her forcefully against Asia, leaving both of them out. Zenobia attacked frantically with Exteran now. Zenobia, stop it. Issei. Before another cut, Issei stopped the sword with his hands and smiled. Issei, I'll never stop. At the sight of Zenobia, Issei broke the sword with his hand and then kicked it to make it crash into some rubble. Irina came flying with her swords. Issei avoided the cuts and took both with his hands. Issei, smiling, Sun-Eater. The swords of light began to turn black until the light disappeared and Issei's hands were filled with energy. This and then gave Irina a strong right hook that left her like Zenobia. Jean approached to attack him, but Issei quickly took her arm and elbowed her in the back and then dropped her. Kuroka wanted to attack him, but suffered the same fate as her sister, a blow and being thrown against Lefei. Rosweiss tried her trick again, but this time Issei caught up with her, took her foot, and slammed her into the ground. Ravel threw her feathers as much as possible, but with a blow to the abdomen Issei knocked her out. Plaff! A slap resounded. It was Sona who slapped Issei. Issei looked at her quite annoyed and returned it, only with so much force that Sona ended up crashed into a rock. Seraphal wanted to defend her sister and flew to attack him, but Issei with a maneuver put his hand on Seraphal's back and crashed her into the ground. Penemu threw a spear of light at her, but Issei consumed it as he did with Irina's swords, and returned the charged blow. Gabriel attacked as he could, but received a kick to the back of the head. Ingvild wanted to keep him at bay with water whips, but as with Akeno, Issei made the dark matter in his arm turn into a tentacle, which gave Ingvild a strong blow. Inside Issei. While all this was happening, the inside was falling apart. Issei, stop. Issei, I don't want to, they are in the way. Once I kill them, you will have nothing else to do. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't move. I was very angry, and I felt powerless. Issei, I won't allow it. Issei, what will you do? Issei, stop. I began to move like crazy until the tentacles released me and I approached him to stop him. Outside, Issei was advancing with a smile towards Ophis, but before doing anything to her he stopped. as if something was failing, because he didn't move at all. Inside, I hit him while he responded in the same way. Issei, do you think you can stop me? Issei, I'm going to do it. Issei, I'll change my question. Do you think they'll forgive you? With Surzex, he advanced to a shared dungeon where Chow Chow, George, Hercules and Leonardo were, all four chained with anti-magic chains. Chow Chow, what is the Demon King doing here? Surzex, I came to ask you something. Chow Chow, and what makes you think that we would help you? Surzex, you will be free if you do. Chow Chow, what must be done? Surzex, I want you to stop Hyoudou Issei. Surzex, this is not right. I am sending you to die, but it is to save the others. And just as Surzex said, he sent the hero faction against Issei. He reacted at that moment and saw how Chow Chow and his companions came out of a magic circle. Issei, apparently the Demon King ran out of options. Without realizing it, Ravel took a bottle of Phoenix Tears out of her pocket and threw it to Kuroka. She uncorked it with her little strength and gave it to Lefei. She got up and began to transport everyone to the palace. While Surzex, we have to prepare. I don't know if Chow Chow and the heroes faction will be able to face him. Azazel, then we have to call the anti-Issei squad. Michael, it's the only thing we have left. With Issei, Chow Chow, we will have our rematch. Issei, are you going to fight or are you going to keep talking trash? Heracles attacked him without thinking much, and with a kick Issei knocked him out. Issei, aren't you supposed to be the reincarnation of a great hero? You're pathetic. George wanted to use his magic circles, but he could do nothing against Issei's fists. Leonardo created many monsters to attack Issei. He just pointed his sword at them. Issei spike. The spikes killed all the monsters and also damaged Leonardo. Chow Chow attacked desperately in Balance Breaker. Issei had an even fight with Chow Chow, but it didn't last long because the wielder of true Longinus fell under Issei's fists. Issei, wow, you are a somewhat worthy rival. Chow Chow, how are you so strong? Issei, I always was. The coward you fought against in Lilith is not the same one you are fighting against. I think I will do what I must do since the first time I saw you. Chow Chow, what will you do? Issei, say hello to your companions. With that, Issei slit his neck with his sword. Chow Chow's head flew out to the terror of his companions as well as the leaders. While he approached George and pierced his chest with his sword, he went to Heracles and broke his neck by turning his head. And finally he stuck a seed of suffering in Leonardo's chest, while he saw how all his prey had already escaped. Issei, they escaped. This delays my plans a bit, but it doesn't change them. Meh, it doesn't matter. Soon they will be the same as them. As he flew away, the seed exploded, leaving the area without a trace of the bodies. While the wounded arrived at the castle where they were immediately treated, they were really very serious. More than any one valley. If he had been a human, the break in his back would not have allowed him to walk again. But being a dragon demon, he only needed to receive a cure. They used a Phoenix Tear on Asia to start healing them. While the anti-Issei squad waited for their orders, it was when they received a notice from their soldiers. Soldier, Surzex-sama, Issei Hyoudou is at the entrance of Lily. Issei, you heard Surzex. I'm waiting for you to make your move. I hope you like the show, you and the other leaders. Issei cut the communication. Surzex, we only have to stop you. Dulio, count on us. Tobio, we will stop him. Dehauser, and we will bring him to you. Vasco, trust us. The four appeared in front of Issei. He just smiled when he saw them. Issei, I was waiting for this, the battle I wanted. Dulio, we will take you to Surzex-sama after this. Issei, they will have to kill me. Ha 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 ha. The most powerful clan on earth. Drank more. From several rubble came out 4 hooded boys. 1, that was too destructive. 2, I didn't know Issei-sama had so much power. 3, now the worrying thing is to find him. 4, killing dragons and people without sense are not the ideals of Issei-sama. The first hooded man revealed himself, and showed a boy with brown hair and red eyes. 1 Mike, right now Issei-sama is under the control of Goto-sama. The aforementioned took off his hood, and showed a boy with green hair and red eyes. Mike, I know Ray, right now, while Issei-sama is under the control of Goto-sama, he is a danger to everyone. Another hooded man took off his hood, and revealed a boy with blue hair and red eyes. 3, we can't stop Issei-sama. We 4 are weak compared to him. The 4th hooded man revealed himself as a boy with orange hair and red eyes. 4, that's true, Craig, but we can stop the others. Craig, you're right about that, AG. Mike, but we have to find him at once. These 4 boys were children of 2 families who were in the service of the Hyoudou and the Drang Neil. Issei was their supreme leader, so to speak. The 4 were hunters, but they defended the true ideals of Issei, Since in Dragmore before the Red Death massacre, there were two ideals to support, that of Goru and that of Goto. Goru's was to exterminate only evil to live in peace, and Goto's was to kill all the dragons and anyone who gets in the way in order to dominate them all. Issei was on his father's side, but Red Death supported Goto's side. This is why they were divided between the Revolutionary Hunters and the Cursed Hunters. Currently the Cursed Hunters had Issei on their side, while of the Revolutionary Hunters only the four of them remained. McAllister had been looking for where to find them, but Yasaka had already gone ahead and took them shelter in Kyoto, hiding them as yokais. In addition to taking all their records, they would help save Issei, the four elite hunters who served Issei, the four swords of Hyoudou Issei, the future leader of the clan. Right now they were heading to Kyoto. Yasaka received them in a good way and was waiting for them ready. She and Kuno would confront Goto to leave Issei. With Yasaka and Kuno now they went to the Hyoudou, Goru and Miki, the best hunters. Yasaka, Goru, Miki, it's a pleasure to see you after so long. Miki, I say the same. Yasaka, thank you for watching over our son. Kuno, Obasama, Aji-sama. Goru, hello Kuno, you've grown a lot. Yasaka, it has to be all of us to stop the advance of Red Death. That's why I brought the best to defeat the other hunters, the four swords of Hyoudou Issei, Mike and Craig Akari, as well as Eiji and Rei Tabane. All, Goru-sama, Miki-sama, we will help them. Goru, we have to go to the underworld at once. Miki, Issei is out of control there. Yasaka opened a magic circle that took them to the underworld. They appeared in the castle where all the wounded were. All sad-faced surprised. Mother, father, the leaders sad-faced surprised. Issei and Yasaka's parents. Goru, we know everything our son is doing. Miki, that's why we came to stop him. Yasaka, that's right. But we know that my nephew is not alone. The other hunters can attack whenever. That's why I brought the four elite hunters. The four revealed themselves. They all felt some fear for being hunters, but they introduced themselves. Mike, we know the fear you may have of hunters, but we will introduce ourselves. I am Mike Akari. Craig, I am Craig Akari. We are both members of the Akari family who have been serving the Hyoudou for years. Rei, I am Rei Tabane, another elite hunter. Eiji, and I am Eiji Tabane. We have been serving the Dragneel family for years. The four, we are the four swords of Hyoudou Issei-sama. All Hyoudou Issei-sama? Rei, that's right. Issei-sama was going to be the next leader of the hunters, but because of everything that happened he had to retire. Sirzex, does that mean what? Goru, that's right. I was the leader of the hunters. All this happened because of my carelessness. But now it will not be the same. With the help of my son's four swords we are going to bring him back. Because of one thing I am sure. My son is in there fighting for control. Where is he? Azazel, on the outskirts of the capital. The anti-Issei squad has already gone to stop him. Goru, they will delay him long enough. With Issei. Issei, this is the battle I was waiting for. Tobio, we will not hold back Issei. Balance breaker. Delio, Tobio is right. This is for your own good. Balance breaker. Vasco took out 2 copies of Durandal like the one he had. Daihauser prepared his magic circles while Issei brought his power to the maximum. While everyone in the castle watched the fight. The fight began with a frontal attack from Issei towards Delio, which he avoided, while Tobio attacked Issei from behind with his sword causing a cut, this followed by several cuts from Vasco, who did not hesitate to hurt Issei. Issei avoided as many cuts as he could from the Durandal, but received a charged lightning from Delio, lightning that did hurt him, but in addition to that, he received the full demonic power of Daihauser. This time it was not a joke fight. Now it was serious. Delio quickly attacked Issei with more lightning, but Issei counterattacked with his dark energy, this while trying to prevent Tobio from surprising him from behind, and Daihauser attacked him from a distance. In addition to this, Vasco went with all his strength to attack him. Issei avoided both Durandal as he could, so much so that he could find a blind spot and managed to land one kick in the chest to Vasco with all his strength. He stepped back, but it was perfect for a combined attack of Daihauser. And Delio, this hit him directly in the face, causing great burns. Issei, that hurt me. Tobio appeared behind him. Tobio, it's not over yet. He stuck his sword in his back in addition to kicking him with all his strength. Issei angrily replied with a rejection to Tobio's jaw. This blow made him fly away from there by force. Daihauser attacked from a distance, but Issei approached at full speed to kill him. Before slicing him with Ascalon, Vasco blocked his attack, in addition to giving him a good blow with the Durandal. Making Issei his UPA blood, Delio arrived and gave him a fist charged with lightning, worsening the wound. Issei as he could kick Delio in the jaw while Vasco hit them in the back. Issei twisted and began to attack Vasco without stopping. Now the fight was only between the two of them, only with the difference that Dihauser and Tobio attacked from a distance. Vasco knew he was not going to win, but could do considerable damage, so he increased the aura of both Durandal to the maximum and attacked Issei, who opposed resistance, but still received damage. Issei punched non-stop while Vasco slashed non-stop, until Issei started countering the slashes with Ascalon. It all ended when the two Durandals broke, while Issei unleashed a charged hook on Vasco's face, but instead of retreating, Vasco with all his strength crashed Issei into the ground. Issei kicked him in the ribs that knocked him out. Issei got up very angry, because despite having knocked out Vasco he had come out very injured from the battle and he was missing 3 more. While from the castle they saw everything. Surzex defeated Vasco. Michael, but he is also injured. The DXD members were stunned. Vasco had done more damage to Issei than all of his attacks together. Ray, they have a chance of defeating Issei-sama. Craig, if the Angel and the Fallen play well with their sacred gears they can beat him. Penemu, there is that possibility. Mike, although Issei-sama is the most powerful dragon hunter, he is not invincible. Skilled warriors can defeat him. Seiji, besides mentioning the exceptional teamwork they are doing, it is like training with Issei-sama in the courtyard of the mansion. Everyone saw Issei's parents. Surzex, Rias, are you sure you reincarnated an ordinary high school student? Rias, it seemed like it when I found him in the park. Sona, Issei is far from everything that can be considered normal. With Issei, he looked angrily at his 3 remaining rivals, but then that angry look turned into one of happiness. Issei, I can finally fight with everything. It's taking me a while to heal. Sito careless to continue facing them like this, so I will play my last card, Boosted Gear. Dark Blade. Both sacred gears manifested in Issei's hands. Issei, Drag, Bahamut. What is the level of synchronization with the hunter's power? Drag/Bahamut. At 50% partner. Issei, then if we go to the maximum time will be a problem. But I have a plan. Limit Breaker. Drag/Bahamut. Dabururi Limit Breaker. In addition to his black mark, Issei now had the power of Drag and Bahamut coming from his body. In Surzek's castle, can he still use his sacred gears? Ophis, it seems that his dragons accept his power. Seraphal, not only that, it seems that they still see him as their partner. Gabriel, it would not be feasible to ask them for help. Ray, it seems that the battle now points to Issei-sama winning, but the Angel and the Fallen One may have one last trick. With Issei, Issei quickly launched to attack Dihauser, who received him with a barrier of demonic power. Issei was unstoppable despite his injuries, so he hit Dihauser's barrier until it broke. Dihauser knew what would happen, so he also played his last card. Dihauser, Dilio, Tobio left it to him. Dihauser released all his power in an abysmal way, being received by Issei, who could not defend himself, and received it all. Although the damage was immense, Dihauser could barely stand. Issei took advantage of this, and with 2 kicks he left him out. Despite the fact that his injuries also hurt, Dilio and Tobio watched him closely. While a few wounds were healing on Issei, Dilio and Tobio went to the maximum. Dilio/Tobio, unstoppable momentum. The shadow that covered Tobio grew larger and gave him another sword. As for Dilio, his body was covered by lightning and having a tornado under his feet, so both launched to attack Issei, but of course with a strategy. Tobio went directly to attack Issei. This blocked Tobio's attacks with Ascalon, but Tobio's speed had increased, made Issei have to release Ascalon and attacked him. But with the Longinus Smasher combined with the hunter's power, Issei won again, but with the help of the shadows. Tobio appeared behind him and held him by the arms, preventing him from moving. Issei, let me go for a bucking moment. Tobio, now Dilio. Dilio appeared in front of Issei with the speed of lightning, and hit him with his maximum power in the stomach. Dilio and Tobio's transformations were deactivated, but Issei had already lost. He fell to the ground defeated. His dark energy disappeared. While in the castle they did not believe it. Leaders, they beat him. Vala, they did it. All, they will bring him back. Craig, they did perfect to defeat Issei-sama. Mike, it is the first time that I see him careless so much in a fight. Zenobia, what do you mean? Mike, he got carried away by the emotion he had, and he did not use all his power. The result was his defeat. But to his surprise, Issei looked up and seemed scared. Issei, what is happening here? Girls, where are you? Vala, Kiba, Mom, Dad. The girls saw everything without being able to say anything. Their Issei had returned, Surzex and everyone transported. Issei, Surzex-sama, Azazel-sama, Michael-sama, what am I doing here? Surzex, don't you remember anything? Issei, Should I do it? Azazel, don't you know what you did? Issei, I see. I did something wrong. Issei lowered his head after this, while Vasco and Daihauser recovered. Girls, I see. They all approached to hug him, but at that moment Issei smiled. Daihauser, don't get close to him. The girls were about to stop when a protection circle appeared in front of them, and in turn some flames hit it. When the flames were seen, Issei had his arms stretched out, and was smiling. Issei, and I thought it was going to work. Daihauser had protected them. Issei had deceived them. Surzex, damn liar, take him. Several soldiers put anti-magic chains on him and handed him over to the leaders. In the presence of everyone, Issei was taken to a prison, where deep inside he was imprisoned in a chrysalis. What they found curious was that he never stopped smiling and that he let himself be imprisoned without any problem. The chrysalis covered him completely, giving him no chance to move. Everyone saw him smiling, locked up there, while they thought about how to get him back. There's still something. After defeating and imprisoning Issei, the demons were called to pass before the demonic council, so they left Issei in the care of the prison guards, and went to the council with Surzex. The elders received them with disappointed faces. Surzex, why did you request the presence of the young demons? Old Man 1, well Surzex, as we have been able to find out, Hyoudou Issei has become a danger to the underworld. Valley, that is true, but Old Man 2 has caused several deaths, in addition to the multiple threats of attack. Rias, but he is already imprisoned. Old Man 3, that is why we have made a drastic decision. Sona, what will you do? Old 4, we have decided to cancel the engagement of the Gremory heiresses, Citri and Phoenix, with Hyoudou Issei. They were all stunned by what the council elder said. Old 5, Rias Gremory will be engaged again to Raiser Phoenix, as will Sona Citri with Tonio Agars. As for Revel Phoenix, we will find her a fiancé. Surzex, with what right do they do it? Old Men, with the demonic council. Raiser, it's a shame, Rias, we will have to get married. I didn't think I could get her back so easily. Rias, you're an idiot, Raiser. Issei would break your face 1,000 more times, since you are nothing compared to him. Revel, Rias-sama is right. Only Ai-chan is useless, who does not even come close to Issei-sama. Raiser, insolent. Raiser raised his hand ready to hit them, while Vala was preparing to break his face. But everything trembled at that moment. The council room was covered in black, the windows exploded, and Raiser's hand flew out, while the old men did not know what to do, and behind them Issei appeared sitting in the air with a smile. Issei, what good will it do them? They're all going to die anyway. Surzex, how are you free? Issei, please Surzex, didn't you think that would really hold me back? Old Man 1, you are AP. Before he continues speaking, Issei choked him so hard that he broke his neck and killed him. Issei, they are corrupt. They married demons for convenience. And I am the villain? The rest of the old men wanted to escape, but Issei appeared in front of them, took the second and split it in half with only the strength of his hands. Issei, I feel offended that they wanted to replace me with that oxygenated yakitori. Raiser, what did you tell me? Raiser wanted to attack him, but Issei kicked him especially hard. Issei, get out of here, scum. The old men tried to flee, but Issei impaled the third on his dark needles, and approached at full speed where the fourth and pierced him with his sword. The last one begged for mercy. Old Man 5, please, I will give you whatever you want, even my daughters, but don't kill me. Issei, you are worse than garbage. Issei slammed his head into the ground and began to stomp on it until it stopped moving. Surzex, how did you escape? Issei, since I got even with the old people's stupidity, and I have plenty of time, I'll tell you. At that moment, the rest arrived at the council and saw Issei free. The 4 swords got into attack position. Craig, I already knew that Issei-sama would not go to a battle that he could not win without a plan. Issei, and in that you are right. Flashback. Once they left the guards, Issei's plan began. He knew he couldn't win in his current state against the anti-Issei squad, this because he didn't know the limit of his powers, nor his fighting style. Perry knew that he could let himself be captured after losing. With this he would already be inside the underworld without alerting anyone. And when the demons left, the chrysalis began to break due to Issei's dark matter. He then concentrated much of his power. Issei, Devil of the Hunt Gear 4. The dark matter made a completely black devil that destroyed the entire prison and made the earth tremble. Then he opened a magic circle from which the hunters came out. While in the castle, Irina, Craig said, I see him very thoughtful. Craig, I'm just surprised by the fact that Issei-sama must have been very aware that he couldn't win that battle, but he fought anyway. Mike, do you think there might be something more to that fight? Craig, so? The earth shook, so they went out to see what was happening and went straight to the council. End of flashback. Issei, From the beginning I planned to lose against them, in addition to studying them. After that it would only be a matter of time before I could invade them. The hunters are already here. It is a matter of time to end this game of cat and mouse that is bothering me quite a bit. Ophis is the prey that has taken me the longest to kill, and that bothers me a lot. Issei quickly charged against the group with force, but was received by a charged attack from Serzex. Serzex, I'll take care of it, go for the other hunters. All hi, Issei. So the Demon King is going to fight with everything. Serzex, the anti-Issei squad will be here soon. Issei, I expected it. Serzex launched an attack to the maximum that made Issei retreat, while the anti-Issei squad arrived at the place. Dulio, we will defeat him again, Serzex-sama. Issei, deluded, my plan was always for them to defeat me. While outside, Mike and Ray tried to keep Trent and Chris at bay. AG fought Hanabu, while Craig went against McAllister, while Goto saw all the chaos. Goto, apparently the problems have already begun. The 4 swords of Hyoudou Issei came to stop them. Kunu, Dad, that's enough. Goto, surprised, Kunu, what are you doing here? Yasaka, Kunu and I are here so you stop once and for all. Goto, don't you understand that this is the right thing to do? Goro, stop involving my son in your stupidities, brother. Goto, little brother, and I thought you wouldn't notice. Mickey, our son has nothing to do with your plans. Goto, do you ignore your son's potential? Goro, we don't, you want to take advantage of him. Goto, you'll have to kill me first. Goro, I'll finish this myself once and for all. Goto, then come for me. The most anticipated battle for all of United Latin America. The 2 Hyoudou brothers, with the others. Serorg approached to fight Hanabu. He wanted his rematch. Hanabu, young Serorg, I see you eager to fight. AG, I'll let you, I trust you will win. Serorg, thank you very much. AG left and began his rematch. Serorg activated his balance breaker and launched the attack. Wednesday that Hanabu entered Gear 2 with his sword. Both hit each other with great force, but Serorg gave another one, making Hanabu retreat. Hanabu answered with a right blow directed at Serorg's face, but Serorg charged the power of his sacred gear. Serorg, fond of the Lion King, he unleashed everything directly into Hanabu's chest, causing him great pain. What followed was a non-stop rain of blows between the two. Kicks and punches came without stopping. Both men had one thing in mind: to win. For the first time Hanabu was being equaled, and worse still, surpassed. Serorg's current strength was abysmal despite not being able to do anything against Issei. Hanabu was inferior to Issei, but he was still a great rival. While inside the council, Dulio launched an attack, but Issei quickly entered Limit Breaker, and began to rain down blows on Dulio. Vasco and Daihauser wanted to help him, but Issei simply dodged their attacks as he could. From the shadows Tobio wanted to attack him, but he grabbed Dulio by the clothes and slammed him against Tobio. He stretched out his hand and Issei, extinction! The large amount of dark power came out of Issei's arm and caused great damage. The defense of both was what saved them from dying, but he had already gotten rid of the most dangerous ones. He planted a seed of suffering near Vasco and Daihauser, and without giving them time to think he exploded it. He did not defeat them, but he almost caused significant damage. After that the rain of blows from Issei was not long in coming, and he defeated them. He knew that they had not fully recovered from their last battle, and that they would also seek to beat him just like the last time, so he had to change his tactics a bit. He went out seeing how all the hunters were stopped, but besides that, he saw his parents, especially his father, fighting with his uncle. For the first time the smile was erased from Issei's face. Father, mother, with Serorg. The frantic battle with Hanabu continued, and Serorg did not hold back at all. He knew that if he managed to snatch the sword, he would give his companions a new weapon in addition to reducing the power handling that Hanabu had, so he continued hitting him with all his might, until in a distraction Serorg was able to make Hanabu drop the sword. After that he began to hit him more, until his fist charged more power and released it all in Hanabu's face, crashing him into the ground. Hanabu got up but received more blows from Serorg, and in the last attempt Serorg burst several blood vessels, which caused Hanabu to spit blood and retreat as a last resort. While Goto launched himself to attack Goro, but he avoided it easily and kicked him in the face, then attacked him with his sword, but Goto blocked it, and both began to exchange cuts. Both brothers were in Gear 2, and at their maximum clashing their swords to see who was superior. Goro moved away a bit and threw a charged sphere that Goto blocked with his sword barely, but counterattacked in the same way. Goto, all this could be avoided if you understood Issei's potential. Goro, I know my son has potential, but he is a hero, not a murderous monster. Because of you he almost killed the girls he loves. Goto, and you are okay with that? Goru, as long as Issei is happy I will support him. Goto, they are just distractions. Goru, your ideals are stupid. Both charged again strongly against each other, this time with more speed, and began to exchange cuts that looked like lightning colliding, until in a careless Goto, Goru charged with more force and made him lose his balance. After that he kicked him in the chest to send him back. Goto just smiled and disappeared. Goru, he escaped, damn it. At that moment an explosion was heard. Issei rose ready to attack them all. Issei, this game is over. Mickey/Goru, enough Issei. Issei, nervous, Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? Mickey, we came to stop you son. Issei, why? Goru, what you are doing is not right. Issei calmly approached them and hugged them. Issei, I want you to understand me this time. He opened a magic circle and pushed them there, and then closed it while saying, Issei, this is what must be done. After his parents left through the portal, Issei looked at them all full of anger. Issei, they brought my parents to save their skin, no, but now they will not escape at all. Issei appeared in front of Vala and dealt him a right hook to the jaw. Then without giving them much time he grabbed Kiba by the leg while throwing him towards Vala, crashing them both against the wall. He quickly approached Serorg and kicked him in the abdomen with all his strength. Then he approached where the girls and one by one threw them back, while they crashed into the buildings. Issei, I'm tired of playing. I will exterminate the problem at its root. Craig, we will not allow it. Issei-sama. Ray, we will stop him here and now. Issei-sama. Mike, everything will end here. Eiji, it's time to end this. Issei, my 4 swords, who would have said it? Let's end this. Issei launched an attack without thinking much. While the other 4 entered Gear 3, they knew they shouldn't trust themselves. Issei tried to keep the fight 1 versus 1. But of course, being 4 elite hunters, it was not easy. Issei, McAllister, Trent, Chris, the 3 mentioned attacked each hunter while Issei was left alone with Craig. The fight remained even, but Issei quickly repelled and defeated him. McAllister retreated and Mike went to attack him, but Issei again rose as dominant. Trent left Eiji alone and he went against Issei again, was surpassed. Finally Chris left Ray and he again went for Issei, but lost again. Issei stood up victorious while the girls and the others barely walked. He smiled when he saw them and began to create a sphere of dark power. Issei, I will destroy everything at once, so there will be no one left to hinder me. Vala, Issei, don't do it. Issei, nothing will stop me. Inside Issei. Issei, be what's happening to me. I hear the voices of my friends. Issei, it's no use, it will all end soon. Issei, I won't leave you, I won't allow it. As Issei's power grew, and he just kept smiling. Issei, in the blink of an eye it will all be over. Seraphal, enough. Issei turned his gaze to Seraphal. To his surprise her face showed an angry expression, and besides that, her eyes were tearing up a lot. Seraphal covered her face with her hands and fell to the ground on her knees. Seraphal, please, sniff, stop already. Issei stopped accumulating power, and the sphere fell apart. Issei, I have to go. Issei flew out at full speed from there, and disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Issei had stopped when he saw Seraphal cry. Valley, he did nothing. Seraphal, incredulous, he really stopped because I asked him. To Surzex, this tells us one thing, Issei-kun is still there, and we have a chance to get him back. Rias, we have to find a way to wake him up. Sona, but how will he react if he knows what he's done? Asia, that doesn't matter, we will continue with him as his partners. Akeno, Asia-chan is right, he is the one for whom we are all together, we will support him in everything. While Issei was flying with doubts inside him. Issei, why did I stop? I feel something inside me. With all that in his heart, Issei returned to the hunters, knowing that there was still love inside him. The space in your heart. Issei returned with the hunters where Goto began to look at him with disapproval. Goto, you had them in your hands and you did not kill them. Issei, do not repeat it to me that I already know, I'm not an idiot. Goto, you let yourself be carried away by those women. Issei sank his fist in his face. Issei, do not call them that again. Goto, do they even matter to you? Issei, do not say stupid things, I am a cold-blooded killer, I could care less. Goto, then why did you stop? Issei, my reasons are not your bucking problem. Remember that you are still alive only because you are useful to me. Also, instead of saying something to me, complaining about Hanabu who lost against the useless Serorg Bale. Goto, in that you are right. Both of them directed their gaze to Hanabu while he only felt some fear. Hanabu, Master Issei me. Issei, silence. A useless hunter like you is of no use to me. You deserve the worst punishment, Hanabu, but before Issei finished he had already cut him in half with his sword, killing him instantly, and then flying away from there in no direction with the others. After the attack they were rebuilding everything while the news called Issei a traitor and a monster. Now the entire underworld knew and feared him. Meanwhile an angry Seraphal changed the channel. Seraphal, they have no idea what's been happening, they know nothing. Sona, getting upset with the press will not help, sister. The only thing we can do is look for Issei and get him back. He stopped for you, which gives us more chances to bring him back. Seraphal smiled to her sister's delight, while Vala thought where he could be, and the others also got upset with the press. Things got worse when a remote control ended up stuck in one of the televisions. It was Kaneko. Kaneko, Issei senpai is not a monster, she is better than all of them. Kuroka, Chiron, we know it is better to calm down to search for Issei Naya more effectively. Kaneko, you're right, Nae-sama, I know you love him as much as I do. While the leaders were talking to the Four Swords, Craig, Issei-sama only has one thing on his mind right now, Sirzex, and that is, my killing. With the confusion that Seraphal-sama has given me, he will surely seek to kill dragons in droves to make it go away. Ray, but his mind is vulnerable right now. A little more support from Issei-sama's partners, and we can possibly get him back. Azazel, what possibility is there? AG, 50%, it's the highest it's been so far. Right now it wouldn't harm his partners, although I couldn't say the same about his friends. Michael, do you suggest we send all the girls to look for him? Ray, yes, in a nutshell, we will raise the release percentage. Is there a forest where dragons abound? Sirzex, there are mountains here. Craig, I don't think Issei-sama goes to the mountains. For a hunter it is better to hunt in a forest. Azazel, there is one on the outskirts of his town, I think. Mike, yes, the barrier between the supernatural and the natural is possibly there. Sirzex gave the information to the girls, who immediately went there, dressed as explorers. Just like Ravel dressed to go train with Reiser, they all wore the same clothes, and they appeared in a forest, where there were supposed to be a large number of dragons. But now they seemed to be hiding. The girls stayed together to avoid getting lost. But in a moment of carelessness Ravel tripped and fell into a trap that took her away from everyone and left her hanging in a part of the forest she didn't know. A dragon began to approach her. It wasn't very big, but in its eyes Ravel saw that it was going to hurt her. She couldn't articulate any words because of fear. The dragon exhaled its breath that wasn't fire, but looked like spores. Ravel inhaled them and began to feel weak. But at that moment, Issei arrived and stuck his sword in the dragon's stomach, killing it instantly. Then he turned around and saw Ravel turned upside down. Again confusing feelings appeared in Issei's head. Issei, what are you doing here, Ravel Phoenix? Ravel, I asked. Issei, hell, that thing poisoned you. Issei cut the rope and carried Ravel like a princess while he took her to another side. He left her on the ground and took some plants and fruits from the forest. He loaded her again and took her to a cave, where Issei made a campfire. With some daughters he made something similar to a bed where he laid Ravel. She just looked at him with a small smile on her face. Issei seemed to have survival things there, because in a stone bowl he mixed the plants and fruits, which began to cook over the fire, and with a little water he finished mixing them. Issei, drink this. Ravel obeyed him and drank it. It tasted horrible, but she began to feel better. Issei, you were attacked by a nocturnal spore dragon. They are not very strong, so they poison their victims. With the plants I used, the poison will leave your body. Ravel, thank you, I see. Issei, take off your clothes. Ravel, blushing, what? Issei, for the medicine to have a better effect your body must be exposed, otherwise the toxins will stay in your clothes and affect you in the long term. Those leaves on which you are lying will purge the toxins in your sweat. Ravel, you know a lot about this. Issei, one of the tests they do to hunters is to survive this forest for 2 weeks. I know everything about the species that are here. Ravel, you're still so good. Issei, and don't confuse things. Someone who had the courage to face me can't die in such a ridiculous way. Ravel just smiled and took off her clothes. At that moment Issei increased the heat of the cave and Ravel began to sweat. Issei, the more you sweat the faster you will heal. When the poisonous spores finish coming out, dry yourself with the leaf. And for whatever you want most, do not come near me. Ravel, why? Issei, that poison can enter any part of the body. Ravel, I thought you were immune to dragons. Issei, their attacks are not that effective, but still things like poison or fire affect us hunters. After a while Ravel finished drying and already healed. She approached Issei and hugged him from behind, while when he felt Ravel's bare breasts he blushed and his mind became a bigger problem. Ravel, I know you're still Issei-sama. Issei, do not get confused. I only helped you this time. Do not think it will happen again. Ravel, smiling, Sundara. Issei, well, you're already healed. Get dressed and stay away from me. Ravel got dressed, and to her surprise Issei took her by the hand and took her to where the others were surprised to see them together. Issei simply saw them, left Ravel with them and left there quickly. Ravel excitedly told everything to the girls and they returned to the underworld where they would see how to get Issei back. And that was when the 18 had a talk. Rias, in this diagram we can see Issei's heart and its percentage. Sona, after what happened in Lilith, we occupy 50% of space in his heart. Ravel, and with what happened in the Dragon Forest we can ensure that we occupy 60% now. Akeno, what we need is to show him that we love him. Kaneko, and so we can have him back. Le Fay, but it's not that easy, the other hunters will try to convince him to kill us. Rosweiss, then we have to be 2 steps ahead of them. Seraphal, we already solved that. With the Juka's help there is now a device that tracks the king pieces of the underworld. As you see, here we are Sotan, Rias-chan and I. Kuroka, and where is Issei Naya? Seraphal, according to this he has returned to Dragmore. In Dragmore, Issei returned and the hunters waited for him anxiously. Although Axel and Hanabu had been useless, they served as cannon fodder. But now that they were dead they couldn't put whoever. Go to. I hope you have resolved your doubts. Issei, you don't give a shit what I think, I'll leave again. I just came to take some things. Go to. Now where will you go? Issei, I want to kill a Bifrost dragon. Chris, the ones found in the supernatural barrier in the Viking lands? Issei, exactly, I've never killed one, and maybe that will help me. Issei finished packing and flew away. Issei, I'll arrive in 2 days at this rate, and I hope I get back the desire to kill them. What the hell was I doing healing her? With more doubts in his head Issei continued on his way. While in a remote part of Ryusoulger was walking while he saw a capsule with a black-haired woman. Upon seeing her Ryusoulger just smiled. Ryusoulger, soon you will come to end the little mental stability that Hyoudou Issei has left. The woman opened her eyes revealing purple eyes, she smiled. Yes, Ryusoulger-sama. In the underworld. Sona, can't we guess Issei's trajectory? Rosweiss, I know where she's going. Penemu, where? Rosweiss, she's heading to the barrier between the natural and the supernatural in Asgard. Ophis, why would she go there? Ingvild, I heard there are dragons called Bifrost dragons. Maybe she's looking for one of those. Asia, let's go after Issei-san. With Issei, he was able to reach the barrier and without much trouble he crossed it. The cold wind welcomed him, but he just kept moving forward. Issei, it seems I'll have to find it myself. That's when he heard a sweet voice singing, "Oh beautiful snow dragon, winter covers everything with its white blanket." As if it were something hypnotic Issei went to where the beautiful voice came from, and what he found was Ingvild singing and the Bifrost dragons sleeping around her. Seeing this scene added to the dawn that covered the entire cold place Issei was hypnotized. Issei, I had forgotten the beauty of Ingvild, my queen, my female. Realizing what Issei was thinking, he hit himself. Issei, what am I thinking? She is my enemy. But again I was hypnotized seeing how Ingvild continued singing. The show improved when the rest of the girls used their powers to beautifully illuminate the sky. Added to this the smiles of the girls began to penetrate Issei's dark heart. They were all making his heart palpitate, even Ophis, whom Issei was supposed to kill, so much so that his blurry memories of childhood began to return. The winter clothes that Ophis had made him remember something. Issei aura. Ophis approached him without fear. Ophis red. Issei's red eyes went from presenting death to shining like rubies. The monster was crying. Issei had a mixture of feelings inside him. Love, hate, happiness, sadness, desire to kill, desire to protect, so much so that the mark of Gear 4 disappeared, and the girls approached Issei with smiling, but no longer with malice, but with true happiness. Issei girls Iug. A sharp pain reached Issei's chest, and the mark reappeared. Inside Issei. Issei, and we haven't finished our mission yet. Issei, B no. It was never a mission. Issei, M stop resisting. Issei, B if I stop doing it you'll kill them, and I love them, I won't let you kill them. Issei, M they're just hindrances. Issei, B shut the buck up. Issei held his head in pain while the girls didn't know what to do. Issei stood up and looked at them fixedly. Issei, I am a monster, and that's not going to change anything. Issei flew away, but unlike the other times, now the girls knew there was an opportunity to bring him back and they wouldn't waste that. You're still there. What is love? Is a question that haunts this dark place inside me. Am I supposed to know? I am a monster that only seeks to kill. Should I understand? Should I search for it? I don't know. In this dark space that is my conscience I am not sure if I am doing things as I should. Maybe I am acting right. Maybe what I am doing is wrong. I only know one thing. My name is Hyoudou Issei and I am a dragon hunter, direct descendant of Samuel, the strongest of all. Because of me my brother Ayato died in my mother's womb. My parents hate me. All I have is my uncle Go to Hyoudou, and the hunters. I have no more. I was supposed to have a harem of girls who loved me, but because of Ophis they left me. I don't care about anyone anymore. I'll kill Ophis. That's the only thing that matters, then I'll be able to see Aura. Yes, that's what I want. The only one who loves me and the one who really cares about me. Voices of several girls is what I can hear. Rias, I see. Akeno, I see. Should I continue? Kaneko, I see. Asia, I see. Does it really matter? Zenobia, I see. Irina, I see. Am I to blame? Rosweiss, I see. Ravel, I see. Do they care about me? Kuroka, I see. Lefei, I see. Did I hurt them? Elmenhild, I see. Jean, I see. What did I do wrong? Seraphol, I see. Sona, I see. Do they need me? Penemu, I see. Gabriel, I see. Is my existence important? Ingvild, I see. Ophis, I see. Is this love? A pressure came to my chest, and only scenes, a date, a girl, smiles and happiness, and a radical change, a park, the same girl, black wings, and a single phrase. Rainier, would you die for me? Blood, all over my body, only blood, pain, a red-haired woman. Rias, Hyoudou Issei, live for me. Fleeting memories of my moments with him. Everything looks beautiful, but why does it hurt so much? A roar shook me. 2 dragons, am I supposed to kill them? They are my enemies, but there are 2 in my arms. And Aura is a dragon and I love her. Why can't things be easier? The scenes of my life pass fleetingly through my eyes. My childhood, death and blood. My childhood in Kuoh, death and blood. My adolescence, death and blood. The beginning of my life as a demon, death and blood. I really only lived to bring death and destruction. Ayato, you didn't revive twice for this. Issei, did I deserve to revive? Ayato, only you would know. My head hurts. I feel like it's breaking. Why is all this happening to me? Is it really my destiny not to be happy? Maybe it is. I'm just a weapon programmed to kill. I've taken so much that I don't deserve anything. My uncle's voice echoed. Goto, is what you're doing wrong? Issei, I don't know. Goto, you can't say you don't know. You're aware of your actions. Issei, am I? Goto, you know very well what you're doing. My mind is broken. I don't know what is right or wrong. Issei, why delay the inevitable? Why move forward if everything can go wrong? Why fix something that is broken? Ayato, maybe I give them false hope. Issei, this world is so complicated. I want to change it. Ayato, reform it, destroy it to do it again. Issei/Ayato, let everything be done again. My brother shares my ideals, that makes me happy, or shouldn't it? Ophis, Red, do you love me? Issei, more than anything Aura. Ophis, then. Rainier, die for me. Why? Why does she always come back? Rainier, why do you never want to move forward? Why are you afraid of change and accepting yourself? I am a monster who cried out for love and then used it to his advantage. I am a hero who earned respect and admiration and that hero no longer exists. Issei Hyoudou Issei, Dabdaru heroic dragon, hero of the underworld, pillar of peace, descendant of Samuel, friend, boyfriend, son, Red Death, what am I? The next thing I saw was the dead girls at my feet, while my hands trembled from being covered in blood. Ayato, move forward. Issei, I'm scared. Ayato, move forward. Issei, I can't. Ayato, move forward. Issei woke up with a horrible headache. He went to the bathroom and washed his face. Then after that he took his sword and went out to the main hall, where the rest of the hunters were waiting for him. Goto, how are you feeling, Issei? Issei, how the buck? My head hurts and I don't even know what I have. Chris, sounds like something fun. Issei, what happened yesterday? Trent, you came back without the Bifrost dragon and you fainted at the entrance. Issei, I see. Well, I'll go out again. Goto, where to? Issei, don't give a shit where the hell I'm going. Do you understand? Issei flew out of there, towards the forest, but this time not to kill dragons like crazy, but this time to sit on the edge of a waterfall to think about what had happened inside his head. Issei, what was all that about? Why do I care about them? Are they my goals? But more importantly, why didn't I kill them when I could? After the strange dream Issei had, he was still in turmoil. He was supposed to be a cold-blooded killer, but did his heart beat for them? That bothered him a little. Because of those feelings, Issei couldn't finish them off when he could have. Angrily, he threw a rock into the water. Of course, with his strength, Issei caused the water to practically come out of the entire lake. while elsewhere, Ryzovim watched maliciously as his creation emerged from its capsule. A beautiful black-haired woman emerged from there. The woman spread her wings, showing 4 pairs of black wings resembling those of a crow. She opened her eyes, revealing beautiful purple eyes, while smiling maliciously. Ryzovim, it was very difficult to find a way to bring you back. Rainier, I promise I won't let you down, Ryzovim-sama. Ryzovim, you know well what your role is, and you remember everything. Rainier, that's right, I have to go and end Hyoudou Issei's mental stability. Ryzovim, exactly, and no one could be more perfect than you for this. Rainier, I know, Ryzovim-sama. Ryzovim, now go find him. At that moment a soldier arrived. Soldier, Ryzovim, wait. Ryzovim, what's wrong? Soldier, I was informed that Issei Hyoudou is not in the underworld. Ryzovim, how come he is not in the underworld? The soldier began to read a report. Soldier, this report indicates that almost 2 months ago Issei Hyoudou awakened as the Red Death, the most powerful dragon hunter. He has caused destruction in the underworld. In addition to defeating whoever has faced him, he has killed all the members of a town that followed him, Ryzovim-sama. In addition to having killed Chow Chow and what was left of the hero's brigade, he has abandoned the underworld. But now he is unstoppable. Ryzovim, now the underworld is more vulnerable. Soldier, the truth is that no sir, the reports indicate that now the underworld is more protected than ever. The 4 swords of Hyoudou Issei protect it. Ryzovim, the 4 swords of Hyoudou Issei? Soldier, according to reports, Issei Hyoudou was the future leader of the Dragon Hunter clan, and there were 4 elite hunters who cared for him and trained him. They are the strongest. Ryzovim, what can we do? Soldier, but from what I was told, Hyoudou Issei's psychological state is vulnerable, so attacking him that way is the most effective. Ryzovim, you heard it, Rainier, go and find him. Rainier, as I ordered. Rainier flew off without direction but determined to find Issei. She had already found him once. It wouldn't be that difficult, right? Of course, Rainier didn't count on the fact that Dragmore was difficult to find for someone who wasn't a hunter. While in the underworld, the girls felt very bad for having lost Issei. They thought they had already recovered him. But Issei left. Valley, do not feel bad, you almost made it, you can try again. Craig, you can't. In Issei-sama's current state his mind is in many conflicts. Rias, what do you mean? Mike, you see, let's consider Issei-sama's mind as an antivirus, programmed to kill viruses. Viruses are us. Then, when they talked to him, it was as if a virus changed its programming, so now not knowing what to do the antivirus is vulnerable, but it will try to follow its original programming to recover. Akeno, then he will attack us. Ray, and possibly no one can stop him. We only have one chance to bring him back. Asia, can we? Ag, yes, if he can recognize them and express their emotions to him, and he recognizes Ofi-sama as Aura, he can come back. Ophis, recognize me as Aura? Ray, yes, it seems that Issei-sama thinks that Aura-sama and Ophis-sama are different people. There must be something that makes them the same. Ophis, what could it be? Seraphal, please remember Ophis. Ophis began to seriously think about her childhood. Red had invaded her home and Ophis had fallen into Dragmore. She was confused. But all that went away when she met Issei. The time she spent with him was happy like never before in her infinite eternity. But something was missing to be Aura again. The clothes Ophis wore at that time were not her dress. It was pink sportswear with a white t-shirt. Ophis had already considered that. But she remembered something really important. One day while she was playing with Issei, he made her a very pretty leaf crown, in addition to giving her a necklace with an R and an O for Red and Aura. Issei, and voila, you're ready, Aura. Ophis, how do I look? Issei, beautiful. Ophis, you put it on me. Issei, you will always look pretty to me. Ophis quickly made a magic circle and from it took out the crown and necklace. She had kept them as precious objects, but over time she had forgotten them. She changed her clothes with magic and put on the crown and necklace. Ophis list, all sad face surprised? Does that change anything? Ray, even the smallest thing can have an impact on Issei-sama. With Issei, he returned to where they were staying. Issei, Aji-san, gather the hunters. We will go for Ophis's head. Go to, you finally decided. Issei, it's the best I can do. Issei, if I want to stop having those weird dreams in my head I have to do it. But he fainted again. Inside me there is only darkness. Very dense, and I can't follow. I tried to swim or move at least. It is impossible. Issei, do I give up? Ayato, why? Issei, I'm scared. Ayato, have courage. Issei, I am stuck in the past. Ayato, move forward to the future. Issei, what if I fail? Ayato, Try again. The voices of all the girls whispered in my ear. All, are you still there? All the darkness turned pink for a second and I saw everyone's smiles. But then everything went dark again. Ayato, let everything flow. Issei, I will. Everything will be okay. Pure love. Issei still had his mental conflicts. But now he wanted to make them disappear through murder. He attacked the dragon forest and began to kill as many as he could, filling Ascalon with blood, giving it more and more strength. At the same time he reached the underworld to more towns. Most had been evacuated, but another part did not follow the Maos and stayed in their towns. Issei erased them completely. He killed them in the cruelest way possible, tearing off their arms and legs, breaking their necks, piercing them with his sword, cutting them in half. Everything was covered in blood while Goto looked on with pride. Issei was being the killing machine he had to be. But something was not right. Issei, why? Why do I keep thinking about them? It doesn't make sense. It makes me angry. Maybe, just maybe, if he killed them all this will end. But arg, I should stop thinking so much. While Rainier was still searching for any trace of Issei, when she received a message from Rise of him, Rainier, they saw him in the underworld. Go there and finish him, Rainier, as Rise of Him-sama ordered. Rainier obeyed and went to the underworld. What she found surprised her. Many towns destroyed and all covered in blood. She didn't know how to react. She never thought that the boy she had killed in the park would do something like that. With the girls were mentally preparing to go after Issei and return him to normal. Vala and Kiba were prepared to fight him just in case. Serorg was also preparing, but to defeat him. Saji preferred not to intervene. Kiba and Vala were on a completely different level than him. If they could barely harm Issei with their maximum power, he would not do anything to him, much less the Citri entourage. But now Sona only cared about saving her man. Of course all these plans were in vain, because Issei did not take long to attack Lilith again with all his hunters. Issei, this is my last warning. Give me Ophis and you will not die so cruelly. Everyone went out to see what he was doing, but it seemed strange to everyone. Issei did not have his usual evil smile. Now he looked annoyed. In a normal villain this would be a warning sign. But in Issei it was strange, since he would not remove his psychopathic smile so easily. Even when he got upset with his enemies he smiled maliciously. Apparently he had suffered serious damage to the mental aspect. Craig, it seems that if it affected him to see them, therefore now he is going to destroy everything so that those thoughts go away. Issei, without giving them time to think, began to destroy everything with his powers. He shot everywhere without seeing. He only thought about destroying. In order to stop him they all went directly towards him. Rias, I see, stop. Issei, seeing his girls and his friends, began to feel a severe headache. Inside Issei, here we are again, the people I care about, who care about me. Is it really like that? Should I protect them, or not? Fulfilling my mission is breaking my own promise to protect them. Why is it so complicated? I wish it weren't more complicated. Outside, Issei, don't you understand? You're going to die. Rias, we won't give up until we have you back. Rainier, wow, it seems some things don't change. Everyone looked at Rainier in astonishment. Akeno, you can't be alive. Issei killed you. Rainier, and it would have been embarrassing if it weren't for Rise of Him-sama. Valley, the old man resurrected her. But the most affected was Issei. Seeing her, everything inside him began to fragment. He felt as if all the fragments of his mind were dividing into more. The little that remained well placed began to break. Issei's mind. Issei, why? Why does she always come back? Why doesn't she leave me alone? I just want her to go away. Ayato, eliminate her. Issei, that's true. I have the power to eliminate what bothers me. Ayato, why are you afraid to use your power? Issei, I don't know, but that doesn't matter. If something bothers me I will exterminate it. Ayato, finish them. Issei/Ayato, I will kill my problems. A small red light took the form of a small Issei. P.I. But what if you hurt someone? Issei, that doesn't matter, that's what they get for opposing. P.I. Is that the meaning of power? Issei, if you have it and you are the strongest, what stops you from using it? Crack, crack, the sound of breaking glass resounds. Ayato, what is your greatest weakness? Issei, I don't know. Ayato, your mind is the weakness we all have. It's fragile, and you are the perfect proof. Several more Isseis appeared next to the children. They were their feelings and personalities. Fear, will they take advantage of our weakness again? Pride, does that matter? They do it because we serve them, and we are stronger. Kindness, but we only want to help others. Anger, it's not true. They use us. Evil, what stops us from using them? We are stronger. Love, what we feel, our heartbeat is what stops us. It's because of them more than anything. Evil. I'm sick of that. It's because of so many things that we have these problems. P.I. Is this the price you want to pay? Issei, no and no. I don't want it. Stay away from me. Evil. You can't take us away. We're part of you. Issei realized that he was just kneeling in front of Evil. Evil. In the stories there is the hero and the villain, and you were always the villain. Issei. It's not true. Evil. Admit it. You destroy everything and the only thing that haunts you is death. Leave the hero's job to someone else. Issei. I don't want to. Evil. Judge for yourself. Evil took Issei by the chin violently and made him see what he had done until now and worse, what he was doing. Outside, the scene was different. Everyone saw Issei astonished. While Reiner smiled from above, Issei held his head and shouted, Issei, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Issei's power began to rise to giant levels while his eyes were completely covered in red in addition to expelling energy. Issei gave a heartbreaking scream while holding his head and expelling his energy as much as possible. Issei, get away from me! Issei expelled energy in droves without stopping. The girls tried to get closer but, Craig, it is very dangerous for them to approach him like that. Rias, why? Mike, Issei-sama's mind is fragmented into many pieces. Right now he does not recognize who his enemies are. It is very dangerous. Inside Issei, evil. It all started because of her. It was all because of her. Issei, I hate her. She is the one to blame for everything. Evil, what do you want? Issei, to finish her off. Evil, finish off everything that bothers you. You have the power to do it. Issei, laughing, yes, yes, yes. Outside, Issei began to see Reiner with a smile. Issei, you, all this is your fault. You are the cause of everything. In a blink Issei was in front of Reiner and kicked her in the stomach. Reiner threw a spear of light at him, but Issei took it in his hands to her surprise and with a smile he only pronounced, Issei, Sun-Eater. All the light was consumed by the dark matter and absorbed, while Reiner in terror threw more of her spears, but these were only absorbed. Reiner, this can't be the same boy from that time, he could barely hurt me, but now I'm stronger. Issei smiled as Reiner looked at him, slammed her head into the ground, put her back preventing her wings from coming out, and took her arm. Issei, everything that happened to me was your fault. Bear your sin. In front of everyone Issei began to pull hard on Reiner's arm. It was so much that he ripped it off, while she just screamed in pain. Issei, I must say it was an incredible date. Reiner wanted to escape with her wings but Issei quickly ripped them off while blood ran from his sword. After that he cut off her other arm with his sword while he gave her a piston in the leg breaking it. Bleeding and sitting unable to move she looked at him with terror in her eyes. Issei threw his other arm and stared at her. Issei, can you do me a favor? Reiner, scared, which one? Issei, die for me. Issei stretched out his hand and a burst of dark power finished off Reiner's existence now with nothing left of her. Issei laughed like crazy. Issei, Yuma Amano, Reiner, it's all your fault. Ha 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 ha. Or if I wanted to give that BTCH a good massacre. But when Issei turned to see the others he only got upset. Issei, why are you still alive? And you still dare to multiply? In Issei's eyes, they were all Reiner. Alright, I see, what's happening? Issei launched a blast, which Rias could barely avoid. Issei, stay away from me Reiner. Mike, Rias-sama. In Issei-sama's eyes everyone is Reiner. Irina, is that possible? Rei, Irina-sama. It seems that Issei-sama's weakness is being exploited by himself. Kaneko, his weakness? Eiji, that's right Kaneko-sama. Issei-sama is the strongest of us. But his great weakness is his mental stability. This happened after everything that happened with Office-sama and the almost extinction of the clan. Sona, how so? Craig, by carrying so many deaths, Issei-sama's mind suffered repercussions. This added to the control speech and all the problems he has solved. The emotional burden has affected him in the long term. That is the explanation, Sun-sama. Vala, why are they addressed as Sama? Lavinia, seriously, it was the best time to ask. Craig, that Vala-san is because they are Issei-sama's future wives. Therefore they have power over us four. They can order us whatever they want, and we will comply. Their orders have the same weight as Issei-sama's. Akeno, Era, then we have 4 knights to defend us. Mike, that's right Akeno-sama. Once this is solved we will protect the Hyoudou family until death. And saying that, watch out. Mike pushed them aside because Issei had attacked. Issei, die at once Reiner. From afar the hunters saw everything. Go to. This was not in the plans. McAllister, we have to stop him. Trent, not even the 4 of us can stop him like this. Plus there are his 4 swords and his friends. We have no chance of winning. Chris, he is unstoppable. I like that. Trent, Do you realize that you are nothing compared to Issei at this moment? Chris, does that matter? Trent, I don't want to lose this. Ophis already separated us once. Now we are the three together. I will not allow my best friends to kill each other. Flashback. Trent, Chris, and Issei walked together in a cavern where everything seemed made of crystal. The three used to meet there to play and tell stories. Issei, then I took my sword and with one attack I finished him off. Trent, it's great that you can defeat such a strong dragon. Chris, yes, you are very strong. Issei, I am Issei Hyoudou Issei. I can't let my last names be in vain. Trent, you always try harder than you should. I'm just weak. Issei, that's not true. You're very smart, Trent. If you know how to use it correctly, you can be stronger than an elite hunter. Chris, I am very strong. Issei, that's true. That's why we will improve together, so we can face everything. The three looked very happy. But one day something changed. Issei stopped accompanying them. Now he spent all his time in the forest. Until one day. Issei, guys. Trent/Chris. Issei, I have to introduce you to someone. Issei took his friends with him to the forest where his girlfriend was waiting for him. Ophis, read your back. Who are they? Issei, Aura. These are my friends Trent and Chris. Trent/Chris. Who is she? Issei, she is Aura, my girlfriend. After that, Issei was no longer with them, and the worst was when they found out that Aura was really Ophis. They told Issei's uncle and everything was unleashed. End of flashback. Currently Issei was attacking everywhere uncontrollably while he continued to suffer internally. Issei, get out of my head! Ophis saw everything and reminded him of what happened 9 years ago. But this time she wouldn't run away. She wouldn't lose him again. She blamed herself for everything. She left him to his fate after what happened with the hunters. She forgot about the person she loved the most. This wouldn't have happened if she hadn't left him. Now she could fix her mistakes. Inside Issei, evil, what's the point of being conscious now? Issei, you're right, nobody cared about me. Love, that's not true. Ophis approached raising a shield with her powers to the maximum. Issei seeing her attacked her thinking she was Rainer. Issei, die. Ophis's shield weakened, but everything reminded her of that day. Tears came out of the goddess, and from the bottom of her heart. Ophis shouted, red, inside Issei. Love, there are people who care about you. There are people who care about you. Evil, you shut up. Everyone sees him as a monster. Love, even Aura? Or should I say Ophis, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, Ravel, Lefay, Kuroka, Sona, Seraphal, Gabriel, Penemu, Ingvild, Jean, Elmenhild. Love went from having Issei's form to multiplying and taking the form of the girls who hugged him while evil began to break. Evil. But you're a monster that won't change. Love, listen for yourself. Outside, Issei stopped his attack, but his head hurt more as he knelt down, and his power began to decrease. Issei, girls, they all got excited and went near him. Issei, I am sorry. The monsters' eyes began to release tears. Issei, I am someone horrible. I hid all this time and I hurt you. Rias, it's not true. You were just trying to protect us. Akeno, we overloaded you with problems. Kaneko, even so you solved them and helped us. Asia, you never gave up. Issei, but I also hurt more people. Zenobia, we all make mistakes. Irina, that wasn't the real you either. Rosweiss, besides I was confused. Ravel, you thought it was the right thing to do. Issei, I will be punished. Jean, we will all forgive you. Kuroka, you are no worse than anyone. Lefay, we will understand you and support you. Elmenhild, you are the best boy that there may be. Issei, I will be a problem. Sona, that is true, you will never be a problem for us. Seraphal, we will be with you forever. Gabriel, nothing will change that. Penemu, you are the one who drives us every day. Issei, you. Ingvild, we will continue with you no matter what. Ophis, we will not leave you alone again. Issei, do you still love me? All, now and forever we will love you. Issei Hyoudou. The dark energy dissipated, leaving Issei kneeling on the ground. The girls ran to hug him. He opened his eyes, revealing that they were still red. But Issei's smile dispelled their doubts, and it was his kindness and his love for them. Issei, girls, I'm back. The ties that unite us. Issei, girls, smile, I'm back. And if it seems that so many internal discussions and efforts of the girls had brought me back, the incredible thing is that they will forgive me. After everything I did, I would not blame them if they did not. My friends also looked happy. There was so much to explain, but the moment was not right. Vala and Kiba smiled. Issei, guys, I want to apologize so much and explain so many things, but now is not the time. Vala, what do you mean? Issei, the hunters, they are here. Everyone stood on alert, while the hunters came towards us. Goto, certainly this was not in my plans. You came back when you shouldn't have. Issei, who the buck do you think you are to decide when I come back or not? Damn sick man. Goto, although your attitude does not change, conceited brat. Issei, I got tired of hiding. I will use everything I have so that you do not hurt us anymore. Block with both hands on Gear 1. The kicks of Trent and Chris. Kiss. The tragedy of 9 years ago repeats itself. Trent, and I thought we would be together. The three, traitor. Issei, and I thought we were friends. Quickly free him from his blows. I kicked Kiss in the ribs and followed with a punch to Trent's face. Both went in different directions. Chris, that's the Hyoudou Issei I want to fight. Issei, Craig, take care of McAllister, Mike, Ray, Ag. Protect the others from Chris and Trent's attacks. I'll go for Goto. The four, as Issei-sama ordered. Craig went straight for McAllister, while the rest counterattacked Trent and Chris. I went for that despicable human being that I called uncle once. Issei, Drake, Bahamut, how's the synchronization going? Drake, you can use your powers at 90%, there's little left. Bahamut, 5 minutes, and it will be complete if you don't use us. Issei, okay, let's do it. I attacked directly with Ascalon in Gear 2. While Goto was barely defending himself, I stepped back a bit to charge my hunter's power sword. He did the same. We both stared at each other and began to attack each other with a series of quick and insane cuts. Only sparks could be seen coming out of there. Goto, you could subdue them if you had wanted to. Issei, I'm not like you, and I never will be. Goto, that's what you say now, but what will happen next? Issei, I'll kill you before you see it. I found an opening and gave him a charged kick. While he retreated, I attacked him frantically with my sword. While he could barely defend himself, I created 2 spheres of electricity and threw them at him with all my strength. Issei, punishment of the lightning god. He blocked them with his sword, but clearly something was hurt. Goto, you are a conceited brat who believes himself superior because of stolen power. I appeared in front of him and kicked him in the face. Issei, you and your stupid ideals made me hurt those I care about. Children and other people see me as a monster. Goto, you always were, you just highlight the obvious. I punched him in the abdomen with my charged fist. Issei, and you knew very well that you were not capable of controlling this monster. What's more, you control nothing, nothing. I lowered my fist and hit me in the face. Goto, insolent brat, don't forget who you are addressing. I kicked him in response. Issei, to the coward who abandoned Obasama and Kuoh, of all Obasama's suitors, I always knew you were the most incompetent. He attacked me frantically. Goto, you are a coward who let himself be seduced by a dragon with delusions of a hitch. I began to hit him in a row. Issei, don't mess with Ophis, you damn scum of a hunter. She is much better than you, and she is more human than you will ever be. Drake, boost. Bahamut, absorb. Issei, it's over. My sacred gears finished assimilating the power of the hunter. You no longer have a chance. Goto, I certainly did not plan any of this. I lost my temper for a while, but now the important thing is to leave. Issei, do you think I will let you? Goto, save your people, hero. The wretch shot a tower, and it was going to fall on a mother with her children. Issei, coward. Goto, what are you going to do, heroic dragon? Without thinking much, I ran towards the mother with the children. While Goto and the hunters escaped, she and her children only prepared for the impact. Issei, I will not arrive in time. I can only smash the tower to pieces. 1,000 blows from the lightning god. Let me save them. My fists filled with energy, and I used them to hit the tower 1,000 times, destroying it completely, saving the mother. The children were happy to see me. Children, heroic dragon. The mother, on the other hand, looked at me with fear. Mother, thank you, Gabriel Yudi-sama. Let's go, children. My friends and the girls approached. Vala, are you okay? Issei, yes, just a little tired. Using the hunter's power for a long time is exhausting. At least I'll rest from using it for today. Guys, I'm really sorry for everything I did and said. I hurt you. Kiba, I broke your arm and broke your things. Vala, I hit you thousands of times. I broke your back. But thanks for believing in me. Gasper, I'm sorry for hurting you so much. Saji, I slammed you against a wall with so much force. I'm a garbage friend. Vala, you weren't in your right mind. Issei, don't worry. Kiba, we know it wasn't your intention what you did. Gasper, Senpai has helped us so much. We can't blame you. Saji, we couldn't help you. It was our fault. Issei, thanks guys, but I saw my girls and approached them. I fell to my knees while I could only cry. Issei, I let myself be defeated by my past, and I hurt them. How can I call myself a hero when I hurt those I care about the most? Do they matter? I'm such an idiot. They approached and gave me a hug. Rias, Baka, Akeno, us. Kaneko, never. Asia, we lost. Zenobia, hope. Irina, that you, Rosweiss, would return. Revel, to our side Kuroka. Lefay, always. Jean, we trust. Elmenhile, that. Seraphal, you would defeat. Sona, the darkness. Gabriel, that is. Penemu inside. Ingvild of you. Ophis, we love you. I cried. They always trusted me despite everything I had done. An immense happiness flooded my heart. Surzex, it's good to have you back, Issei-kun. Azazel, you owe me an appointment with the Dr. Brat. Laughs. But it's good that you're okay. Michael, we all care. I knelt before them. Issei, I'm so sorry. You should have told everyone what it was instead of hiding it. If you had done that, none of this would have happened. But I'm really sorry. And although it sounds bad coming from me, would you allow me to be the pillar of peace for the factions again? All three, of course. They took me to the castle, where I apologized to more people. They told me what happened. I apologized to the anti-Issei squad, and I breathed a little peace, which did not last even 5 minutes because we heard a voice that we would not have wanted to hear again. Rise of him. It seems that everything is nice around here. Issei/Valley. Old shit. Rise of him. What kind of welcome was that? Well, it does not matter. I just came to leave one of my pets for you to entertain yourselves. From a giant magic circle came out a humanoid dragon with 3 heads and giant. Is this the stupid place? Rise of him? Issei, Azidahaka, the evil dragon of Persian mythology. Rise of him. Again on the nail Daburuyudi. Only unlike the useless Grendel, this one is a dragon. I didn't know what to do with that. I could use my power, but I was very weak after 2 months of using it non-stop, which seemed strange to me. I was supposed to be capable of that and more, but it was clear we weren't going to lose. Issei, well, the main thing now is to evacuate the civilians. Sarah, Sona Ingvild, try to stop him as much as you can. Rosweiss, Faye, protect the civilians from the attacks. Jean, Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, look if Rise of Him's clowns are not somewhere. If you can't find them, try to attack from a distance. The others find a way to attack him. Inferno Drive. The armor covered my entire body while everyone answered me. Everyone, hi. I flew towards that thing and began to attack it. Vala appeared next to me and did the same. Vala, you weren't going to defeat him without me, were you? Issei, we'll defeat him together. We attacked with our best attacks while Azidahaka just dodged it. We could barely hurt him. The evacuation plan had gone perfectly. Now we had to concentrate on that thing. By my orders, only Vala and I fought against him. We attacked him as we could, but we simply did not hurt him. Azidahaka continued to advance, in addition to crouching. Azidahaka, is this the best you have? We attacked again, Iro, this time with another strategy. Vala used his half-dimension to shorten the space, and when we caught him I put a wall of fire from the hunter in front of him, and we retreated to where Asia can heal us. Asia, these wounds look very bad. Issei-san, Vala-san, how will you defeat him? Issei, that wall of fire isn't strong enough to stop a dragon like that. The only way I could do it is by fighting in Gear 4. But I can't activate it right now. The wear and tear on my body has been too much, and with the Inferno Drive at its maximum power we can't do anything to it. Ophis, there is a way. Issei, which? Valley, that thing is finishing us off. Ophis touched our heads, both of us, and a chant appeared in our minds. Ophis, first Vala. Valley, the pure white dragon that dwells within me, rise from your supremacy. Albion, the silver-white morning star that I possess within me, claim the throne of dawn. Ophis, the jet-black god of infinity. Valley, the mysterious and unfathomable father of demons. Vala/Albion, we will transcend the limits to accept the oath. Vala/Ophis/Albion, you will kneel before our bright and glorious existence. Valley, Diablo's dragon. Vala changed his armor, and I felt more power emanating from him. Vala, my power of Satan combined with my 2 sacred gears. Ophis, it is the greatest power that your sacred gears can reach. Go, Vala. She saw me and said, Ophis, your turn. I see. Issei, the crimson-red dragon that dwells within me, awakens from your domain. Ophis, the crimson heavenly dragon that I possess within me, rises to become king and roars. Ophis, the jet-black god of infinity. Issei, the glorious god of dreams. Issei/Ophis, watch over the true, forbidden existence we will be that transcends the limits. Issei/Ophis, you will dance within our perfected, radiant hell. Ophis, when I see, gave me a kiss as my power rose. Issei, Diablo's dragon, my armor also changed and I went to help Vala. Issei, double blaster. From the 4 cannons came out red and black lasers with enough force making a wound to Azidahaka while Vala shot him from another side. But the wretch regenerated. We continued shooting while we flew with the new armor, and we continued attacking without stopping. But he was not fazed by. Issei, I have a plan. Vala. Vala, what will you do? Issei, attack him with everything you have and you'll see. Valley obeyed his friend and attacked Azidahaka with all his power concentrated in a shot, leaving a wound in his chest. I arrived at full speed and shot him too. I disappeared my armor, and activated Gear 4, and stabbed his heart with my sword, while Issei shouted, "Extinction!" The energy went through the sword and finished him off. I quickly deactivated my hunter power, and went to the girls. Vala did the same. While smiling and looking at my girls, everything seemed to be over. Issei, I'm happy to be with you, crying, I promised that arg. I felt like something pierced my chest, and again everything was lost. While Issei fell to the ground, the girls went to help him. All I see. Issei got up still with tears in his eyes, but unlike other times, his chest was exposed. On it there was a black mark. Issei no longer showed any expression. Issei, I don't feel anything anymore. Everyone was stunned by what Issei said, but his face showed the truth. There was not the slightest trace of emotions. Issei's swords arrived at that moment. Craig, Issei-sama, why did this happen? Issei, apparently red death fragment my mind and my emotions eliminated each other. It seems that I am an empty shell. It doesn't matter. Well, we will go. Mike, where? Issei, to find the rest of the evil dragons and the hunters. It is what myself with emotions would have wanted. Ophis, wait, I see. Rias, you can't leave again. Issei, why? What good is a boyfriend who doesn't feel anything? Akeno, what do you say about this? Akeno kissed him on the lips. Issei did nothing. Issei, what should I feel? The girls didn't believe me. The feelings of the love of her life had disappeared. Issei, well, we better go. Craig, Mike, Ray, Ag. The four, hi, Issei-sama. And without being able to do anything, they saw him walking away from them again, in search of dragons. It's day. In a forest there is a trail of destruction. This is caused by a dragon. But now the dragon, is it fleeing? Yes, 5 shadows are chasing him. The faces of these 5 are covered by hoods. 2 come forward on the orders of the one in the middle, and make cuts on his hind legs. 2 others come forward and make deep cuts in his wings. The dragon roars in pain. The last one advances quickly and finishes him off in the blink of an eye. Well, it's over. The first 4 took off their hoods, revealing the 4 swords of Hyoudou Issei, and the last one did the same. It was Issei. After having lost his emotions, he now dedicated himself to hunting dragons. Practically nothing affected him. In the last week he had only been in the forest killing dragons that caused destruction, in addition to looking for clues to the whereabouts of the hunters. Craig, perfect strategy as always. Issei-sama. Issei, expressionless, is a dragon that only thinks is destroy. His behavior was obvious. That makes it very easy to hunt him. Mike, but I should feel some excitement for finishing it. Issei-sama. Issei, thoughtful, should I? Why? Ray, I forgot what Mike said. You should eat something. Issei, you're right. Am I hungry? Ag, at least he still has his appetite. Ray, he lost his emotions, not the hunger, imbecile. Ag, it's true. Issei and his companions managed to hunt something to eat. Because although there are an incredible amount of dragons in the forest, in certain areas there are herbivorous animals that can serve as food. That, in addition to the fact that dragon meat is a delicacy for hunters, Mike cooked the meat of the dragon they killed for his companions and they all ate. They looked like well-dressed nomads. But the only thing that mattered was that Issei did not show the slightest emotion or feeling. In Kuoh, after everything that happened in Lilith, more girls were in depressive mode. They had had him around for just 2 hours and he had left again. Issei's parents did their things as usual, knowing that at some point their son would return to normal. And to the girls' surprise, they no longer used their reading glasses. Note: hunters are something like the most evolved humans, which is why they do not suffer from common human diseases as often, since their immune system quickly exterminates them. Like this, all their senses are superior, which is why they do not need glasses. Vala stayed at Issei's house, this at the request of his best friend's parents. While the girls were still depressed, but didn't have much time to make plans, there was very little time left for them to start school again. In the case of Rias and Akeno, college, and without any of them noticing, a whole week passed without knowing anything about Issei. Clearly his pitiful state was proof of this. The worst thing is that now not even his parents knew where he was, but of course, someone had to justify the faults of the school idol. Everyone would ask about him, since after a survey conducted at the end of last year, it turned out that Issei was the most handsome, intelligent, skillful boy, and how many more compliments could be said about Kuoh High School. In addition to being the vice president of the current student council, Issei had disappeared at a bad time, and without wanting to. There were the girls in front of the doors of the academy without Issei. Many girls came to see when they said that the student council had entered, but of course, the only one they saw was Kiba. This did not displease them, but they wondered, where was the raven-haired prince? Issei had perfect attendance because he never got sick, and missing the first day was strange. While with the hunters, Goto, damn it! Damn it! Damn Ophis! Goto was very upset. His plans had failed again. And again because of Ophis, Trent and Chris were also upset. McAllister returned with news. McAllister, Goto-san, I have news. Goto. What is it? McAllister, your nephew is in the forest. Goto, what? McAllister, apparently after the last battle in the underworld he has lost his emotions. He does not react to anything, and is looking for us. Goto, apparently we have not lost yet. We may force him to help us if we beat him. Chris, that sounds interesting. Trent, it will not be that simple. He is surely still with his swords. McAllister, that's right. Hyoudou Issei's 4 swords are still with him. Goto, we will soon make our move. With rise of him. Rise of him. Damn, Hyoudou killed another. But it's still early to give up. Yamada no Orochi. Yamada, what's wrong? Rise of him. Rise of him. Do you want to kill Hyoudou Issei? Yamada, it's obvious that yes, killing 2 dragons of that caliber is satisfactory. Rise of him. Well, it must be in this place. He pointed out a place on the map of Kuoh. Phantom, oh cock. Yamada, well, I'll kill him and anyone who finds me. Rise of him. Perfect. With Issei. Issei, I feel like I should go to Kuoh. Ray, why Issei-sama? Issei, I don't know, I just want to do it. Mike, we'll go with you. Issei-sama. Issei, as you wish. In Kuoh. After having avoided many awkward questions about Issei's whereabouts, the girls were able to go to their respective classes. Of course there was no shortage of questions like where is Issei? And of course there are those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. The girls tried to keep them away, no one more than Ophis. Boy, come on Ophis-chan, let's go out sometime. The boy wanted to hug Ophis but she, Ophis, move a little more and you won't live to tell the tale. The boy got scared and left her alone. Of course the rest were there too. One of the most affected by Issei's disappearance was Zenobia. He practically had to help her with the council. She, Jean, Irina, Ravel, Ophis and Kiba had to cope with it. But everything can always get more complicated. They were in the club room, gathered all of Issei's girls along with their friends. Vala, have you thought about where Akeno may be? Akeno, there have been no reports in any of the factions so that. But no one could continue talking because Issei appeared in the middle of the room, leaving everyone stunned. Issei saw them with his expressionless face. Issei, oh hi. I didn't remember much about school and this place was the first that came to my mind. Issei's swords arrived immediately after him. Issei, well, we're all here, goodbye. Without those present being able to recover, Issei left there walking as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, Issei did not think about the time he appeared, and left the club in the middle of a break. Everyone turned their gaze towards the school idol, especially the girls. Kia! Issei-kun. Issei just looked at them without making a face. They approached him. He just raised his hand and said, Issei, hello? That was the most powerful switch for the students of the Kuoh Academy. And more than Issei was well dressed. His hair was growing but he looked good, and his eyes shone like beautiful rubies. Most of the girls were knocked out. Girl, KY, Issei, why are you getting excited? Ray, I think it's best if we go. Issei-sama. Rias, wait, I see. In the eyes of the Kuoh Academy, Rias was still Issei's only girlfriend. She quickly approached him and kissed him with all her passion, to the jealousy of all the students, of the women, because Issei was still with her, and for the boys, because despite being in college Rias was still with Issei. After the kiss Rias looked at Issei smiling. Rias, how do you feel? Issei, should I feel okay? Well, it doesn't matter, goodbye. That was like a bullet to Rias's heart. The man she loved the most felt nothing for her. She collapsed to the ground crying. Issei simply ignored him. Although all the supernaturals knew what was happening, for Kuoh Academy that translated as one thing. Issei had just broken up with Rias, in front of everyone. That practically made him the unattainable boy. According to the students, if the perfect girl hadn't been enough for that boy, then no one would be. That was only for them, because for Issei, he didn't understand why she was crying. He didn't understand how she was supposed to feel. He just left school and wandered around Kuoh. He had something to eat at a restaurant, and continued wandering. But in the afternoon, Issei continued wandering around Kuoh, attracting the attention of different girls. But in Issei's mind there was only one thing. Issei, why did he want to come? He did not care about anything, until he felt an aura and went towards it. While at the academy, Rias was crying in the club, but her cries were stopped by a loud noise that caught everyone's attention. An 8-headed dragon was in the school. There were no longer any students, but they had to protect the school. Yamada, Rise of him told me that Issei Hyoudou would be here. Vala, did the old man send you? Yamada. I am Yamada no Orochi, the 8-headed dragon. Ophis. Another evil dragon. Vali. Diabolo's dragon. Vala quickly entered his most powerful transformation, and launched an attack while the others tried to keep him at bay. Even though Vala was doing considerable damage, Yamada didn't back down, and was attacking with his other heads. Kiba and Zenovia wanted to slice one of these but couldn't, while the others attacked. From one moment to the next Vala was defeated, which left them with little chance of winning. Yamada, deluded brats, you can't beat me. I'm the great Yamada no Argh. One of Yamata's more heads flew out. Yamada what? Issei, Yamada no Orochi, the 8-headed snake, or well in this case dragon, knew that he felt something. Issei had cut off one of the 8 heads. He was in front of Yamada in Gear 4, while the 4 swords arrived. Rei, is everything okay? The 4 swords grouped everyone together to attend to them while Issei dodged Yamata's attacks. Yamada, insolent, I have caused terror for generations. Issei, am I supposed to be scared? Without much trouble Issei cut off another head and gave him a wound that couldn't heal. Yamada, brat, you'll see. Issei, I guess. Issei's inexpressiveness bothered Yamada quite a bit, which couldn't get him to concentrate, and before he realized it, he only had 1 head left. Issei decided to finish it off once and for all. Issei spike. Lei's dark thorn stuck into Yamata's entire body doing great damage. Issei appeared in front of him and finished him off. Issei, extinction. The sphere finished destroying Yamada completely. Issei just stuck the sword in his heart. Issei bloodlines. The sword absorbed the dragon's blood while Issei just watched. Issei, I guess that's why he wanted to come to Kuoh. Well, let's go. Rias, I see, wait. The 4 swords went with Issei as they disappeared. Issei only saw Rias and shook her hand. Issei, sayonara. Issei disappeared while leaving the girls with their hearts broken. But of course he didn't feel anything. Vala, I'll go for it. Lavinia, what are you planning to do? Vala, speed up the final battle of the Celestial Dragons. Halloween special. A little late but better late than never. P.S. These specials are out of current time. What movie to watch? Issei, so they want us to go to the movies to see a horror movie before Halloween. But, Vala, are you scared? Issei, no idiot. Vala then? Issei, well, first of all I don't have enough money to buy like 20 tickets, plus food. Second of all, how the hell do I explain why I'm with 18 girls alone in a movie theater? Valley, sometimes the harem life is scarier than any horror movie. What's really scary? A mediocre movie is playing on TV. Movie, a monster, horribly made, stalks a young girl who can only scream. Rias, is this really a horror movie? Issei, it's the only thing I have. Rias, then let's watch something else. Issei, I don't like to break the Halloween spirit but hey, I have Disney's Aladdin. Rias, anything's better than the Swamp Monster VHS. 1 hour later, Issei comforted a terrified Rias. Issei, but it's a kid's movie. Rias, there were a lot of CC camels. That day Issei learned that they should stay away from camels forever. Asking for candy. Issei was in front of a house with Kaneko, Ophis, Ravel, Lefay, Elmenhild and Gasper. What was he doing? Easy. Watching them while they asked for candy. Kaneko was dressed as a cat, Ravel as a princess, Elmenhild and Gasper as vampires, Lefay as a witch and Ophis as a dragon, yes, just as their costumes reflected them. Lady, how adorable. All, and Gasper trick or treat. Lady, here are your candy. All, thank you. Lady, and your boyfriend? Issei, well Issei did not have a costume. In a hurry he took the first thing that was in his room. Issei, I do not have a costume. Lady flirtatious. Well, that can be fixed. All, pushing him, we are leaving. When they were far enough. All, no more Halloween for you I see. Issei, and now what did I do? Inappropriate costumes. Issei waited in his killer costume. I dressed up like that this year, from Hunter x Hunter, while his girlfriends were getting ready for Vala's Halloween party. But when they got down, they were all dressed in costumes that were too hexy, too much. Issei turned around for a while to get rid of his blush, and then turned around again. All, how do we see each other I see? Issei, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Issei, very hexy. Issei, damn. Out of nowhere it was his mother who shouted, Mickey, girls, put away those costumes better for when you are alone with Issei. The girls understood and went up to change while Issei stayed in a corner thinking about what they would do to him next. Telling legends. At school were Issei and his friends sitting telling horror stories. Saji. Then they say that a girl wanders the halls of the occult club when it's midnight. Gasper was trembling with fear, while Kiba and Issei began to think. Gasper, I don't want to go to the club anymore. Issei, but it's more than obvious that you're the one who scared people. Gasper, I only went out to look for food. Issei, pale skin, red eyes, looks like a girl and only went out at midnight. Gasper calls Valerie. Gasper, Val dear, I'm popular. Azazel the mad scientist. Val, so you swear to me that nothing will happen if I take this? Azazel, of course yes, everything is perfectly calculated. Wait, where are you going? Valley, it's terrifying when something you invent goes well. Besides, your Dr. Frankenstein costume doesn't help. Azazel, brat, this is my lab coat. Vala ran at the speed of light. The day after Halloween, Issei went to leave offerings at the Dragmore family cemetery, while the girls looked at them smiling. Issei, the dead do not choose to leave, but we do choose to remember them, and keeping them alive in our memory is something we can always do, not just remembering a special date. The final battle of the Celestial Dragons. Vala, speed up the final battle of the Celestial Dragons. Everyone was stunned by Vala's statement. With the power they both had, that would be completely destructive. But there was also the fact that Vala thought it would return Issei to his normal state. Plus, he didn't know where Lavinia was. How do you plan to find him? Valley, I don't know, but I have an idea of where he may be. With that said, Vala left the academy with the aim of searching for his friend, while Kiba was left thinking about how weak he had become. Compared to Issei and Vala, Kiba was nothing more than a weak knight. He could barely maintain his sword armor and let alone create them. It would be impossible to make stronger swords. Gasper thought the same. He hadn't done much for his senpai, who had helped him improve. He knew he had to do something else. With Goto, the brat is too dangerous right now, that's why. There was a chained dragon as Goto approached it with a smile. Goto, we'll have to use what we hate the most to get rid of our enemy. This while the other hunters watched attentively. Meanwhile, after everything that happened at school, the girls felt very bad. If Issei was like that with Rias, he wouldn't feel anything for them. And they were so sad they were crying while watching romantic movies and eating ice cream. Kiba and Gasper had gone to train, so practically no one knew that they were all locked in Issei's room. Only Issei's parents. Goru, do you think they'll notice? Mickey, at some point they'll put it on. Goru, let's hope so. The girls kept changing discs until they found one with a label written by Issei. They quickly put it on. Video. Issei, are you recording? Apparently so. Well girls, if you're watching this, it's because you found the video among all the romantic movies. If so, it's because I just did something stupid. I know myself too well sometimes. But I made this video for a reason. I'm a big idiot, I know. I hide things from you that can affect our relationship in the future. And I'm aware of this and I don't do anything about it. I get stupid sometimes. I know we're going to have problems sometimes. Being alone with you all sounds weird. And people might see it wrong. But at the end of it all, I love you too much. I don't care what others say. You are everything to me. I want you to know that if I hurt you or worse, forgive me. Please, crying. I really don't know what I'm doing sometimes, much less if you've already discovered my entire past. I really regret the things I've done. Issei remained silent, and then smiled again and spoke again. Issei, anyway, I know everything will be fine. And we will be together again. I love you. The camera turned off while the girls had tears in their eyes. They couldn't give up. He was the man they loved. It was their responsibility to bring him back. But they would have to wait for Vala's report to know where he was. With Vala was heading to Dragmore. He knew that Issei would have to be close to there at least. His 2 sacred gears indicated it. But it was a double-edged sword. The hunters would also be there. If he wasn't careful enough, he wouldn't be able to beat them with his primal demon power. Maybe with his Dabalos dragon. But in any case, he couldn't be confident. While Issei was eating an apple while appreciating the corpse of a dragon. Issei, I still don't understand why they got like that. Well, it doesn't matter. Mike, Issei-sama really hurt them a lot without wanting to. Issei finished the apple and disappeared what was left with his fire. Issei, well, let's go. We probably won't find the hunters here. Issei and his group continued advancing. Until Issei separated from everyone, he wasn't afraid. He just kept walking. He didn't care. That was until his foot got tangled in a vine trap and ended up hanging upside down. Trent and Chris came out of the bushes and looked at them with malice. Trent, apparently the hunter was hunted. Chris, yes, you fell into our trap. Issei didn't react and only saw them. Issei, what am I supposed to feel now? Trent, he really doesn't feel anything. Issei burned the vines with his fire. He supported himself with his hands and stood up again. Issei, no, the truth is I don't feel anything worse. I remember everything. Are you supposed to be the bad guys? Trent, no, the bad guy here is Ophis. Issei, and I'm supposed to love Ophis, so I'm guided by my memories. Issei kicked Trent hard in the face. Chris wanted to get to him from behind, but Issei hit him in the face. Trent and Chris got up. Chris, it seems like it's the most effective way to fight. Issei appeared in front of him and kicked him in the ribs. After that he left, leaving them there. Chris, we'll tell the boss that he didn't fall into the trap. Trent, count on that. Issei kept walking while kicking a stone and thinking. Issei, I remember everything, but I feel nothing. My death. I saved Asia, the raiding game, I saved Rias, and everything else, but it doesn't generate anything in my heart. Issei came out of his thoughts when he saw Vala in front of him. Issei. Hello Vala? Vala Issei. Issei, if you come to tell me to go with you, I don't know, maybe I will go, maybe I won't. I will take care of the hunters first. Valley, no, I came to speed up the inevitable. Issei, inevitable? Valley, yes, the final battle of the celestial dragons. Issei, oh I see, you are quite intelligent. You know that you cannot beat me in a battle where we use our extra powers, but with sacred gears we are equal. It is fine, maybe I feel some emotion. Vala began to raise the power of his 2 sacred gears and entered Dabilo's dragon. Issei followed the example. Both rose and looked at each other. Vala, I hope this brings you back. Issei, I hope the same. Boom! A white and red flash appeared in the sky, and made it rumble and gave it a reddish color. It was the clash of fists at full power of both dragons. The sparks came out while either imposed itself on the other. They separated their fists to reload and collide again. The shock wave made both retreat. Then everything seemed like a battle of Star Wars as both dragons flew through the sky while firing their cannons at full power, as they had predicted. Everything was chaos. The rays were causing destruction throughout the forest, that until in a distraction of Vala, Issei appeared behind him and gave him a charged blow to the back, causing Vala to retreat. But it was not in vain, because Vala managed to hit Issei with an attack. They both charged against each other again and began to fill with blows in addition to shooting rays without stopping. Blows and kicks came and went from both of them. They were so strong that they began to break their armor. Both flew away to shoot more powerful beams from a distance, but both fell apart, so they flew at full speed and both hit each other's faces, destroying their helmets. To Vala's surprise, Issei hadn't even changed his expression since the start of their battle, but Vala noticed something, a small and very indiscreet smile, but almost imperceptible, but that was erased when Issei unleashed a barrage of blows that caused him great pain. Vala used one of his most powerful attacks against Issei. Valley, Satan Dividing Compressor. The attack hit Issei squarely, hurting him. Both charged their cannons to the maximum, and fired at each other. The impact of the clash of power was so much that the trees moved from side to side as the lightning continued to collide with each other. The power was so great that both Dabilo dragons were destroyed, and both dragons were left without armor, and they were just standing in front of each other staring at each other. But of course, the lack of their armor was not going to stop their fight. Vala quickly approached to hit Issei, a blow that he blocked and answered with a kick to the face. Vala took Issei's leg and threw him to the ground. Issei quickly got up and began to hit him in a row, blows that were blocked and answered by Vala. Issei's increased strength managed to make Vala's nose bleed. The fight turned to swords when both activated their Infernus, Bahamut and Daniel. While they began to exchange cuts, at one point, Issei passed near Vala and said, Issei, 1,000 divine cuts. Vala was covered in cuts of dark fire, but he had also made his movement. Vala, quadruple fang. Issei received 4 cuts of blue flames. Both clashed their swords again, hoping to dominate the other. While hitting each other as they could, Issei was surpassing him and his blows were stronger. Parry couldn't just end it that easily. Vala couldn't lose like that. Valley, balance breaker, perfect duality. The bluish-white armor covered Vala's body. Issei, I see, balance breaker. The armor covered Issei, and he charged against Valley again. Vala defended himself as best he could but was overcome by Issei. Vala decided to use his last card. Vala, Fall of the 4 Kingdoms. Valley began to fill with power that he released, damaging Issei quite a bit. But he still didn't fall. He just used one of his most powerful attacks on the weakened Vala. Issei, Longinus Smasher. Vala lost again. Or so Issei thought, because Vala got up again and with all his strength he got up to hit him. Both charged against each other with all their power. A giant explosion made even the sky tremble. A cloud of smoke came out of a crater. More of Issei's swords approached to see what was happening. Issei was with his fist raised in victory while Vala was next to him. Issei, you lost. Vala, yes, I realized. Issei, it was the most obvious result. I have sword training since I was 8. In addition to martial arts, the points where I hit you would hurt you in the long term. Vala, I felt sorry. Issei, but thank you. Vala was surprised by what Issei had said. Vala, did you just thank me? Issei, yes, when I was fighting you I felt something in my heart. Something that drove me to continue fighting even when I could give up at any moment. How should I react to this? Vali, with a smile perhaps. Issei smiled for the first time. A smile that would remain forever engraved in the eyes of his best friend. Issei could return to normal. Issei, it would be best if you left. Vala, why? Issei, you are very weak. If the hunters find you they may kill you, although of course it is your decision. Vala, I will leave for now. Issei opened a magic circle through which Vala left. When Vala returned, he fell defeated to the ground. Lavinia went to take care of him. Lavinia, what happened? Vali, I lost, but I'm happy. Issei's girls went down when they heard Vali arrive. Rias, what happened? Vali, he can still return to normal, that or we will have to teach him how human feelings work, but there is still a possibility. The girls smiled when they saw that Vali gave them hope. Confrontation against the hunters. Issei ate more berries while admiring the night. Issei, words of gratitude. Thank you. It's good to say them from the heart. He smiled again. He liked that new sensation. It seemed his feelings were still buried inside him. Mike, Issei-sama, we'll set up camp. Issei, okay, I'm going. Issei got off the tree where he admired the night and went to camp to sleep, although reality didn't like that. Since he didn't have feelings, he didn't dream, so he felt like he was disappearing. After the fight with Vala, something inside him came out. Besides the little joy, another feeling came to the empty shell that Issei had for a heart, fear, and more than anything fear of disappearing. Inside him his own paradox was being built. Issei, I am an empty shell, so I can disappear. I am afraid of disappearing. But if I am afraid I am no longer an empty shell, and if I am not an empty shell I will not disappear. If not I disappear, my feelings will be lost again. If they are lost I will be an empty shell. And if... He thought about that all night, and the next morning he woke up with a terrible migraine. The hunters meanwhile thought of 1,000 ways to get Issei away from their swords, plus they were looking to train dragons, plus Goto had his backup plan. Goto, once we release Samuel's beast, nothing will stop him. I hope you finish your mission, Goto. Goto, yes sir, I will not fail again. I hope so. A man with long white hair, pale skin, and red eyes came out of the darkness as he watched the hunters. I don't want him to continue protecting those he shouldn't. Goto, it won't happen again, I swear. The man stretched out his hand and the hunters writhed in pain. I hope so, because if not, I'll get rid of all of you. All hi. The hunters are becoming more and more pathetic. The man took out 3 pairs of white wings and flew away, while thinking, I will reform this horrible world, Argentia, just as I promised you, as he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Meanwhile, that night Issei couldn't sleep. He had left the camp to reflect alone. He was in front of the waterfall listening to the water crashing against the stones. It relaxed him. But the only thing that came to his mind was Rias's crying after she kissed him. He got quite confused, and remembered how he had met each one, then sighed and looked up at the starry sky where he saw the faces of his girlfriends smiling. Issei, why is love so complicated? Why are human feelings so complicated? And without wanting to, Issei ended up sleeping next to the waterfall. While in Kuoh, Vala was recovering from the fight with Issei while only thinking about one thing. Vala, how can I match him? Vala didn't want to admit it, but Issei was stronger than him, and Vala didn't know why. So he would go see Azazel after healing to help him. The days passed, and he went to his adoptive father. Azazel, so you faced him. Vala, he beat me again. Azazel, there is a problem here, Vala. Vala, what? Azazel, you are too confident. Out of 3 fights you have had, you have lost 2. This is because Issei, besides knowing how to handle 2 scared gears better than you, has more time with 2 sacred gears, more time training with the power of the hunter, more time training to kill. Literally, Issei surpasses you in all of that. His physical and mental ability are superior to you, besides that his body. Vala, Azazel, I know that many girls drool over him, but you? I mean, I expected it from me. Azazel, no idiot. His body is made of great red meat. Wait, what was the last thing you said? Vali, I nothing. Vali, stupid and sensual Issei. With Issei, he woke up next to the waterfall very early, and decided to return to his camp. But of course he did not count on the camp literally exploding in front of him. The hunters were fighting against the swords. Issei approached and saw everything without making any expression. Issei, so they came to attack. Goto, there you were, insolent brat. Attack. 2 dragons landed in front of Issei. Issei, seems like someone learned from DreamWorks. But well, I can also play like this. Blackie. After a long time Issei's familiar manifested. Issei activated his 2 sacred gears. Issei, increase. perfect scale male. The small dragon transformed into a giant black dragon that roared loudly. Issei, finish them off, Blackie. The dragon obeyed without question and attacked the two hunters' dragons, while Issei charged against Goto, quickly attacked him with his sword. As he retreated, Issei quickly entered Gear 4, and quickly attacked him, repelling him. Trent and Chris quickly went to attack him, but Issei quickly neutralized them, while McAllister wanted to attack them from behind, but Issei neutralized him again. Issei, they lost, they can't win in a 5 versus 4, besides they are weak. Then English, will fight with me. Issei saw a man with white hair and red eyes. Issei, who are you? You should recognize your family better, brat. I am Samuel. Issei, I didn't recognize you without the snake aspect. Samuel attacked Issei quickly. Issei could barely defend himself. Samuel's strength was superior. Issei attacked Samuel without stopping while his swords helped him, but the 5 were no match for Samuel. Samuel, Gear 4 increases according to the user's emotions. Since you don't have them, it won't be of much use. But this is somewhat unfair. Let's do it better. Samuel raised his hand and a red lightning bolt pierced Issei's chest. Exactly where the black mark was, it disappeared, but Issei fell to his knees. Issei, TTU. Issei fainted after that. Issei's swords lifted him up and they got out of there as quickly as possible. Samuel began to chase them and throw lightning at him, until they hid in an underground cave. Issei was still unconscious, but to the surprise of his swords, his chest was intact. Only the black mark that was around his heart had disappeared. But Issei did not wake up. Mike, Issei-sama, you have to wake up. Craig, we have to go somewhere else. Ray, through this cave there is a descent to some catacombs. Through them we can reach the furthest temple of Drangmore. Eiji, we will have to continue carrying Issei-sama. Ray carried him on his back, and they continued advancing, until they reached the entrance of the catacombs, and then continue advancing until they reached the temple, where they laid Issei down to see if they could do something to wake him up. Meanwhile, the hunters continued their search for Issei while Samuel left there and remembered something. Many years ago, Samuel in his human form was fighting against Trihexa, or well, in this case he was fleeing. Samuel, I don't understand, why the hell do you want to kill me? Trihexa, you are an angel of the unfortunate god, although I do not understand why you do not fall with all you do. Samuel, I am an angel born from all the hatred of God, I will never fall. Trihexa, I do not care, you will die anyway. But in a carelessness of Trihexa, Samuel used the dimensional rift to escape, although Trihexa wanted to enter through it. But at that precise moment, God and the 4 satraps appeared to seal it permanently, so Samuel was able to flee. That was the reality of why he came down to Earth and met Argentia. But besides that, the fact that he used the dimensional rift to escape had a long-term consequence. Because many years later Great Red invaded her for feeling the energy of the leftover Trihexa. From there, when entering by force he expelled Ophis from there, she landed in Dragmore and was in a coma for 8 years, until she woke up and met Issei. That's right. It was all caused by Samuel unintentionally. Samuel arrived at the tomb where the body of the only woman he loved rested. Inside it was a scroll. Samuel, I promise you that we will change the world Argentia, with the help of our descendant. He said this to a skeleton that had been rotting for centuries there. He took the scroll that was written in Norwegian and said, De sam vakni og lurai morket, jeg br omo fringen av deers mort jurter, slik et degar seg vil I den evige jakten, slipper kjevin mine dirin mine og river deers fiendrai sticker, frigger deg selv, dirit sam aldri unlater a jakt bidit, frigger deg selv, dirit estoppelig, frigger. Selv dirit till Samuel, which translated into Spanish would say, those who are awake and amazed in the darkness, I pray for the sacrifice of their dark hearts, so that they may be lost in the eternal hunt. My beasts may release their jaws and tear their enemies to pieces. Free yourself, the beast that never stops hunting its prey. Free yourself, the unstoppable animal. Free the very beast of Samuel. Samuel put away the scroll and left. Samuel, if the brat doesn't want to learn the good way, he'll do it the hard way. In addition to that, Samuel advanced to a giant rock that was covered by an old, dirty sheet. Samuel removed it. Inside the rock, a gray-haired boy was fossilized. He was asleep. Samuel, if everything goes wrong, you'll have to go out again, Asta. Meanwhile, in Issei's mind, Issei was sitting motionless in a corner of his subconscious, while everything was covered in black, and little by little, Issei broke down. Why is everything so complicated for me? Was it so difficult to have a normal life? The non-existent memories of a normal life came to Issei. Only he, living without powers with his parents, met Ophis as a normal girl. Irina left, but not because she was an exorcist, but because of her father's job, she went to the academy where she met her other friends. Nobody was a supernatural being, everything was normal. The return of Ophis and Irina to Issei's life, where his truly difficult decision was who to stay with. In the end, decided by Ophis being the first, they went to college. Got married and had children, nothing out of the ordinary, an ordinary couple. Their children grew up and both grew old and died together, the perfect life, right? But again his memories flooded him, his training as a dragon hunter, his encounter with the Infinity Dragon, the Red Death Massacre, the escape from Dragmore to Kyoto and the escape from Kyoto to Kuoh, the awakening of his sacred gears, his death at the hands of Rainier, his resurrection by Rias, the death of Asia and his resurrection, the game against Razor, the rescue of Rias, the fight with Kokabeel, and the first fight with Valley, his encounter with Loki and his second death, the game against Diodora, his fight against Shalba, the encounter with the faction of the heroes, the rescue of Isaka, the game with Serorg and his confession, the temporary loss of his balance breaker, his third death, his resurrection and fight against Cao Cao, his first confrontation with Ryzavim, all his fights of the Holy War, his confession to all the girls, his promotion, the final battle against Ryzavim, and of course everything that happened the last 2 months, his awakening as a Red Death. His attack on the girls and the underworld, all of that was repeated too many times inside him. Issei, why can't I be normal? Ayato, why was it never in your destiny? Issei, my destiny? Ayato, that's right, your reason for existing was none other than to be the strongest. That's why everything that happened to you happened to you. Issei, you tell me that no matter what I do, Ayato, everything will always come back to you. Issei, maybe it's better to leave everything as it is. If I don't hurt anyone, I slap. A slap from Ayato resounded. Ayato, stop talking nonsense, brother. If you think that in denial you will find your answers, I feel very disappointed in you. Even though life has kicked you, you have defended yourself and hit back with twice the force. Issei, but what if I am not strong enough? Ayato, realize you are the one who has broken all his limits and will continue to do so. Your will is invincible. The black space began to break more, while Issei reflected on everything. Issei, you're right. What the devil was I thinking? I am the one who has done the impossible to improve myself. I can't let anything knock me down. The space of the subconscious began to break. Issei, oh no, this will affect me. Ayato, take it as the rebirth of your mind. The strength you lost will return to you. Your mind is being reformed. Issei, will it hurt? Ayato, how the hell? Issei, oh shit. Pain invaded Issei's body as he could only start screaming despite surely fainting. But that came with something else. His heart began to beat faster. It was excitement. Everything he had lost was being restored. Issei was returning to normal. His swords could only see him until Issei stopped writhing. Something changed. I opened my eyes suddenly, looked around and breathed deeply, while my swords looked at me. Issei. But what an idiot I am, I made Rias cry. My swords looked at me strangely. Issei. Oh, I'm sorry, Stoic. Oh, what a pain. Ha 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 ha, just joking, I'm fine now. Craig. It's a relief, Issei-sama. But what was that? Issei. Serious, Samo. He wanted to poison me again. Ray again? Issei. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you that I have already died 3 times. Craig. We are a real disgrace as protectors. How could we allow? Mike. We are a disgrace to our families. Issei. Do not make so much drama. In fact, those 3 times were necessary, so to speak. Now the important thing is something else. I got up and closed my eyes. Issei. I only feel 4 presences. Samo has left them. It is my turn to collect what they have done to me. All. As you say, Issei-sama. I smiled as I began to raise my power. Feelings back. Issei. Well, it's time for me to get even with all they did to me. I said this with a smile as I raised my power. Issei. Boosted gear. Dark blade. Both dragons manifested in my hands. Drake. It's good to have you back, partner. Bahamut. Your attitudes have too much impact on us. Issei. We'll talk about it later. How is the synchronization with my hunter powers? Drake. We have accepted them in an incredible way. Now we are the first celestial dragons to be able to withstand hunter power. Bahamut. This is incredible. Drake can now increase your power along with his boost, and I can channel it and use it. Issei. That sounds good. Now we have to go against the hunters to avoid some other problems. But first, I take out a pencil and paper with the power of Lucifer and wrote on them. Hey girls, it's me. I know I did something stupid, but I'm writing to find out if you're okay. Have you seen the video? I'm writing to tell you that I'm okay now. My emotions are back, but I have to take care of some things here. Once I'm done with the hunters, I promise I'll be back. Issei, well now I hope they don't want to kill me after this. I opened a magic circle and dropped the card in the center of the table, while I stretched and increased my power. Issei, well it's time. We began to move to leave the temple. Mike, what will Issei-sama do now? Issei, well I'll get his attention. Craig, how will he do it? Issei, that's easy. I moved away a little and shouted with all my strength. Issei, here I am, sons of Hitches, look for me. My 4 swords had a drop of sweat from what I had just done. Issei, what? I didn't need such a complicated plan. While in Kuoh, the girls got up to go to the kitchen and have their breakfast as usual, and what they found was a letter on the table. Issei's parents were just smiling at the letter. The girls quickly took it and decided to read it. Office is from Issei. The girls were even more surprised as they waited for the message read by the head of the harem. Oh yes, Rias has been demoted, and more than you think. Office says, hi girls, it's me. I know I did something stupid, but I'm writing to see if you've seen the video? I'm writing to tell you that I'm fine, my emotions will return, but I have to take care of some things here. Once I'm done with the hunters, I promise I'll come back. Tears of happiness came out of the girls. They smiled as they read that Issei was normal. Sona, you're an idiot. Sarah Fall, with a Russian hat, but he's our idiot. The girls imitated Sarah Fall. They unrolled a poster of Issei with the flag of the Soviet Union behind him, put their hands to their chests, and began. Vala went down with Lavinia to have breakfast, and saw the girls happy. Vala, what happened here? The girls showed him Issei's letter. Vala couldn't help but be happy to hear that his best friend was fine, but he also became worried about the hunters. Vala, don't you think he'll need our help? Rias, he said he wanted to take care of this alone. Akeno, if we interfere we could hinder him, and the last thing Issei wants is for us to get hurt. Vala, that's a good point. Well, I think you guys have to go to school. Goro, and you too, Vala. Vala, what? Mickey, it's unheard of that our son's best friend doesn't have higher education. Vali, but it's not necessary. Goro, how much is 7 times 9? Vala, damn, Goro, if you want to beat Issei you have to think like him. Mickey, Issei is the best student in school. Only Sona is above him. But if it comes to planning, Issei is one of the best. His quick thinking and ease of decision-making makes that when he has full disposition of his powers his battles are impeccable. Besides that he already knows your movements. Vali, now I feel humiliated. Goro, you are strong, but you still have a long way to go to reach Issei. The first starting point is to get higher education. Vala reluctantly agreed. He would go to the second-year class despite being older than Issei, but his academic level was deplorable. Mickey, as a friend of Issei, the only thing we can expect from you is 100 in your exams and homework just like Issei. Vala, help me God, oh no, he's dead. With the hunters. Issei, here I am, UMOTHUBUCKYRS, look for me. The hunters were still in the forest, and clearly heard Issei Chris's message. What are we going to do? Samuel arrived at that moment. Samuel, you will leave here. Go to, but Mr. Samuel, your bucking dragons have reached a state of perfect acceptance with your hunter powers. If you combine Gear 4 with your Dragon Devils, even if the 4 had Gear 4 they could do anything to you. That's why I will take care of him. I will not kill him. It will be a test. He is still useful to me. All yes, Samuel-sama. The hunters went to take refuge in the forest, while Samuel smiled. Samuel, within him runs my blood and that of Argentia. He is purer than any. If I manage to combine his power with Asta's and with enough magic, my precious Argentia will return with me and more powerful than ever. Together we will reform this world. Samuel took out angel wings while flying. Samuel, if he manages to unleash his full potential as a dragon hunter and descendant of mine, there will be no way for my plans to go perfectly. Who wants to see Issei even more powerful than he already is? With Issei, apparently the hunters were not willing to look for me, so I decided to test how far my new powers had come. Because yes, after everything that had happened, something was awakening inside me. Apparently I had become stronger. But I also wanted to know about my powers as Dabiru Ryudi. Issei, good, perfect scale male. My armor covered my body completely. I felt good after so long. I began to punch in the air to test my speed. That was when my Dragian spoke. Drag, partner, there is something we can do now. Issei, and that would be it? Bahamut, we can combine your hunter power without problems with the armor. Issei, let's try it. Perfect scale male. Hunter Gear 1. I activated my hunter power. The arms of my armor began to give off flames. My wings were covered in flames too, in addition to giving off more power. Issei, this is great, I feel stronger. Drag, it's because you no longer hide your power and use it all. Bahamut, you have taken us to the limits of the impossible, so this is for your effort. I returned to normal. While smiling, my swords had seen everything surprised. Mike, Issei-sama has become very strong. Craig, he has surpassed any hunter to date. Issei, thank you, but the important thing now is to rest. Tomorrow we will begin the hunt for the hunters. It's funny to say it like that, but it doesn't matter. We decided to enter the temple to rest, and without warning I fell asleep. I woke up early in the morning as always. I left my room yawning. From the room next to mine came out a boy with brown hair but the same as me. I greeted him like every day. Issei, good morning Ayato. Ayato, good morning brother, how did you sleep? Issei, pretty well, what are you doing today? Ayato, find a girl who likes me and spy on the girls from the kendo club. Issei, because of things like this is why people don't believe that the perverted beast of Kuoh and the school idol are brothers. Ayato, smiling, twins. Issei, well, control yourself a bit. Today Irina made me lunch and I'll be with her. I don't want to have to deal with the idiocy of my perverted brother. Ayato, you take advantage of the fact that you do have a girlfriend. But well, I'll try. Issei, thanks. We put on sportswear and went out to the street. Ayato, nothing like running 2 kilometers at 4 in the morning. Issei, activates your soul and heart. I cannot say purified because you are the example that know. Ayato, leaving that aside, do you know that today Aunt Yasaka, Uncle Goto and Kunu arrive? Issei, I think so. Aunt Yasaka had to take care of some business with the demons of the town. Besides that, I think they will bring Trent and Chris with them. Ayato, it is a surprise that they let them leave Drangmore. Anyway, our 4 swords are since very early fixing the house. Issei, I think it relaxes them. Well, let's go. We both started running without any direction. We just did it because we felt like it. We returned after an hour. We took a shower while our mother called us to breakfast. Mickey, good morning children. Both, good morning mom. Goro, it's good that you maintain your good habits. What do you have planned for today? Issei, Irina told me she wanted to have lunch with me. She's learned to cook something new. Besides that, I have to help my friends with their campaign for the council. Ayato, I don't know. Although I have an exhibition today, it might be interesting, besides looking for a girlfriend. Mickey, maybe Zenovia-chan wants to be with you son. Ayato, if so, she doesn't seem to show it much. Jean is the same, Asia is kind, just that. Lefei is not as dull as me, they all like Issei. Issei, that's not true, besides I only have eyes for Irina. Goro, you shouldn't despair Ayato, soon someone will arrive who will love you with all your raging hormones. Ayato, I don't know if I should be offended or not dad. Goro, besides you have to arrive early, today my brother will arrive with his family. Mickey, Yasaka-chan has to attend to something with the demons, the fallen and the angels. Issei, when she appeared my suspicions were true. We finished breakfast and left the house. Both, goodbye dad, goodbye mom. We quickly left the house, because our friends, Zenovia, Asia, Irina, Jean, Lefei, were waiting for us near the street. Issei, good morning. All, good morning Issei. Irina came quickly and stuck to my arm. Irina, good morning darling, did you rest well? I caressed her head and smiled. Issei, in my dreams you were my angel. Yes, she was literally an angel, but she was also one in a special way for me. Ayato, hello girls. Zenovia, Ayato, seeing you is nice as always. Ayato, I miss you too. Jean, don't be like that, you know that since you saw her changing things have been difficult. Ayato/Zenovia, there was no need to remember. Jean, sorry. Lefei, well, we'll be late. Asia, that's right, let's go. We arrived at school as usual. Most of the girls directed their gazes towards me and Ayato. Despite being a pervert, my brother was very handsome as well as intelligent and a great athlete. This is why they put us in different classes. If not, our class team would be invincible. We passed by the occult club, with whom we did not get along. All this because Rias wanted to reincarnate my brother by force. When I had found out that Ayato had met a girl named Yuma, I felt happy for him. Irina helped him prepare for the date. That day I went out with Irina too, but we saw Gremory's familiar give Ayato a flyer. Then Yuma arrived. She turned out to be a fallen angel who pierced Ayato's abdomen with a spear. Rias Gremory knew that would happen, and let him die for his sacred gear. She did not know that we were dragon hunters, so she was surprised when the wound began to heal. I told Ayato all this and we confronted her the next day. After that she wanted to do the same with Asia and everything happened like that. The day passed and I sat down to eat with Irina. Irina, I hope you like it, darling, say ah. I opened my mouth and Irina gave me the food. It wasn't the best, but knowing that she had prepared it with love for me made it the most delicious. Irina, how does it taste? Issei, delicious. While I watched my brother being chased by the kendo club. Issei, You know Irina, my father's brother will come today. Irina, yes, I heard that the Yukai leader had things to fix with the 3 factions. But it means that Kuno-chan will come too. Issei, yes, Mom has no problem with you and the girls going. Irina, of course I'll go. We finished school and we all went home where Mom received my friends and my girlfriend very well. My uncle Goto arrived a few hours later. We received them and both went to where the 3 factions while they left Kuno in our care. Irina and the girls played with her while I was putting snacks in a bowl with Ayato. Ayato, isn't it perfect? Issei, yes it is. Ayato, it reminds me of when you almost got lost in the forest. They told me that the horrible dragon Ouroboros was there, and they expelled. Issei, yes I know. I looked at everything with a smile, while entering Gear 4. Ayato, what are you doing brother? Issei, stop playing Samo. I stepped quite hard and everything began to break, until all that reality was completely destroyed and Samuel appeared in front of me applauding me. Samuel, I'm surprised you realized it was all an illusion. Issei, smiling, I realized it the moment I woke up in my room. Besides, if you wanted to brainwash me you had to do better. I hate Goto. Office isn't horrible. I love Rias and all the girls. But above all, Ayato is dead. Samuel, wow, and why didn't you come out as soon as you realized? Issei, I wanted to experience what it was like to spend a day with him, with my brother alive, with memories that despite not being real filled me. It was selfish. But I only wanted to live it once. Samuel, quite selfish. But you're wrong about something. Issei, what? Samuel, I didn't want to brainwash you. I wanted you to see the perfect life you would lead if you had never crossed paths with the damn office. Issei, that's not the perfect life. Despite all the problems I've experienced, I'm happy with office and the others, so stop trying to play with my mind. Samuel, you are very smart and skillful boy. I'll leave you for now. It'll get interesting. Samuel disappeared and I woke up sweating cold in the temple. While I looked around, Samuel was not there but the remains of his power were there. Issei, I guess I'll have to start my hunt. I got up and looked at the dark and starry sky while closing. Issei, I promise that I will return to you. Opening 5 Dragon Slayers Arc. Kansion. Guess who is back? Interpret, Kumi Koda. Anime original, Black Clover. Tuku made Michibikarit. Meian no Michi wa Buchikawasa made. Issei and his sword stand in front of a hell destroyed and attacked by dragons while Issei has an annoyed look. Yo, guess who's back? Everybody get down. Guess who's back? Hey, step up, step up. During the music, the faces of all Issei's friends and girls appear, while a pendant with a crystal falls to the ground. Unmi I know Itazura and I'm falling down. Kimi to Kanadeta Harmony wa Mata Keiko and I. Okazari no Mama. Kimi no Tsuyoki na Kaori wa Mata Kokoro and I. Hikazuta Mama. Matara Dekja Mao Teranai ya. The leaders are fighting one of the evil dragons as they try to contain it but it's hard for them. Hey, guess who's back? Nigai Dekishaim. Guess who's back? ASU Shimisu Roulette. Guess who's back? Hikari Tomashite. Guess who's back? Makura na Meroda. Guess who's back? Issei arrives at full speed and stabs the dragon while the leaders breathe easy, while Issei gives him the beating of his life with his hunter powers. We'll be together for all eternity. Those words are of great importance to me, and I will be with you forever. The world is filled with things and colors, and I will be with you forever. My friends, Issei Palian and the others, have been so strong that I can't stand it anymore. Hey, guess who's back? Nigai Dekishaim. Guess who's back? ASU Shimisu Roulette. Guess who is back? Hikari Tomashite. Guess who's back? Makura is looking for. Guess who is back? Issei arrives to save them wielding his sword and making deep cuts to the dragon. Unmi I know Itazura and I'm falling down. Tell me what you want to do, baby, right now. Show me what you got. Show me what you got now. You know how we do. Hey guys, screaming out. Bring it on, boy, don't let me down. Right. Las chicas de Issei Palian contra Rizavim y dos dragons mas. Rizavim solo samri mientras piensa que llegano. Hey, guess who's back? Nigai Dekishaim. Guess who is back? ASU Shimisu Roulette. Guess who is back? Hikari Tomashite. Guess who is back? Makura na Meroda. Guess who is back? Me no Kibu Uchikat. Issei lands to attack Rizavim while attacking the dragons with his powers to the maximum, saving his girls, in addition to giving Rizavim a good hit. When he escapes, Issei smiled at the girls, showing that he returned, hunting in exile. After everything that happened with Samuel, I was more determined than ever to attack the hunters. So we left early in the morning, determined to find Goto and finish this once and for all. With Samuel, he met Goto where Argentia's body was resting. Goto, Samuel-sama, what are we doing here? Samuel, simple, we can't take things easy anymore, that's why. Samuel uncovered the rock where Asta was fossilized. Goto, sir, what is this? Samuel, I introduce you to Asta, one of the best hunters that has ever existed. You know well that to reach Gear 4 you have to kill a loved one to obtain their power. Well, Asta was from a not-so-strong family, you know, the commoners of the hunters, so his power was not superior to a medium. But Asta hated him, he wanted to reach the top, so he tried and tried, having no results, and still being weak. One thing led to another and Asta killed his brother, obtaining Gear 4, which scared the hunters. But it was not enough for Asta, he also killed his parents, obtaining more power. If I did not seal it, Asta could have extinguished the entire tribe. I practically avoided a massacre, but I never imagined that another would happen years later. Now we are here to free Asta and fight against Issei. Goto, are you sure about this, sir? Samuel, of course, Asta is under my orders. He will only try a little of Issei's power. After that the rest of the hunters will take care of him. Goto, but they could die. Samuel, that doesn't matter. When Argentia returns to life we will repopulate the hunter tribe. Goto, but sir. Samuel, stop questioning my orders. Samuel stretched out his hand, and Goto began to writhe in pain. Samuel, remember that the only reason you are still alive is because you are useful to me. If the brat kills you I will do nothing to prevent it. Goto stopped writhing while many magic circles came out of Samuel's hand. Asta's fossilization began to break, until he came out. The first thing he did was look around. Asta, where am I? Samuel, welcome. Asta, Samuel-sama, why is my presence required? Samuel, Asta, I called you for a special mission. There is a hunter named Hyoudou Issei. I want you to take care of him. Asta, is he strong? Samuel, the strongest of this generation. Asta, I will take care of him. Samuel-sama, with rise of him. He had finished recovering after so much time fighting Issei, and Vala left him seriously injured. But his wounds were finally recovered, and he was also willing to use his last card. He had an open scroll. Soldier, what is that? Rise of him, Sama. Rise of him. This is what will make me win. It is the most powerful object that can exist, and once I find it nothing will stop me. Soldier, a pendant? Rise of him. It is not just any pendant, it is the equation of exile. Soldier, the equation of exile? Rise of him. Yes, that's right. It is the power of those who sacrifice themselves to seal the trihexa. It is the power of God, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Azrael. Whoever uses the equation of exile will have the power of the six. It will be added to their current power. If they obtained it, they would be invincible. But it also has another function. It is the key to free the trihexa. Therefore it also serves me. Soldier, and where is it? Rise of him. That is the problem. I do not know, for that a squad will go looking for it. Soldier, good sir. The soldiers left there after being grouped, to look for the equation of exile. Meanwhile, Issei, we began to advance through the forest. While we followed the rest of the hunters, they had divided, but I had only one goal in mind. Issei, I'm going to find you, Goto, and I'm going to show you hell. That's why we went straight for the first one. We stopped for a while we watched the path he had taken. The hunter's eyes helped to see the footprints even if they had been erased. In addition to seeing which ones were correct, if the prey flew we could see the trail it left in the air. That's why I knew that he had run to a certain point, and then had flown away with Samuel. Finding them was the first thing. I would see how I would defeat them. But as we advanced I found something that bothered me. They were soldiers of the Chaos Brigade, so we diverted them to intercept them. They seemed to be looking for something beyond Dragmore. With my swords we hid, hiding our presence. Issei, once I attack I want you to kill them all. The four. Hi Issei-sama. We saw them while they were looking for something. Soldier 1. Good. Look for any trace of the equation if you don't want Rise of Im-sama to slit your throats. Soldiers, hi. From afar I began to plan. Issei, well, the closest to us is 4.5 meters away. Therefore the most feasible thing is that Rei attacks in Gear 2, to his legs to unbalance him. The one who leads them will realize it, and give the order to attack. Then everyone will want to go for Rei. At that moment Ag and Mike will create trails of fire to keep them away. Craig will support them in the attack so that they finish off the rest while I go with the leader. All high. Issei, at my signal now. My swords executed my plan perfectly. I reached the one in charge and gave him a charged blow. Issei, what are you doing here? Soldier, I won't tell you Dabiru or Yudi. Issei, well, I made him fall to the ground while stepping on his chest hard and took his arm while beginning to pull it hard. Issei, talk. Soldier, I will never do it. I tore off his arm with a serious face. Issei, talk or you will be left without another arm. Soldier, damn monster. Issei, listen to me one thing. I only defend the things that matter to me. The rest I am capable of making it disappear, so speak. Soldier, We came looking for the exile equation. Issei, enough information, die. I broke his neck. While I took the information they had, I remembered that I had read something like that in the books of the Underworld Library. Flashback. I was in the library of the Underworld since there were many more books with more information, which amused me a lot. After having been reading for almost 2 hours, I was reading a book of universal history, quite detailed. And after God, along with the 4 Satans, and Azrael, the first fallen angel, sealed the 666, the power of these 6 remained as a pendant that would give its bearer the power of these same ones. Only nobody knows where they are. End of flashback. I realized something. Issei, so that's the reason why you were here. Rise of him is still bothering and being a bucking pain in the ass. I'll take care of that later with the XD, come on. My swords followed me as we felt Goto and Samuel's presence getting closer and closer. But something was wrong, there was one more presence, so I would have to be careful. Upon arrival, we arrived at the temple as quickly as possible. We wanted to hide, but it was impossible. Goto destroyed our hiding place. I quickly launched myself to attack him with my sword colliding with his. Goto, you still don't learn, brat. Issei, shut up, old man. We retreated from the clash of swords. While we prepared our attacks, I quickly entered Gear 1 and covered Ascalon with fire. I approached quickly before he reacted and I gave a slash that he dodged. But to his surprise I kicked him. It was my plan to attack him. In his distraction I began to kick him in a row along with cuts that really hurt him, until Samuel's voice resounded. Samuel, enough. Issei, then let's finish what we started. Samuel, don't get confused, Issei. I won't fight, Asta. A boy in Gear 1 jumped at me with a giant sword. I covered myself as best I could, but his strength was so much that it pushed me back, causing me to crash into a nearby wall. While he looked at me, Asta, so you're the brat I have to take care of. Danma will be enough. Issei, Danma? Asta, I'm a dragon hunter who has 3 swords, but they are also good for killing demons. The biggest is Danma. Here are my other 2 Mestuma, Shikuma. 2 magic circles opened from which 2 swords came out. Asta hung them on his back while he continued to look at me with a smile. Asta, there is no need for me to use my other 2 swords with a demon hunter like you. You are a bucking blasphemy to our proud race. I quickly entered Gear 2 and launched the attack, in addition to activating my sacred gears and entering Limit Breaker to take my abilities to the maximum. I gave him a cut with Ascalon followed by one from Bahamut. Both covered them with Danma and only retreated a little. He was still in Gear 1. Asta, so that's all for the strongest? Issei, what? He hit me in the face and I felt his superior strength. I shot out at great speed through the wall while my swords Quozorn to attack him. But Asta stopped them easily and knocked them out. While approaching me, his strength was superior, monstrously superior, and he was only in Gear 1. Asta, I suppose you're wondering why I have so much power? I killed my entire family, my parents, and my brother. Their sacrifice made me the strongest. This is what you earn with sacrifice. Quickly enter Gear 3, and attacked him with my maximum power. Only then did I begin to face him. A kick to the face showed that I was already able to match him. But of course, Asta entered Gear 2, and surpassed me again. Asta, just a moment of superiority on your part, you surprised me. Issei, perfect scale male. My armor covered me and merged with the power of Gear 3. I surpassed Asta in this way, since without warning I flew at full speed towards him and gave him a blow that he could not block and also made him retreat at full speed towards the temple. Asta tried to cover him with Danma, but again he was affected by my dragon power. Asta quickly approached me and began to cut me with his sword, which I dodged quite well, until he got angry and entered Gear 4. Asta, you are one of the first who forces me to go to these extremes. Before I react, Asta launched a wave of power with his sword that destroyed my armor and sent me far away from there. Asta, that was easy. Goto, he killed him. Samuel, no, he's still alive. We have to wait. I thought Asta had killed me. This because I woke up 20 meters underground. Upon receiving the impact, Asta directed it towards the ground, so when I tried to fly I ended up in an unknown place. They looked like destroyed catacombs, what you would expect to see in an Indiana Jones movie. Issei, where the hell am I? But I felt a very powerful presence, almost divine. For some strange reason I wanted to get closer, so much so that I reached a stone door, but it was protected by magical symbols. As I approached they broke and the door began to open. On a stone altar was a pendant with a crystal, and when I approached I understood. Issei, I found the equation of exile. The power of God, the 4 Satans and Azrael, the most powerful object in the supernatural world, was in my hands. Without thinking I took it, but I didn't feel anything. I decided that the best thing would be to take it. If I left it, the chances of rise of him finding it were high. But the problem was how I would defeat Asta. It was my biggest problem, until I came up with a single solution. Meanwhile, Samuel and Asta looked where Issei had gone. Asta, are you sure he'll come back? Samuel, be patient. Asta, just like that, Issei came out of the earth. But this time there was something different. I came out of the ground in Gear 3 waiting for Asta's attack. Asta, someone came back for more. Before Danma's I disappeared and reappeared behind him and hit him quite hard, so much so that he spat blood. Asta, what? My power was now superior, but it was because I had cheated. I had on the exile equation pendant, which increased my powers. But I knew well that if I used it without care I would get out of control and the power would consume me. That's why I was in Gear 3 to control myself as best I could, although the strength I had acquired was surprising. Asta, it seems that something changed. He said this while wiping the blood from his nose. Issei, I won't let you defeat me. Asta, well, according to Samuel-sama it was enough. I'll see you later. Daburo Yuri Hyoudou Issei. Asta, Samuel and go to left there. I quickly deactivated Gear 3 and took off my pendant. I fell due to the energy drain, while breathing heavily. If Rise of him obtained the exile equation, we would definitely be lost. So I formulated a plan. The next day, after healing, we continued moving forward, while I reviewed the exile equation that I had saved in my jacket, and we headed to look for Samuel's clues. Once I killed him and Asta, everything would end. Friend. What is a friend? Someone you can trust, someone you spend good and bad times with, someone who is there to give you a hand when you need it. That's a friend. Not someone who betrays you and goes off with a hitch when you need it. That was Issei. In the eyes of Chris and Trent, he had abandoned them for Ophis. It was the only reason why they wanted revenge on the Cursed One. That's why they wanted to kill Ophis, to get their friend back at all costs. They only joined Goto for that, and when their plans seemed about to come true, Issei reacted and helped them, and now they were taking refuge in a very deep part of the forest. Refugees from Issei, but they had something to counteract it. An injection of unstoppable momentum. They had stolen it from the soldiers of the Chaos Brigade. If Issei attacked them, one of the two would inject it to finish Issei off. Flashback. The three of them were walking along a stream. Trent and Chris were following in Issei's footsteps. He was their role model, until he tripped and fell into the stream. The kids thought that Issei would explode with fury and vapors area the entire stream. But instead, Issei began to laugh and play with the water. His good attitude spread to Chris and Trent, who also jumped into the stream and played with him, despite being a killing machine. Issei still had that childlike innocence that made him special, and he also spread his joy to the entire town. In addition to all that, Trent and Chris followed him for that reason. It was the best they could ask for children. They played pranks on the stewards of the Hyoudou family, as well as on Issei's swords. Of course, all this ended suddenly with Ophis's absence. End of flashback. Trent was holding a pendant with a picture of the three of them. Trent, that bastard took away our childhood. Chris, I'm not going to forgive her for everything she's done to us, everything she's taken from us. Trent, I'll check outside. Trent went out to see what was happening outside, while Chris thought about injecting the unstoppable momentum into her arm. With Issei, I was with my swords in the forest. We were on some trees to find the trail of Trent and Chris. They were the first ones I had to look for, because I still remembered our promise. Flashback. The three of them were sitting in the Crystal Cavern, their favorite place. Chris, if I ever die I would like to do it here, and under the sword of my friends. Issei, what are you saying? Chris, it is the noblest way to die. Trent, in that case I want the same. End of flashback. I took a deep breath and cleared my mind a bit of what I would do. Issei, Ag, yes Issei-sama. Issei, I want you to have the exile equation. Ag, what? Issei, I'll leave them to go fight alone against Trent and Chris. If something happens to me I want you to have it so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. I threw the pendant at him before he could react, and jumped from the tree to start running towards a location that my swords didn't know about. With Trent and Chris. Trent, do you think he's there? Chris, it's the most obvious. Trent, our final confrontation with Issei will come soon. Chris, I didn't want it to end like this. Trent, it was going to have an end anyway. Issei didn't want to understand, for better or worse. They both took their swords ready to end this once and for all, and they also divided the injection, both obtaining more power. But would it be enough? Trent, remember that it's not like our first fight. He already uses his powers better, and now we're going to kill. Chris, I won't leave him alive. With Issei, I reached a rocky and bright entrance. There was another entrance at the other end where I could make out a shadow in the background. I approached it. Issei, I guess it's time to end all this. Chris, you were taking too long. Issei, the other one? Chris, it's none of your business. Issei, oh yeah, it isn't. I jumped back as 3 burning kunais fell near me. Trent came out of his hiding place. Trent, as hard to hit as always. Issei, I already assumed this would be 2-on-1, plus they injected relentless momentum. I always knew it wouldn't be fair. Limit breaker. My 2 sacred gears manifested and gave me all their power as I entered Gear 1 and they did too. I quickly stretched out my hand creating a trail of fire, which both avoided. Chris, always the same way Issei. I covered myself quickly as I received their kicks on both arms. Issei, you also have the same coordinated pattern. If I separate them, I took both of their legs and started spinning. Issei, if I separate them, you lose. I threw them both away. What I was looking for was to keep the fight 1-on-1. But I didn't know how that strategy would go. Chris came at full speed to attack me. I blocked his kick again, while with both hands I pushed his foot to give him a precise blow to the face. But Chris, using force, threw me to the ground. I quickly got up to be able to respond. While Chris charged strongly towards me again, I dodged him, but I did not count on Trent's blow. Catchin', I quickly drew my sword. While the 2 followed my example, we channeled our power into the swords. But instead of attacking directly like them, I threw a fireball at them. But it exploded before. Both of them didn't know why. I came out of the smoke kicking Chris while I tried to repeat it with Trent, but he blocked. With his sword, in addition to hitting me in the leg, I quickly hit him in the face, a kick in the abdomen. That made him drop the sword. I gave him a hook to the jaw and a spinning kick to the face, which made him crash into a stalactite. Zap! Chris charged at me in Gear 2, making me back up. I pushed him back with my sword as I also entered Gear 2. We both began to exchange blows and cuts in a frantic manner, sparks flying out, destroying the rocks around. Chris, is this what you wanted? Issei, I never wanted it to end like this. Chris, it would end anyway. All because of that damn shitty dragon. I sank my fist furiously into his face. Issei, don't you dare talk about Ophis like that. Trent kicked me in the back, which made us sink deeper into the cavern, like an avalanche of rocks. When we got up, our wounds were closing. While Trent tried to throw his electrified knives at me, I dodged them and threw a lightning bolt at full power. Trent did the same. They both collided with too much force. Issei, I didn't think you would use your ingenuity for these stupid things. Trent, it's all your fault. Issei, for falling in love? Trent, for just thinking about you, selfish piece of shit. Issei, because of you I had to do the things I did. Bucking traitors. I made my lightning bolts fall harder with the boosted gear increases, leaving Trent to rear out, while Chris got up and charged at me again. He faced me with his sword ready to cut me, but I blocked it, causing a shockwave. We began to exchange blows again, until we were far from each other. At the same time we both created a sphere of electricity and ran towards each other. Issei, it's time to settle outstanding accounts. Chris, it's all your fault. Issei/Chris. Punishment of the lightning god. We collided, the attack that exploded violently. In addition to power, there were feelings that were buried from the past. Flashback. Issei, punishment of the lightning god. Issei destroyed a doll while his friends watched it. Chris, you are incredible. Issei. Trent, we will improve together. Issei, we will never separate. End of flashback. Chris, where did those promises go? Huh, Issei, they sank the moment you sold me out. Flashback. Issei, why guys? We were supposed to be friends. Chris, it was for your own good. Trent, that dragon wasn't bringing anything good. Issei slapped them both. Issei, you don't know what really matters to me or is good for me. If you look for him, I'll kill you. End of flashback. Issei, I'm going to keep what I said that day. Chris, we'll see. We began to exchange cuts while Trent got up and entered Gear 3. He kicked me in the back, sinking me deeper into the cavern until we reached the point where they called it the Crystal Cavern. A rocky area with many colored crystals. That's where I ended. Issei, enough game. Gear 4. They both arrived there in Gear 3, prepared to attack me. Flashback. The kids found the cave by accident. Issei, this place is amazing. Chris, I can't believe we found it. Trent, it'll become our new place. All yes. End of flashback. Trent/Chris, you will die. Issei, I won't. They both charged at me, and gave me a joint kick. I blocked it as I could while attacking both of them. We exchanged blows with more force than anyone would think. There was a great psychological burden in that fight. It was the end of an era for me, and them. Flashback. The 3 children were eating together in the cave. Issei, soon they will give me my sword. Chris, I would like to know what kind of sword it will be. Trent, I only know that it will be very powerful. Issei, I promise that I will help them become stronger. End of flashback. Kachin. Our swords collided. I began to attack at full speed so that their cuts would not touch me. Both clashed their swords against me with the intention of killing me. I approached running with the sword covered with all my power and crashed it against Chris's sword. Sparks came out of both swords, but my strength was so much that, crack, Chris's sword began to break. Until I applied more force and finished destroying it, Chris was stunned. A sword was one of the symbols of greatest honor for a hunter, and I had destroyed it. Trent approached with his but suffered the same fate as Chris's. Both were already fed up with me, so they attacked at point-blank range with their powers, destroying much of the cavern. I answered in the same way. Chris, arrow of light. Issei, extinction. Both attacks collided, being supported by Trent. I quickly flew towards them but with a different intention. I charged at Trent so hard that I left him stuck in the stalactites. I was going to end this once and for all. Flashback. Issei, take this, guys. I gave you this. Issei gave you each a pendant. Chris, what is this for? Issei, so that wherever we are, we always remember our friendship. End of flashback. Chris, you know, I've fondly kept the pendant since you gave it to me, but hey, nothing is forever, don't you think? We were both bleeding a lot, but besides that, something that none of the three of us wanted to admit, we were crying. All the childhood memories came back at the moment of releasing each blow, but the destiny of the three was already written. Only one would come out alive from the cave. I charged hard while my hair covered my crystalline eyes. I grabbed his leg and slammed him against the rocks headfirst. I opened the back of his neck. A lot of blood came out of him. I gave him a charged blow that he wanted to counter with a kick. I broke his leg, but that wasn't going to stop him. The fleeting memories of childhood came back to my head, but I knew I had to ignore them. Without thinking much, I charged my power in my fist and hit him full in the abdomen, destroying everything inside. Chris spat blood and fell to the ground smiling and with teary eyes. Chris, why you were always stronger, friend. I saw him on the destroyed ground. A tear reached him, while he continued smiling, but not like crazy, but with a smile of authentic happiness. Chris, it was an honor to fight with you, friend. Trent charged at me at full speed, but I dodged and stepped back. I drew my sword and before he could do anything I pierced his heart. He spat blood and looked at me smiling. Trent, apparently you did it, Issei. I looked up and Trent saw my eyes full of tears. I took my sword from his chest as he fell to his knees. I hugged him and left him near Chris. Both smiled sincerely and gave me their pendants. I saw the pendants and one last memory came to my mind. Flashback. Issei, then let's make a promise. He said it while the children were sitting in the cave. The three, we'll be friends forever. End of flashback. Chris/Trent, thanks friend and sorry. Issei, why did you wait until the end to understand? I cried really hard while I just said, Issei, goodbye friends. The cavern began to collapse and I left, while they were on the verge of being crushed by the rubble and dying definitively. Trent, wow, it was intense. Chris, hey, at least he kept his promise. Trent, I'm going to miss him. Chris, do you think we were wrong? Trent, yes, but it's too late to regret it. Chris, that's true. I just hope he can defeat Samuel. Trent, he has always been able to do the impossible. I just know that he can. The cavern continued to rumble and more rocks fell. Chris, it was an honor to have fought by your side. Trent, I say the same. I'll see you in hell. Chris, you took the words out of my mouth. Goodbye Trent. Trent, goodbye Chris. Trent/Chris. Goodbye Issei. Win and be happy. I hope you forgive us in your heart. The cavern finished collapsing, crushing both of them. While outside, the cavern finished collapsing while both stayed inside. I may not have heard them, but I felt their emotions and received their message. They wanted Issei to win. I promised to defeat Samuel, and be happy. You are forgiven. I put the pendants on my chest, while they looked at the sky where the sun was setting. Issei, goodbye friends. This while more tears escaped from my eyes and an image of the three of them together came to my head. The elegance of a battle. My swords arrived at night. I was just standing in front of the destroyed cavern still with tears. I was waiting for their help. The battle had left me weak. Mike, Issei-sama. Ray, what are you doing here? Issei, I want you to help me with something. I gave them the order and my swords removed and destroyed much of the rocks. We took the inert bodies of Trent and Chris from there. At my orders we took them to Dragmore. We reached the old cemetery where all those I had killed were, and I gave them a decent burial along with their families, whom I had killed when I defended Ophis. But before leaving I left the pendants in the graves. Issei, Now you can rest. We went to rest in a place I hadn't visited for a while, the old Hyoudou mansion. They would treat my wounds so I could go out and look for McAllister. The electrical installation worked miraculously, so after many days I was able to charge my phone. I shouldn't have done it, because I had just turned it on. Issei, what? More than 2,000 WhatsApp messages and 500 missed calls. They are going to kill me when I return. I think the right thing to do would be to call them, and I think it should be Ophis. Anyway, she is the one who manages the harem. I just hope not to be verbally murdered. At the Hyoudou residence, the girls were eating breakfast when Ophis received a call. Ophis, who can be so tim? Rias, what happened? Ophis, it's from Issei. The girls were stunned. Ophis answered. Issei itho, hello Ophis. Ophis, calm down Ophis, calm down. Who do you think you are? To ignore my calls. Hyoudou Issei. Issei, why yes, I'm sorry, I only had access to electricity for a few days. Sona, a few days? Issei, so the girls are also listening. Well, I called to tell you that I'm fine and I'm still alive. I'll be back soon. All okay, I see. Issei, hee, what thing's right? Issei cut the call while they smiled, although they were still annoyed with Issei, but they were calmer, while Vala listened to everything from the next room. Vala, sometimes I feel sorry for Issei. Elsewhere, rise of him. Well, it didn't go as I expected. I only have 4 evil dragons left, and that brat doesn't die. Random soldier. Sir, don't you think it's better to attack the underworld with everyone? Rise of him. That could work. But the problem is the Daburyudi, with his power he will be able to kill them. Soldier. I'm informed that he is not in the underworld. Rise of him. Well, I will show him that he cannot always arrive on time. With McAllister. He was in a 5-star restaurant? That's right. Even if he was chasing him to kill him, McAllister never lost his elegance. And now he was eating an overly expensive steak, but still special for him. McAllister, from what I feel, the brat has already finished with Chris and Trent. Oh, the youth of today, it is disappointing, although I suppose the boss will let me die too. I don't see why not enjoy one last delicacy. Waiter, sir, shall I bring you the wine? McAllister, it would be an offense not to eat such delicious meat with a good wine. Waiter, I'll bring it right now. The waiter brought a bottle of very high-quality red wine and served McAllister a glass. McAllister, delicious. McAllister, I will not abandon this world full of flavors. I will kill the boy, even if they have told me to take him alive. With Issei. A few days after the fight with Trent and Chris, I had fully recovered, this because of the healing factor. In addition to Eiji's medicine, I decided to check if the exile equation was okay. If something happened to that thing, it would be my fault. Luckily, nothing bad had happened to it. The next thing that worried me was finding McAllister. If we talked about finding him, that was the complicated part. But to my surprise, finding him was easier. I received an invitation written by him, for me to see him in a restaurant, in the closest city to Dragmore. Mike, you don't plan on going, do you, Issei-sama? Issei, of course I'll go. He challenged me, so I'll go for him. The invitation was scheduled to meet in 2 days, so I had to prepare. Meanwhile, rise of him. Rise of him. Well, all the dragons are gathered. I will have Lilith at my mercy again. Rise of him came out with 4 giant dragons and soldiers behind him. While with Issei, 2 days had passed and I was heading to the restaurant. It wasn't very difficult because they let me in quickly. At a table for 2 there was he with a glass of wine. I sat down, and we started talking. McAllister, I'm pleased to have you here, Issei-kun. Issei, stop playing games, what did you want me for? McAllister, oh I see, you want to get straight to the point. Well, it's simple, let me go. Issei, what? McAllister, since you already finished off Trent and Chris, plus Hanabu and Axel have been dead for quite some time. Only I am left, of course without counting Goto-sama and Samo-sama. Issei, don't think I will do it. I know you very well, you damn sick man. You will come back when I am distracted, but let me tell you one thing, now I am more alert than ever. McAllister, well, I wanted to do it for good. Issei, I don't think you're going to fight in a restaurant in front of everyone. McAllister, I would do it if it was bad food. Issei, then we will leave here and I will break your face. McAllister, whatever you want to believe, brat. McAllister got up from his seat and went to the bathroom. While Issei was still sitting and somewhat restless, McAllister arrived at the bathroom and saw himself in the mirror. McAllister, wow, and I thought they cooked well here. From his bag, McAllister took out 3 injections full of unstoppable momentum, as well as a bottle of pills. The label on the bottle said, Infernal Dragon Scales. McAllister, it's very difficult to get these bottles, but it doesn't impress me anymore. I'll get rid of the brat once and for all. McAllister injects himself with 3 injections in addition to drinking the entire bottle. McAllister, I won't die at his hands, I'll kill him. Phantom died of an overdose XD with Issei. The floor of the restaurant began to shake. I just sighed. Issei. I knew they cooked badly here. I evacuated as many people as I could and prepared for the worst. The bathroom door was shot out with force. McAllister's veins were very prominent, and his eyes were red. McAllister, shall we begin? Issei. Limit breaker. I entered Gear 1 while I could barely block a blow from McAllister. He had grown stronger. Issei. Apparently more drugs help you a lot. Where did you steal them from? McAllister. You don't care, brat. He threw a fireball at me. I covered myself with both arms, but it did hurt, so I decided to use an ace up my sleeve that I had. I started running in circles around him, and when I least expected it I threw a kunai in his eye. McAllister. Arg. Damn brat. I got out of there and went into the forest to lose him. Meanwhile at the Hyoudou residence, the girls were calmer about Issei after the call. That is until Serzex and Graphia appeared in the middle of the room. Rias, Oni-sama. Serzex. Rias, you have to bring Issei-kun quickly. Ophis, why? Graphia. Lord Ryzavim Levon Lucifer has arrived at the underworld with the last 4 evil dragons. How Oni-chan defeated the other 3. Seraphal, is that we do not know where he is. Serzex/Graphia, don't you know where your fiancé is? Ravel, we haven't heard from him since he went to the academy and disappeared. Valley, I found him in the dragon forest, but he's been moving. Serzex, then the only thing left for us to do is stop them however we can. At least until Issei-kun receives the message. Serzex sent a message to Issei, but Issei didn't answer. With Issei, I kept running through the forest while I felt McAllister's presence approaching. Issei, damn, it shows that in Dragmore there were never any bucking talks against drug addiction. But the trees ended up flying. McAllister was destroying everything in his path. McAllister, damn brat. Once my eye regenerates you'll see. I appeared behind him and kicked him, quickly entered Gear 4 and attacked him at full speed. McAllister was in Gear 3 at full power, and was shooting indiscriminately at everything, so I answered in the same way. Kachin. Our swords collided creating a great flash. I stepped back a little and threw a sphere of power at him. McAllister could barely block it. I was already fed up. Issei, that's enough. Perfect scale male. That's where the real humiliation began. I grabbed McAllister by the leg and slammed him to the ground. He tried to shoot me but I avoided it, and I hooked him in the abdomen making him bleed. I continued to hit him with a series of punches without stopping, while he couldn't defend himself. He moved away a little while taking out more injections. McAllister, I don't plan on losing against you. In Lilith, Layden and Niohagra attacked the center while Apophis and Krumkruch attacked from other sides. Serzex, Azazel and Michael tried to contain Krumkruch. Kiba, Valley, Gasper, Valerie, Lavinia, Saji, Serorg, the Citri entourage and the Baal entourage wanted to contain Apophis, and the girls were containing Layden and Niohagar, when Ryzavim fell from the sky. Ryzavim, wow, if they are the couples of the shitty brat. The girls just looked at Ryzavim with disgust. While in Kyoto, Yasaka finished putting away some papers while crying. Yasaka, in the end it was never your fault dear. Kunu arrived quickly. Kunu, mom, what's happening? Yasaka, find out what your father's plan is. Or well in this case Samuel's. Kunu, Samuel? Yasaka, apparently he wants to use Issei and a petrified hunter named Asta to be able to bring Argentia Hyoudou back to life. Kunu, Argentia Hyoudou? Yasaka, the woman that Samuel loved, and who founded the hunter clan. Phantom, how the hell do you know all that? Yasaka, I have my contacts. Phantom, anyway, this arc is going to end, so okay, I'll believe you. With Issei, McAllister had injected more injections, breaking his limits more. He wanted to attack me again, but my power was still superior. Besides that I realized that his body was breaking, but in the literal sense, the energy escaped through his elbow. I quickly hit him in the face and confronted him. Issei, are you an idiot? McAllister, what do you mean? Issei, you say you want to survive but all those injections are killing you. McAllister, laughing, it seems you discovered my plan, brat. Issei, what? McAllister, if I can't beat you, I'll take you to hell with me. McAllister hugged me from behind tightly as he began to increase his power to the maximum. Issei, he's going to self-destruct. McAllister squeezed me very tightly as he filled with power and laughed like crazy. I breathed deeply and concentrated. With all my strength I broke his arm, freeing myself. Unfortunately for him his countdown had already started, so he began to run towards me to grab me again. I moved away while generating something with my hands. Issei, I'll help you die once and for all, seed of suffering. I threw the small seed at him and hit him in the chest directly. McAllister began to crack as he released more power. while I pointed my hand towards him. Issei, explode! In a blink of an eye the seed exploded along with the McAllister, damn brat. The last thing I saw was a purple flash in the darkness. Staring at it I just sighed. Issei, it seems that Red Death has finished exterminating the hunters. With this I decided to return with my swords so we can look for Goto, and end all this once and for all. When I arrived my swords greeted me. Craig, Issei-sama, we still haven't found Goto-sama's whereabouts. Issei, tomorrow we will look for him. McAllister was easier to defeat than I thought. How is the exile equation? Mike, completely fine Issei-sama. I checked my phone and I was speechless. I had a message from Surzex that said, Issei-kun, Rise of Him Levon Lucifer is attacking Lilith with all the evil dragons. We need your help more than ever. I put it in my pocket. Issei, change of plans, let's go to Kuoh. Eiji, but Issei-sama, what will we do? Issei, we will save Lilith and I will beat Rise of Him's face. Guess who came back? Issei, I know you were looking for this. I showed him the exile equation, while Rise of Him's eyes were wide open. Rise of Him, of all people, you had to have it? I smiled while he looked for a way to take it from me. But to know what happened, let's go back a few hours. After receiving the message and giving my orders, I opened a portal directly to Kuoh without thinking much. I fell into my house, and was greeted by my parents. Mickey, you're late Issei. Goro, also you have to receive a punishment for pushing us into a portal in Lilith. Issei Ito, I'm sorry. The parents smiled. Mickey, anyway you have to go help Lilith. Goro, we trust you son. Issei, thanks. Goro, and when you come back we'll talk about Goto. Issei, well, for now I'll go save everyone, but first I went to my room and took the bottle of inhibitors. I smashed it on the floor. Issei, enough of escaping from my powers. In Lilith Valley, you'll see damn dragon, Saji, Kiba, Saji/Kiba, hi, Saji, balance breaker Vritra flame, Kiba, balance breaker sword birth. Swords came out of the ground at high speed while imprisoning Apophis. At the same time the dark flames of Vritra attacked him. Apophis, do you think it's enough? Apophis released energy getting rid of the flames and swords. Vela, damn it, while Surzex and his entourage, Ajuka, Falbium, Dihauser, Michael, Dulio, Azazel, Barakiel and Tobio fought against Krumkruch. Azazel and Michael threw spears of light at full power to keep his movements controlled, but again the dragon was superior in that aspect. Surzex, Azazel and Michael combined their powers to give him an attack to the maximum, but it was no use. Surzex, what do we do now? Nothing can stop him. Azazel, we have used all the options we had. Michael, at this rate are we going to lose? I will answer that. Two black rays hit Krumkruch's body directly. CC, Krumkruch, it hurts. Who threw this? The leaders saw a hooded man with his hands outstretched, followed by 4 other shadows that quickly approached to make cuts that did hurt Krumkruch. CC, damned mortals. What do you think you're doing? You are superior by little, but not even a dragon like you. The hooded man began to remove his hood, revealing black hair and red eyes. Issei, can against the power of the elite of the dragon hunters, the descendant of Samo, that is, me, Hyoudou Issei. Everyone smiled with immense happiness, while Issei maintained his smile of victory. Issei, I'm sorry it took me so long, Oniai-sama. Surzex, there's nothing to worry about, at least you arrived Issei-kun. Graphia, you have a lot to explain Oniai-chan. Issei, I will do it when Isama. For now I have to take care of this thing. If saying it was easy, but you have to be careful, I still had to kill 4 other dragons, and finish off Rise of Him, so I had to act carefully. Issei Ag Ray, did you cut where I asked you? Ag/Ray, yes Issei-sama. Issei, good, now activate the fire. Ag/Ray, hi. Krumkruch's hind legs began to burn, this cry of pain. While he wanted to incinerate me, I quickly retreated while he tried to reach me, but having his hind legs in pain it would not be so easy. Avoid his attacks and unsheath Ascalon. Issei, sword that seeks dragons to obtain their blood and kills them, unleashes the power of darkness, true Ascalon. The sword changed once more. 4 pairs of blades grew out of its sides and everyone looked at Michael. Azazel, did you know the sword could do that? Michael, I had no idea. Issei, it's Ascalon's most powerful form, which means it's finally combined with Gear 4 again. Boosted Gear, Dark Blade. My 2 sacred gears appeared. Issei, Inferno Drive. The armor covered me completely in addition to covering itself with dark matter. Issei, Rise of Him made the stupidity of sending the strongest separately. I quickly flew towards him and sliced his wing without warning. CC, damn you. Issei, Seeds of Suffering. I threw 3 at him and they immediately exploded. Again Krumkruch complained, but I quickly concentrated all my power. Issei. Hunter Dragon shot. A black shot hit Crumb in the face. In his distraction, I stuck the sword in his chest. Issei. Bloodlines. A bloodline began to be absorbed by Ascalon. I only concentrated my power after that. Issei. Extinction. A black lightning pierced Crum's chest, who fell dead instantly. Ajuka. Incredible. That is the power of a dragon hunter to the maximum. Surzex. Not just a dragon hunter, the most powerful. I went to see them. Issei. Where are the other 3 dragons? Surzex. The closest is the one Vala and the others are fighting, but the girls. Issei. What's wrong with them? Surzex. They are containing Layden and Niohagr, and Ryzavim. Issei. I will finish off Apophis and then I will go help them. Please rest, I can do this. Everyone smiled. Graphia. We all trust you, Oniai-chan. Issei. I will not let you down. I looked at my swords. Issei. There are 3 more dragons to stop. Let's go. Swords high. While with Vala, all those present attacked Apophis as they could. Vala used his best attacks in Dabilo's dragon. Kiba was using his sword armor to attack him. Saji used Vitra's power to the fullest. Serorg hit him. Gasper stopped him as he could. Sona's entourage attacked him with the best they had. The same can be said of the Baal entourage. Valerie healed them as she could, so they could continue fighting. But nothing seemed to affect Apophis. Apophis. Seriously, mortals can't make better mass. Vala, shut up. Satan dividing compressor. Lavinia gave her boyfriend power-up spells so he could do more damage to Apophis. But nothing worked. Apophis. It was entertaining for a while, but it's time for them to die. Apophis began to charge an attack at full power, but then, Issei, you won't decide which of my friends dies or not, you imbecile dragon. In front of everyone, a dark cut caused damage to Apophis, and to everyone's surprise, Issei appeared in front of Apophis with his Ascalon in his hand. Valley, Issei, Issei-kun, Saji, Hyoudou, Gasper, Issei-senpai, Serorg, Hyoudou Issei. Hello everyone. I saw the others see me with some fear. I did not blame them. After having finished with Sona's entourage and having plunged all the factions in terror for a certain time, anyone would be afraid of me. Issei. The apologies that I owe I will give later, especially to Tsubaki-senpai and the rest of the previous student council. For now I will only ask you to trust me. Apophis recovered from the pain. Apophis. Who do you think you are to hurt me? Wait a minute, Red Eyes. Issei. That's right. I am Issei Hyoudou Dragneel, the elite of the dragon hunters. Apophis. It can't be. What is an elite doing here? Issei. You serve an imbecile demon king who wants to destroy this place that I care so much about. Apophis wanted to attack me, but I dodged quickly and responded with a ray of dark energy, which did direct damage to him. Everyone was surprised. Tsubaki, how is this possible? Yura, we've been fighting for quite some time, and we haven't done anything to him. Issei, the power level of the evil dragons is too high. Technically as a demon I could barely do anything to Dabilo's dragon, but the factor of being a hunter changes things. My attacks are effective against dragons. They are very effective, I would say. Using the propulsion of my armor I launched a charged blow at Apophis. Apophis, damn you. Issei, shut your mouth, seed of suffering. I stuck one in his leg and moved away. Apophis lost that leg at the moment of the explosion. Apophis, damn hunter. Issei, what will you do about it? Apophis, you'll see. He wanted to attack me with his dragon breath, but I neutralized it using Nightmare so that the dark tentacles absorb all the impact. Quickly and in one jump I stuck the sword in his back. Issei, Kiba, you have Axel's Dragon Slayer. Help me with that. Kiba, yes, Issei-kun. Kiba unsheathed the sword and launched himself to attack Apophis, making a critical cut. While I began to receive increases from Drake, I jumped towards him not without first having absorbed Apophis's blood. Issei, Kiba, boosted gear gift. Kiba received my increases and knew what to do. Kiba, Dragon Slayer sword birth. Swords identical to Axel's came out of the ground and caught Apophis. Issei, now it's my turn. Shadow cut. Without warning, Apophis's head fell. We had won. Issei, phew, it was harder than I thought. I deactivated my armor while everyone was watching me. Vala quickly approached and smacked me. Vala, can you at least let them know you were coming? I was already getting scared. Issei, I'm sorry, okay, this messed up my plans, but more importantly, where are the girls? Valley, fighting the old man and 2 other dragons. Issei, then I'll give him a good blow from you. Vala, wait, I want to help you. Issei, you're very hurt. Rest for now. I'll show Ryzavim that no one messes with my women. I put my hood back on while I took out my wings and said, Issei, Limit Breaker, with the girls. They were all tired. They had to keep 2 MKE dragons at bay that were trying to attack Ryzovim and get away from their attacks. Rias, he's stronger than we think. Akeno, we're not doing anything to him. Kaneko, we can't continue. Asia, Kaneko-chan is right. At this rate we won't be able to continue. Zenobia, and he's still standing and smiling. Irina, how can we defeat him? Rosweiss, none of our magic attacks work. Ravel, and if we try to do physical damage the dragons block it. Sona, that's not the only problem. Jean, the dragons are also attacking us. Le Fay, not even the magic seals work. Kuroka, we can't keep avoiding such big attacks. Seraphol, but we can't block them either. Elimhild, if we found an opening in their shields we could do it. Gabriel, either the light spears nor the discs work. Penemu, we can't stop it for now. Ingvild, although I stopped the small dragons they brought I can't take care of those two. Ophis, we have to find a way to stop it. The dragons attacked again and the girls could barely dodge it. Ryzovim, I don't see why look for a way to defeat me. It's impossible. Ophis, shut up. We will defeat you. Ryzovim, how will they do that? Rias, we still don't know but we will achieve it. The girls attacked at the same time, but again Ryzovim blocked everything. Ryzovim, listen well useless hitches, you can never hurt me. This battle is unfair for you because you are useless. And what do you think if we do it one-on-one? Ryzovim, what? Several black spheres fell near Layden and Niohagar, while a shower of black bursts fell directly on the dragons. Ryzovim, what is happening? The girls also did not know what was happening, but the dragons were suffering. Spike, several black spikes pierced the 2 dragons leaving them badly injured. Ryzovim, who dares to challenge me? A black stain fell from above and released dark power on Ryzovim who could only block it, while Issei got up and saw him angry. Issei, you are challenged by the one who has defeated you twice, son of a hitch. Ryzovim, you? The old man looked surprised, while I looked at him. Girls, I see. Issei, hey girls, sorry it took me so long. The next thing I felt was a joint hug from all of them. Girls, we miss you so much. Issei, me too, but now. They released me and I saw Ryzovim. Issei, I have to take care of him. Ryzovim, you shouldn't be here, but I think we just advanced the inevitable. Issei, you look very confident. Ryzovim, it may have increased your powers as a hunter but you're still useless. Issei, I know you were looking for this. I showed him the exile equation, while Ryzovim's eyes were wide open. Ryzovim, of all people you had to have it? He smiled as he looked for a way to take it off me. The girls stared at the pendant in astonishment. Sona, I thought it was just a legend. Gabriel, the exile equation really exists. Issei, I found it while hunting Gotu. It has too much power enough to corrupt anyone. Ryzovim, did you use it? Issei, yes, it's very dangerous. I only brought it for one thing. Ryzovim, why? Issei, this. I threw that thing to the ground and broke it in front of everyone. Ryzovim, but what did you do? Issei, isn't it obvious? If it fell into your hands we would all be in danger. Ryzovim, I see you are very cautious but that will not save you. Issei, darkness struck. Many bursts of dark energy attacked Ryzovim and before he could do anything I appeared in front of him. He could barely dodge the cut I gave him, as blood gushed from his chest. Ryzovim, but what? I kicked him and made him crash into a wall. Issei, you still haven't fully recovered. It was stupid to come attack. Ryzovim, you'll never catch me. I shot dark energy at him, but the dragons protected him, and he escaped again. Issei, breathing, I'm going to calm down, and then I'll take care of him. I finished off the dragons quickly to calm everything down. After the mess, I sat down to rest for a while the girls came happily. Ophis, Issei finally came back. Issei, yes, I think it took me a long time. They did not let go of me at all. They were very happy. I just smiled while at the same time I apologized for taking so long. The others arrived at that moment, and I took the opportunity to apologize. Issei, well, now that everyone is present, I would like to apologize more than anything to the Citri entourage. Saji humiliated you and used you as a punching bag. Vice Kaicho, I called you useless and pathetic. Rhea, Tomo, Momo, Ruruko, I hurt you a lot, hitting you. Yura, I regret everything I said. I would like you to forgive me. Sona, girls, Saji, I know Issei did bad things to you but he really didn't want to do it. Tsubaki, Kaicho, we understand, and we forgive Hyoudou. Issei, thank you. I spit blood while feeling a very strong pain in the abdomen. Issei, damn, I took off my shirt. Phantom, fan service for the ladies, and I saw that in my abdomen there was a needle with dragon poison, a dragon that only lived in the forest. Issei, McAllister shit. At the moment my body began to cover with green marks, that hurt me. All I see. Issei, Apparently when I was fighting with McAllister he threw a needle with poison at me. When I left gear for it spread more throughout my body. I fainted at that moment. Final Op Dragon Slayer's Arc. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Isso Mal Kono Sabit to Sashikigea to Mo. Riara Tegi check this. Samuel is kneeling in front of Argentia's corpse while waiting for the perfect opportunity to kidnap Issei. The frontier of Hyaku to Hyakichi. The frontier of the dead. You are still in the dark. 0 to 1 of the obstacles. You are still in the dark. 0 to 1 of the obstacles. You are still in the dark. Fighting. Shurso's fighting spirit fighting. Shurso's fighting spirit. Samuel remembers some words and Issei comes to terms with the situation before he can stop his enemies and blacks. Issei tries to solve the problems that Yasaka and Kuna face in the battlefield. The people are in disarray. The people are in trouble. 0 to 1. The frontier of the ugly dashes and the frontier of the Chirijiri, the frontier of the children who are still alive, and the end of the world are all anthems. Issei directly confronts Samuel to complete the book. Temi Jie Mada Minu Hikari wa 0 to Ichi no Hazama de Yugo Kitasu. Temi Jie Mada Minu Hikari wa fighting. Sure so Aikyohosen fighting. Issei looks at a beautiful place with his girls and a smile, while in the last notes of the saxophone some white feathers fall. The hard life of Hyoudou Issei. Issei continued to writhe in pain as the girls carefully carried him to his room. Issei ow. Damn it hurts like hell. Ophis, I see, what can we do? Issei, Ait. Well if the poison continues to advance it will kill me, but my parents must have, remedies for this. Eiji, we already checked Issei-sama there is nothing. Issei, then we would have to look for the plants in the Drangmore forest. Eiji, the others went to look for them. Issei, then I only have to endure. Issei's swords quickly found the ingredients. They are literally trained to be useful to Issei, and the girls began to prepare the medicine for Issei, while with what remains of the hunters. Go to. Apparently Issei finished with all of them. Samuel, what can you do? Asta, yes Samuel-sama. Samuel, you are the only one left to bring him alive. Asta, do not worry sir. I will take care of it. Samuel, perfect. With the epileptic snake, say Issei, I kept writhing in pain in bed until Ophis arrived with my medicine. Ophis, careful I see it's hot. Issei, I know, damn it. I know it has to get too hot for it to work, but in my current state it's going to burn my throat. Ophis, I have an idea. Before my eyes Ophis took the medicine, and approached me without swallowing it. To my surprise Ophis kissed me and began to pass me the medicine through the kiss. It was no longer hot, it felt warm and delicious. Ophis, do you feel better? Issei, more than ever. Irina, Ophis, that's not fair. Sona, Irina is right, that's not fair. Sarah, I should have done it. Gabriel, it was not my duty as her partner and guardian angel. I got up and took off my shirt to check the wound. More fan service for the ladies. The girls started to drool. I hadn't realized that in all the time I was gone, my body had developed more, and my muscles were more defined. Issei, I hadn't realized this. It was too late to put my shirt back on. All my girlfriends were fainted from blood loss. A while later I sat down to rest on my bed. Rias came in at my request. Rias, so what did you want to talk about? Issei, well, I want to talk to each of you personally, to apologize. Rias, but you already did. Issei, you don't understand me Rias. I hit you and almost killed you with a flame. If Surzex hadn't saved you those 2 times, I would be regretting it right now. Rias took me by the chin and kissed me. Rias, that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you're back to normal. I love you Issei. Thank you for understanding me Rias. I love you. The next to pass was Akeno. Akeno, flirtatious. It's good that you call me alone Issei. I want to apologize properly for almost killing you and having hurt you. Akeno hugged me and put my face between her breasts. Akeno, that doesn't matter I love you and you love me. That's what matters. I kissed her, sealing that love pact. Kaneko came in later. Kaneko, senpai, I'm glad you called me. Issei, don't tell me Kaneko. Oh well I'm very happy. Issei, Kaneko, I want to apologize. I hurt you when I was a Red Death. She activated her Nikomata mode and hugged me. Kaneko, that doesn't matter. I only care about you. Issei, thank you, I love you, my beautiful white cat. I gave her a kiss and she left my room. Asia passed after her. Asia, I'm glad you're okay. Issei, Asia, I want you to forgive me for what I did as a Red Death. Asia, that doesn't matter. It's more our fault than yours. You have nothing to apologize for. Just promise me that you'll never leave us again. Issei, I promise not, I love you. We kissed. Zenobia came in after. Zenobia, you know, it was hard for me to handle things without you. Issei, I want to apologize for that too. Look at me, Zenobia. No, don't worry, Issei. I laid down on the bed while I kissed. Zenobia, I only care about how you feel now. I love you, Issei, and I love you, Zenobia. Irina came in later. Irina, darling, I was waiting for you to come back. Issei, Irina, I wanted to apologize for what happened. Irina, none of that was your fault, darling. If the word of God taught me anything, it's to always forgive. Besides, how could I not forgive the love of my life? I smiled as I kissed her, and she left the room happy. Ross followed her. Ross, from what I heard, you're apologizing to everyone. Issei, well, they say I don't have to do it, but you, Ross. Ross, well, I do want you to apologize. Issei, well, I'm sorry. Ross, but for having me so worried. She hugged me and kissed me. Ross, you're the first boyfriend I have, and I love you so much that I don't know what I would do if something happened to you. Issei, thanks, Ross. Ravel came in later and quickly sat next to me and used my shoulder as a pillow. Ravel, this is the only thing I want from the man I love as an apology. Issei, well, me? Ravel, smiling, don't say anything. Even though you were a monster to other people, you continued to protect us, and you saved me. You will always be my hero. I gave him a kiss, and after a while Ravel left. Kuroka came in later. Kuroka, Issei, I miss you so much. Issei, I want to apologize for what I did, Kuroka. Kuroka, it's not important. It only matters that you're okay now, flirty, and then we'll have kittens. He stroked my chin and kissed me, then left. I sighed. Issei, they're only half. I'm missing the other half. But will they react the same? Before continuing, Lefei quickly entered. Lefei, Issei-sama, I missed you so much. I hugged her while stroking her head. Issei, yes, I'm sorry, Lefei, for worrying you and for everything I did. Lefei, that is not important, Issei-sama. I know that you did not want to do those bad things to us. You love us very much. Issei, my sweet magician, if you understand me. We kissed and quickly Lefei left happy. Sona entered later. To my surprise, she hugged me and stroked my head. Sona, I am so happy that you are with us. Issei, I am also happy to be here. Sona, you do not need to apologize. You did not intend anything bad. The love I have for you matters more to me. She gave me a kiss and left to make way for her sister, who came in faster than a gust to hug me and fill me with pampering that only Seraphal could do. Sometimes I was surprised that they were sisters. I drowned in hugs while crying in a comic. Seraphal, don't leave like that again, Issei, I'm really sorry, Sarah, besides everything. Seraphal, no matter what you've done is Red Death, you are the man I love, and I don't want you to separate from me again. Issei, I promise you, Sarah, it won't happen. He kissed me affectionately and left the room. Jean came in and started checking me. Jean, I have to make sure you're okay, Anata. Issei, calm down, Jean, I already have more wounds. She hugged me and buried her face in my chest. Jean, when you separated from us, I felt like my world was falling apart. I don't want to feel that again. Issei, you won't do it, Jean, I'll stay here. I gave her a kiss and she left the room. Elmenhild was the next and the one who scared me the most. Elmenhild, angry, I should suck your blood until you're without a leader. But happy, I'm so happy that you're Issei back. I'm glad to know that you won't suck my blood. Elmenhild hugged me while she said, Elmenhild, I would never do it. Issei, are you holding back, right? Elmenhild, since you appeared in Lilith. Issei, you can do it. I felt how he stuck his fangs in me. It was something he only did with me. To understand it better, he stuck his fangs in his victims with fury. He did it to me with love. They entered slowly and sucked my blood, while I rubbed his back. Strange, I know. But that was more important than a kiss to us. She left the room while still tasting my blood. Gabriel entered immediately after. Gabriel, Issei, I'm glad you're okay. Issei, I'm also happy that you're okay, Gabriel, and that I didn't hurt you. Gabriel, you never hurt me, Issei. Issei, but when I was Red Death. Gabriel, let's leave it like that, Issei. I was going to say something else, but he closed my mouth with a kiss. Then he left waving his hand. Gabriel, rest, Issei. Penemu entered after Gabriel left. Penemu, did you hurt yourself when you were in the forest? Issei, I'm complete, Penemu. It's not the first time I sleep outside. Of course, this was useless because I was already upside down being carried by Penemu. Issei, I forgot that she's stronger than Kaneko. Penemu sighed, what a relief, you're fine, dear. He got down and gave me a kiss full of love, while caressing my head. Penemu, you don't have to apologize, nothing is your fault. Penemu left, and Ingvild came in. Issei, Ingvild, it's good that you came. She kissed me before I continued speaking. Ingvild, you don't have to apologize, my Crimson Prince. Everything you did is forgotten. I don't want you to torture yourself with it anymore. Before I say anything, Ingvild began to sing and I fell asleep on her legs. When I woke up, Ingvild was still caressing my head while I was lying on her lap. She smiled when she saw me. Ingvild, better? Issei. Thanks, Ingvild. She left very calmly and Ophis entered. Ophis. I guess you already know that you don't need to apologize. Issei. Yes, everyone told me it wasn't necessary. Ophis. Issei, the things you did don't matter now. All we want is to be with you. So if you want to tell me what you had planned for later, it would be beautiful. But before that, he kissed me quickly and with a smile he sat down. Ophis. So as not to lose the pleasure, now tell me what your big plan was. Issei. The boys told you, right? Ophis. They accept orders from us as yours. And they told me that you planned to leave at night to look for Goto alone. Issei. You discovered me. Ophis. And you didn't plan to tell us anything? Issei. It's that. At the moment they all entered the room angry. Issei. Damn it. Rias. We are waiting for explanations. Issei. There are none. If I was thinking of leaving alone to hunt Goto myself, and it would be good for them to stay. Zenobia. Why? Issei. Well, they have to go to school and university. Besides that. Penemu. What are you afraid of? I remembered my defeat at the hands of Asta. Issei. Asta. All who? Issei. Samo found another stronger hunter, and defeated me. If it weren't for the exile equation he would have lost. And he would have kidnapped me. He can hurt them and me. I don't know what I would do if something happened to them. They hugged me. Rias. Nothing will happen to us. Akeno. We will overcome everything together. MK's friends entered at that moment. Vale. You didn't think you would leave without us again. Kiba. Just friends for something. Gasper. We will help you, senpai. Issei. I really appreciate it. But if it's going to be like this, we have to be careful. Asta has the power of 4 hunters. He is stronger, so I will have to defeat him with my own hands. Ophis. We will help you. Issei. Also, I have to keep the seal of the exile equation similar. If someone takes it, we will be lost. Well, AG, Mike, Ray, Craig, all hi. Issei-sama. Issei. Prepare hunting backpacks for my girls and my friends. What is necessary? For each sword, as Issei-sama ordered, the 4 began to prepare backpacks. Valley. It's surprising how they obey you. Issei. Their families have been at the service of mine for generations. Valley. In demonic terms, how powerful is the Hyoudou family? Issei. Compare it as if it were the Gremory, Phoenix and Citri families. Valley, that much? Issei. The time you threatened my parents, although he seemed scared he wasn't. If I attacked them, my parents would have put your head in their trophy collection. Valley, why you're joking, right? Issei. At your level back then you wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Valley. Well, it will go on my list of things not to do. Although it was early, I went to find someone who could help me squeeze out all my potential. I knocked on the door of an apartment, and Azazel. Issei-kun, what are you doing here? Issei. Well, I came to ask for help with something. Azazel. What? I explained the whole situation to him, and he looked at me surprised. Azazel. Although it surprises me that you want more power, there is a way, for you. Extract the power by taking out your wings. Issei, my wings? The next day we were ready. The girls had put on explorer clothes ready for us to go. Issei. I said comfortable clothes, but okay. Ready? Everyone, hi. I opened a magic circle to the Drangmore forest. Issei. My last hunt has begun. While Samo will now come for us. Asta, go and find him, and bring him to me alive. Asta, as you order. Samo. And if possible, sink him into the deepest despair. Asta, smiling, as you order. With Issei. We arrived at the forest and quickly felt the smell of blood. I took out my wings and flew up. Valley. Hey Issei. Aren't we going to get lost? Issei. I've entered and left this forest more times than it seems. I know it like the back of my hand. As I smelled the air, I said while pointing. Issei. Over there. We began to run quickly there. After a while they were all tired, except Ophis. She flowered all the time. Kiba. How can you continue? Issei. Part of the hunter's tests was to survive in this forest. Only the fittest do. That's why I wanted to come alone. Rias. Calm down, I see even we can. Issei. I hope so. The worst part of the road is just beginning. Everyone. What? I laughed a little. Issei. I knew they would be like that. That's why. Come to my call, Balki. My dragon came out of a magic circle and I pointed the boosted gear at it. Issei. Increase. The dragon grew and we climbed onto its back. We quickly crossed the sky until we finished crossing the Drangmore forest. In the temples of the city, that's where I felt Asta's energy. Issei. Girls, friends, I'm sorry. They all looked at me confused. Issei. Blackie, take them. I jumped down while entering gear 4 and I saw it. Issei. Asta. Asta, smiling. Issei. The last hunt. I was standing in front of Asta ready to face him one last time. Asta. You finally decided to come. Issei. I couldn't let someone like you have free will that easily. Asta, what do you think if we start? I quickly entered Gear 2 and attacked him, while Asta just blocked me with his swords. I began to give quick slashes covered in electricity. Asta simply avoided everything. Asta, without the exile equation you are pathetic. He kicked me that made me crash into a wall. Issei, you damn homicidal monster, do you think you're better for being a genocidal with your family? I felt like I was running out of air, and I saw Asta with his fist sinking into my stomach. Asta, annoyed, shut up, you don't know anything about my family. Flashback. A black-haired boy was fighting with Asta's help. Asta, we can't beat him. Asta, we can't give up. Useless brats, they can't beat me, they're weak, and they're also influenced by Samu's stupidities. Don't want to discredit Samo-sama's mandates. Lich, you're blind children. The white-haired man had them cornered. Asta, damn deserter. Asta attacked with his giant sword, but Lich countered it with his own. Attacked him as best he could but was stopped again by Lich. Although the three were in Gear 3, Lich was stronger than Asta and there is a way to defeat him, Asta, that old legend. Asta, but, it doesn't matter, I want you to win, Asta. Asta stabbed and began to fill with power, until reaching Gear 4. Lich, but what? Before doing anything Lich had already died. Asta had won, but at the cost of his brother's life. Fed up with everything he got quite angry, and as if it were a flash, and everything was on fire, his family dead and Asta with their blood on his hands. But now he was the most powerful. End of flashback. Asta, the sacrifice of my family gave me my power, and thanks to my brother and Lich I have my 2 swords. Issei, so you stole them. I felt another right hook sinking into my stomach. Asta, shut up. I spit out blood while Asta kept smiling. Asta, I think you still don't understand that you are inferior to me. Issei, at least it won't be in vain. In a quick movement I slammed him against the floor and stuck a seed of suffering in his back. I stepped back, while Asta exploded, but of course it was useless. Asta appeared behind me and kicked me that made me crash into a rock. While Blackie wanted to obey his master, but Fawn was summoned by Vala and distracted Blackie, so the girls, Kiba, Vala and Gasper got off Blackie's back and saw Issei getting beaten up by Asta. Vala, what kind of monster is that? Ophis, he has more power than Issei, he's a real beast. In Kyoto, Yasaka, almost everything is ready, daughter. Kunu, are you sure about this, mother? Yasaka, completely, your father was not like that, and we are going to help him. Kunu, I hope so, mother. I do not want my father to continue harming Itoko and the others. Yasaka lovingly hugged her daughter and said with tears, Yasaka, we will not allow your father to hurt anyone anymore. Kunu sniffed, yes, mother, with Issei still receiving a beating from Asta even though he tried to do as much damage as possible. That's when I realized that Asta was very careless when fighting. He trusted too much in his strength, so he left quite wide spaces for critical hits. So I decided to take my chances. Issei, you really are very strong. Asta, I already told you, you are far from my level. Issei, but you are really an idiot. Ascalon. The sword came out and quickly I cut his arm, which for me good luck it sliced his entire arm. I kicked him away while he regenerated. I took this opportunity and activated the Inferno Drive. Without thinking much I shot at full power towards Asta, with a lightning bolt that would even wipe out an army. But Asta came out almost unharmed if not for a few cuts, before he finished reincorporating. I attacked him with a Longinus Smasher added to my hunter power. Asta received it full on, but simply smiled and hit me with all his power that destroyed the armor as well as making me a few wounds. Asta, I must say that you impressed me, but he hit me in the back and slammed me into the ground. Asta, it's not enough to defeat me. He put his swords close to me and smiled. Asta, Samo-sama told me not to kill you, but I will tell him it was an accident. I closed my eyes before the impact. But you heard voices the girls at the same time that something hit Asta. Girls, stay away from him. I looked up at the moment. Asta was further back, while the girls were angry. Issei girls, Asia, Issei-san, are you okay? Asia began to heal me, but I felt an attack. Issei, careful Asia. I stood in front of her protectively, and Asta's attack hit me directly. I fell to my knees in a lot of pain. All I see, Vala/Kiba/Gasper, Issei/Kun/Senpai. Issei, guys, Ophis. When this is over we will talk seriously, I see. Before I say anything Asta grabbed my shirt and threw me back. Asta, now that I remember Samo-sama told me that he will sink you into despair. And what greater despair is there than seeing your loved ones die and not being able to do anything? Ha 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 ha. My world stopped. They would be killed by an enemy that I could not stop. No plan came to my head. I felt my heart twist. In my eyes only images of them dead appeared. Inside Issei. Issei, blood. Only blood is what is seen. Without it the world does not matter. The beast that feeds on its enemies will fill the world with blood until they return what belongs to it. Issei, I won't let you. I began to release an extreme amount of power, greater than Gear 4. Suddenly all the dark energy disappeared. Asta, was that all? How pathetic now, Matt. A black mark appeared on my body. From this 5 lines came out. 2 went to my shoulders, 2 to my arms, and 1 simply expanded in my abdomen. I felt it. That's why I took off my shirt and confirmed it. In addition to that, I felt as if a tail of dark energy came out along with wings like a demon but longer. Demon horns grew out. In addition to my teeth becoming fangs and my nails growing, I felt burning in my eyes. While I released energy, the dark matter continued to be released through my body and covered both of my arms up to the elbows. The same with my legs. Everyone was stunned before my transformation. Issei, what's happening? Do I have something on my face? I looked into a pool of water and saw my eyes changed. Asta, what the hell is that? I only felt hatred towards Asta, so I launched an attack, and with my black claws I swiped at his chest. Asta spit out blood. Asta, but what? You'll see. Asta pointed Shikuma at me to attack me, but I grabbed Ascalon and attacked him. To my surprise, Ascalon split Shikuma in half. Asta's face was surprised. Asta, it can't be. I gave him a quick kick and began to hit him non-stop. My anger was uncontrollable. Asta defended himself as he could, but it was useless. I was finally overcoming him, and when I least expected it, Asta no longer had both arms. Flashback of Asta. You know, wow Asta, you are the strongest. Asta, it's because I never give up, you know. You know, you never lose, brother. Asta, nor will I ever. Asta, I won't let you win. He quickly attacked me with the sword in his mouth and made several cuts on my chest. I was only concentrating on that, so I didn't notice that he already had his arms back. So he filled me with blows, but I began to endure them, and I responded with a right hook to the face. Asta kicked me, so we both got hurt. I retreated and charged more power by firing many bursts of dark power. Asta tried to deflect them with his Metsuma, but he couldn't do it entirely well. Getting hurt, I gave him another blow and grabbed him by the shit to start slamming him against the ground. Issei, don't threaten them again in your life. Asta wanted to get away, but without warning I bit his arm, drawing a lot of blood. I had become a beast. I kicked him with both feet to send him far away. Asta cut some of his clothes so he could cover the wound while he launched the attack. Asta, I'm not going to give up. Samuel, nor will you, Asta. Asta stopped and knelt. Asta, Samuel-sama. Issei, damned ancestor. Samuel, Issei, my descendant, it's good to see you, although this matter is getting out of hand. Who would say that those women would make you release the beast before time? Issei the beast? Samuel, that transformation that you are using right now, only the most exceptional hunters obtain it, and of course, those who have my blood running through their veins, the purest. It is stranger than Gear 4. It is known as the Beast of Samuel, the most beastly form of a hunter, driven by anger. Issei, wait for me to finish off Asta and I'll kill you. Samuel, and you think I'll let you? Insolent brat. Samuel moved his hand and I knelt down. I felt as if my strength would begin to fade. The transformation disappeared and I was left on the ground. Samuel, be grateful that Asta arrived on time. Asta, you're Samuel-sama. I promise I'll take it to you. Issei, RWY. Samuel, you could barely free the beast. Don't think it's under your control. You are still at my mercy. Issei, dragon shoot. Samuel blocked the shot as if it were nothing. Samuel, idiot. A dragon attack wouldn't work on me. Issei, smiling, I had to try. Samuel, Asta, take care of him. And with his friends, we killed 2. The bastard simply disappeared, while Asta approached wielding Metsuma. Asta, and again you lose. Do you realize there's no way you can win? Issei, there's something I can highlight about you and I learned it. Asta, and that would be it? I activated the charged boosted gear and gave him a right hook with all my power in the face. Issei, never give up. Asta shot upwards. Ravel, I see, take it. Ravel threw me a bottle of phoenix tears. Issei, thanks Ravel. She blushed a little while Asta fell and I healed. Asta, that was a good hit, it hurt a lot. Issei, I haven't given it my all yet. I activated Gear 4, my 2 sacred gears, and took out 2 pairs of wings, one demon and the other dragon. I felt more power coming out of me, and I attacked him, finally giving him another good hit. Asta, it seems you've gotten stronger. Issei, I'm not just a hunter, I'm an idiot supreme class demon. I kicked him and Asta blocked it with his forearm. Asta, I must be honest if I say that your strength has increased. Rias, it's like when Akeno uses her 6 wings. Akeno, but something is different in it. Sona extracts all her demonic power and the power of the 2 dragons, adds it to her hunter power, giving her more power. Seraphal, that explains why she can fight him. Valley, what we have to concentrate on is that Samo does not attack us, in addition to protecting Asia and Ravel, who are the ones who can help Issei. Penemu, we cannot do more. Gabriel, those 2 are on a different level. Smash, the clash of blows that we gave each other resounded. I kept trying to find an opening to be able to give him a definitive blow, but at the same time Asta attacked very dominant along with Metsuma. I barely blocked it. Metsuma had the particularity that in addition to being a dragon slayer he was also a demon slayer, therefore a cut from that thing would do me immense damage. Therefore I stepped back and gave Asta a fully charged shot. Asta, I'm getting tired of your games, brat. Asta's power began to rise as he attacked me again, but this time he was already determined to kill me. I dodged him with luck, but Asta just laughed. Asta, enough games, hunting devil. A lot of dark energy began to cover Asta and created a giant devil made entirely of dark energy. Asta, now what will you do? Issei, stop you. I wanted to get closer, but with a single blow I crashed into the ground at full force while undoing Asia's healing and the Phoenix tears. My forehead was bleeding in addition to Bahamut Rito's arm. It would take time to heal. Drake, can you continue, partner? Bahamut, we are very hurt. Issei, I know, but we cannot escape either. Asta will find me. We have to stop him here and now. Vale, you'll see. When I opened my eyes I saw my friends facing Asta. They attacked him with everything they could. But my gaze turned to terror when I saw Asta attack the ground, injuring everyone. Blood was coming out in heaps from my body while I stretched my hand as I could. Issei, why can't I do anything? I blinked one more time and appeared in a place where there was only water. But to my surprise I was standing on the water, and an uncountable amount of white feathers fell and sank little by little. Issei, can I really do anything? Ayato, yes you can. Issei, how? Ayato, well, in simple words, you are a descendant of Samo, therefore you are a hunter of great power in addition to having 2 sacred gears. Issei, how does that help? Ayato, what do you have the power to change everything? Issei, then I have to accept it. Ayato, it was easier than last time. Issei, after everything that happened with denying the power of the hunter, I'm not going to let that consume me anymore. I am the descendant of Samo, so what? Ayato, that's my brother. I felt a tingling where my 2 pairs of wings were born. I looked at Asta angry. Issei, you'll see. Asta, what will you do now? Everyone looked at me while after radiating a different aura. Irina, that aura. Gabriel, it's not possible. Rias, it can't be. Before realizing my back, another pair of wings was born as I rose to Asta's sight. Asta, it's not possible. Valid, those are. A white feather fell. All angel wings. The beast of Samo. Everyone, angel wings. I had realized that I had angel wings. I also had the same face as everyone else. 3 pairs of wings. 2 of them demon. 2 dragon and 2 angel. How the hell was this possible in mythological biology? But then I would take care of answering that. The main thing was to stop Asta. With the 3 pairs of wings my speed had increased considerably, since I was able to quickly dodge a direct attack from Asta. Asta, apparently your speed also increased. Issei, what can I do with this power? I wonder if? I put my hands together to concentrate energy and then stretch it. Asta, it's impossible. My friends and my girls were stunned. I had created a spear of light. I quickly threw it to Asta. He received it with his hand, and it exploded. The devil of the hunt no longer had a hand, but it began to regenerate. Asta, don't think I'll let you win. He began to attack me quickly, but I created more spears of light ending with much of the darkness. Issei, apparently you didn't count on this. But I got careless. Asta's devil hands had already regenerated, and he crushed me with them. I thought I had lost, but the devil's hands were pulverized by the power of light and darkness. Now I had both under my power. I smiled as I pulverized much of Asta's darkness. Asta, but what? I cut him in the chest and took some of his blood with my hand. Asta kicked me and formed his devil of the hunt again. To my surprise, Asta's blood turned into a thread, which I manipulated a little. Then I saw Asta. He began to bend down as if he felt pressure. Asta, but what the hell? Issei, I have the same power as Samo, therefore I control you. To my surprise, Asta began to get up. Asta, I will never kneel before you. Issei, Saying it that way you make me look like the bad guy. Asta smiled maliciously while his devil hit me. Asta, whatever power you have you will not be able to beat me. Issei, I need a way to finish it. Think, I already have it. Issei, limit breaker. I filled myself with more power than before, and began to fly near the giant devil, to begin to slice the darkness with Bahamut and Ascalon. Let's imagine that Issei is Levi and that Asta is Zeke. Asta wanted to defend himself but he couldn't. Despite everything he kept regenerating. Issei, well it's time to test my plan. I got far enough away while creating another spear of light. Asta, what will you try now? I levitated it near the boosted gear and it started to increase until the spear got bigger. Issei, guys I need your help. I can't allow Asta to get out of my trajectory. Everyone started attacking Asta from a safe distance while Kiba pretended to have Dragon Slayer swords preventing Asta from escaping. Asta, I will not let myself be defeated by someone like you. I have come too far. Issei, but that's your problem. You did it alone and being a genocidal. I have my friends. This spear is covered in all my power. Issei, you blindly believed in Samo. That is your sin. Redo. I threw the spear at him, and it passed like lightning, destroying the Asta Devil's chest and leaving a lot of smoke. As it dispersed, Asta was standing with his skin burned and an angry expression. Asta, how can you be his descendant? Looking closely, Asta had a purple spear stuck in his chest. Asta, you tricked me. Issei, I knew you would use everything to protect yourself from the impact of the giant spear, so I left another one inside it. Asta, but wait, it was. Issei, that's right, the first one I made. The largest one was just concentrated energy that served as bait. If I threw it directly at you, you could deflect it or receive it with another part of your body. I had to finish you off once and for all. Asta's mind. Asta, I must continue. No. Enough, Asta, you've done enough. Asta, you know, you did the best you could, brother. Samo-sama will be proud of you. Don't make me wait for you anymore, Asta. Asta, Noel, your fight is over, Bakasta, rest. Asta, I think they're right, it's over. Asta fell on his dead side. He had won. I saved my wings and sat on the ground tired. Ophis, I see, are you okay? Issei, better than ever. He could even fight again. Ophis, fool, don't say that when you're so sick. Samo descended from the sky at that moment. I saw him ready to fight. Samo, I grant you this victory, which will be the last. Before my eyes, Asta's inert body began to levitate, and a black ball came out of it. Then it fell back to the ground. The ball went into Samo's hands. Samo, I thought you would be more useful. And he left. Issei, damn, he doesn't care about anyone else. Vala, shall we go after him? Issei, no, we'll rest for today. My whole body hurts. Rias, it's good that you recognize that you have to rest. Issei, yes, tomorrow I will finish breaking his face. With Samo, he flew to a statue of a goddess, and left the orb in her giant hands, in addition to appreciating the tomb of his wife, since he had left it there too. Samo, there is little left, Argentia. Samo descended from the statue quite annoyed. Go to. Everything is fine, Samo-sama. Samo, nothing is okay. The damn brat awakened more of his power as a descendant of Samo. He may be his ancestor, but Issei is smarter than Samo and his tantrums because he cannot revive his wife. Go to, what will we do? Samo, you will distract him when he comes to look for us while I recited the Song of the Beast. Nothing matters to me anymore. If he kills his friends or they kill him, anything helps me right now. With Issei, I woke up very early because anxiety wouldn't let me sleep. Ophis woke up too. Ophis, anxious? Issei, yes, I can't believe this problem is finally going to end. Ophis, this is the tranquility we deserved. Issei, you're right. This nightmare will finally end. The others gradually woke up while I was just stretching. We went to a special place to have breakfast. Rias, where are we going? I see. Issei, wait and see. Before you say anything else, a giant hectare where there was a giant mansion rose before their eyes. Everyone, it's a giant mansion. Issei, well, it's not the same as Rias's house, just a little smaller. But welcome to the Hyoudou family mansion. Vala, did you live here before? Issei, yes, I was born here and raised until I was 8 years old. Vala, can I ask, why the hell did you leave all this and go to a simple house in Kuoh? Issei, well, we didn't want to attract attention. Here we will eat and rest before leaving. They were even more surprised when they saw that everything was intact and that it had electricity. Issei, don't be so surprised, Dragmore was not a barbarian village. The girls were more moved to see that there were pictures of me as a child in the house. All little I see. Kia, Valley, whispering, the women get very excited. Kiba, whispering, and you can say it. After breakfast we rested for a while. Well then, I went to the courtyard of the mansion to practice a little. Irina appeared behind me. Irina, you had access to the forest from here, darling. Issei, yes, I spent my time playing here when I was a child. Irina, do you miss that? Issei, sometimes, but I was always alone. I'm happier with all of you. She kissed me and, Sona, Irina, that's not fair. Oh, that's right. Issei, help. An hour later we left the mansion and went to look for Samuel, and finding him was not difficult. I was guided by Go to smell. They were in the furthest temple of Dragmore, where I saw an orb that I assumed was Asta's power, as well as a bundle covered by a white blanket. Issei, what are you planning? With Samuel. Samuel, Goto has arrived, take care of him. Goto, as ordered Samuel-sama. Samuel, it will not ruin my plans. Samuel took the scroll and said, Samuel, just a little more. I did not count on it becoming so strong. If it were not for Goto's patience, I would already have it in my hands. With Issei. As soon as we entered, an attack was directed at us. I blocked it with Ascalon. It was Goto. Goto, long time no see, nephew. Issei, I came to end this once and for all, stupid puppet. Goto, what did you call me? Issei, go ahead, old. Goto attacked me in Gear 3 with all his power, but I took out my 3 pairs of wings and entered Gear 4, stopping him easily. Goto tried to give me his best attacks, but to his surprise I defeated him easily. Goto, but what? Issei, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, you made a mistake. You gave me the power. You just dug your grave. You are weak. Goto, it's not true, brat. You are not stronger. Issei, you already lost. At that moment a magic circle appeared. Yasaka, Issei, that's enough. Issei, Obasama. Kunu, we know what's really going on. Issei, what's really going on? Yasaka, Yukai chain. Ghostly chains tied Goto up while my friends and the girls arrived. Vala, what happened? Goto, let go Yasaka. Yasaka, no, I already know what happened to my husband and I won't let it go. Issei, what do you mean, Obasama? Flashback. Goto was walking with Issei's father towards Samuel's temple in Dragmore. They were walking with offerings, but something was different. Both were fine. Goro, I just hope Issei grows up happy. He's already 3 years old. Goto, time sure goes by fast, brother. Kunu will turn 1 soon. All we have to do is protect them. Goro, you're right. They both made their offering, but Goto wanted to stay. Goro, is everything okay, brother? Goto, yes, I just want to make a special request to Samuel. Goro, well, see you later. When his brother left, Goto put a picture of his entire family, Goro, Miki, Yasaka, Issei, Kunu and him. Goto, as one of your descendants, I asked you please, Samuel-sama, to help me protect my family. Suddenly all the torches went out, and a deep voice spoke. Samuel, so you want to protect your family? I will give you the power. The snake appeared in front of Goto, and he was only surprised. Goto, Samuel-sama. Samuel, you will serve me, and you can protect them all. Goto, that is my wish, Samuel-sama. A red ray pierced Goto's chest. That was the day of the change, where that man who sought the best for his daughter and his nephew disappeared, and a selfish being was born who only thought about himself and causing harm to his family. End of flashback. I didn't believe it. It really wasn't his fault all this time. Issei, then Samuel. Yasaka, cheated on him and has had him under control for years. Goto, how did you find out, woman? Yasaka, crying, don't think I didn't investigate for years what had happened to you. That night you returned home, you were no longer the same man I had fallen in love with. Now you only thought about making Issei stronger and exterminating whoever got in your way. It was years and years. But with Issei's recovery and everything that happened with Dragmore, I was able to find out. Issei, you have to finish off Samuel so that Goto can return to how he was before. Issei, I will. Samuel will pay for what he did to my family. I began to release a lot of power while clenching my fists in anger. Samuel descended at that instant. Samuel, it seems I can no longer hide my plans. But what does it matter? No. I launched myself into the attack and connected a right hook to his face. Issei, you ruined our family. I kicked him in the ribs, while I grabbed one of his wings and threw him to the ground with all my strength. In addition to that, I created a spear of light augmented by demonic power and dragons, and threw it towards his abdomen, but he dodged it. Yasaka, Issei, his plan is to use you and Asta's power to revive Argentia Hyoudou. The body is in the manso of the statue. Issei, well, I will destroy it. I rose at full speed and aimed a ray at the manta, but Samuel appeared in front of me and gave me a right hook that made me crash into a nearby cave. Samuel, that's enough. Samuel took a scroll and began to recite something. Samuel, Desam Vakni Og Lur Irkit, Jeg Brom Offringen Av Deers Mort Churter, Slick at Degar Seg Villi, those who are awake and marveling in the darkness. I pray for the sacrifice of their dark hearts, so that they may lose themselves in the eternal hunt. My beasts may unleash their jaws and tear their enemies to pieces. Free yourself, the beast that never stops hunting its prey. Free yourself, the unstoppable animal. Free the very beast of Samo. I began to feel a horrible headache and began to release more power than before. Issei, what did you do to me? Samo. I told you, you follow my grace, and now the beast of Samo will awaken. I felt like I was entering beast mode, but besides that the dark matter covered me completely. I don't remember anything else. Seeing Issei suffering, the girls attacked Samo. Samo dodged them, until Penemu threw a spear of light that Samo could not avoid and pierced the side of his abdomen. Samo removed it, but Gabriel threw a disc of light that pierced the wound more. But the worst thing was Issei. He was no longer there. Now there was only a dragon made entirely of dark matter that roared vilely. Samo. Too late, the beast has already woken up, they lost. The dragon began to advance while roaring. That thing was no longer Issei. This power is mine. Issei, where am I? I began to see my surroundings. Everything was black, except for a red light that was flickering. Issei, oh, I see, here again. Ayato. Yes, they put us here again. Issei, now what do we do? Ayato, for the first time, I don't know. Outside, the beast was out of control. No one could do anything to stop it. The girls attacked as they could, but they had to keep their distance because any false move would cause the beast to exterminate them. Kiba, I'll try to stop it with my swords. Gasper-kun, help me. Gasper, hi Kiba-senpai. Gasper activated his sacred gear and Kiba did the same. The swords came out of the ground, preventing the beast from advancing while Gasper tried to keep it at bay. But to his surprise, the beast released some of its power and broke the swords in addition to getting rid of Forbidden Valor View. Samo, it's useless. It always belonged to me and now it will fulfill its objective. Ha 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 ha. The girls attacked Samo, but he dodged their attacks with ease. Samo, it's useless. He's completely under my control. With Issei. Issei, why does this power always bring problems? Ayato, I don't know. You've always run away from it. Samo, it's because it was always useless to run away from it. Issei, what are you doing here? Samo, it's because you belong to me, you and all your being. Issei, really? Samo, your birth only served for something, to revive Argentia. Issei, why this obsession? Your wife has been dead for more than 100 years. Samo slapped me. Samo, silence, you insolent brat. Just fulfill your purpose. Issei, but I couldn't do more because black chains tied me up just like Ayato. Samo, understand it well. You belong to me, brat, you and all your power. Outside, the beast began to attack, so Yasaka chained it. After the girls continued trying to attack Samo, without success, he just mocked their attempts. Samo, come on, try to hit me, you're some pwaff. Kaneko connected a blow to where the open wound was. Kaneko, let go of Issei. Samo angered her, but she was held by Kuroka. Samo, damn cat. Penemu and Gabriel saw that and knew what it was. Gabriel, that was the wound we opened. Penemu, it seems like it won't heal. Gabriel, but it is an angel. Penemu, remember that he has to keep a part of himself concentrated on Issei. That's why he isn't healing. We have to open more wounds. Gabriel, girls, physical attacks won't work. We need more magical attacks. Irena, understood Gabriel-sama. Irena and Jean passed close with their swords, but it was only a distraction so that the aura of Durandal was charged and went out towards Samo. He himself could barely block the attack. Zenobia, it seems to work. Rias and Akeno joined their powers, giving a very strong shock to Samo. He was barely recovering when the combined magic of Rosweiss and Lefay hit him directly. Ravel and Elmenhau did not waste time. Ravel gave him some of her blood and both shot fire at him. Samo was beginning to recover, but Ingvild, Sona and Seraphol quickly attacked him, and Samo ended up pierced with ice. Ophis appeared in front of him, and shot a ray charged with all her anger and power. Ophis, don't mess with my Issei, son of a hitch hunter. Samo had a giant hole in his chest. Ophis kicked him and sent him to where the statue was. Ophis, we have to stop Issei, girls. The beast began to move desperately and Vala flew towards the girls. Vala, you stop Issei. I'll take care of Samo. Balls at 150 pesos. As if they were Vala's going alone to face Samo when he had the total disadvantage. Samo, you are an idiot kid. Vala, free my best friend once and for all. Daniel, the blue sword appeared on Vala's arm and launched itself to attack Samo. Vala quickly gave him a cut in the chest. Vala, quadruple fang. Blue flames began to burn in Samo's chest. Samo, what kind of power is this? Vala began to activate his primal demon power at a level similar to Gear 4 while looking at Samo in rage. Vala, that of a pure blood demon. Inside Issei, I was forcing myself to get free. Issei, let me go at once, you son of a hitch. Samo, Whatever you say, you will never be free again, brat. Hyoudou, listen to me well, you bucking dove, shut your bucking disgusting mouth. And take off these bucking chains before we free ourselves by force and break everything, you piece of junk, disgusting piece of shit that you call a face, son of your bucking mother. I looked at my brother, surprised by how he had just expressed himself, but I smiled because I felt the same as him. Samuel, with that mouth you kiss your mother? Hyoudou, son of a hitch, I was not even born. Samuel, it doesn't matter, they won't get out of. Samuel stopped, and the chains began to come loose. Issei, the girls are fighting outside. I can't leave them alone. I attacked him directly with Hyodou's help, while little by little everything black turned white. Outside, Vala tried to keep Samuel at bay while Kiba and Gasper helped him. The girls tried to stop the beast by attacking it with their best attacks. The beast just shook, trying to get rid of the pain of the attacks. The girls just attacked with all their strength. Don't get me wrong, these girls have raised their game, but not without being useless. The effort was so much that there came a point where the girl's aura was in perfect synchrony and became a pink compromise. Rias, what is this? Sona, I don't know, but for some reason I feel stronger. Ophis, it's the love we feel for Issei manifested in power. Asia, so we all have more power? Ophis, by being together and wanting to protect Issei, our power is greater. With this, Ophis launched an attack on the beast that caused great damage. To give you an idea, the current power is as if the levels of all were combined. Rias and the others followed Ophis's example and attacked the beast at point-blank range. It began to retreat in pain while its roars turned into screams of pain from Issei. Inside Issei, Samuel, why do you keep fighting? It doesn't make sense, you belong to me. I hit him with the boosted gear while Hyoudou gave him a charged kick. Samuel, fighting is useless, you will always come back to me. Issei, then I will finish you off so that doesn't happen. Samuel, unheard of, you belong to me, your power and everything. A red light floated throughout my subconscious and I took it while the dark space was completely destroyed and Samuel weakened. Samuel, no, Issei, I was never yours. All this power I got with my effort and love, this power is mine. Not Goto's, not my parents', not yours, it's only mine. All space began to destroy while Samuel suffered and disappeared. Issei, I am the Dabiru, in addition to the elite of the Dragon Hunters clan. And I am your descendant, Samuel. I am Hyoudou Issei. Samuel, no, it is possible. I heard the voices of my girls calling me. Issei, you lost. Outside, the beast stopped complaining while the darkness began to disperse. The girls stopped their attack, while all the darkness disappeared and left Issei standing there and breathing. Samuel, it can't be. Issei, now it's my turn. I felt the power running through me. I had defeated Samuel inside me and now I had the power of the beast inside me. I took out my angel wings, I transformed into the beast, and activated my sacred gears. I looked at Samuel with fury. Issei, it's over, Samuel, I won. Samuel, I will not allow it, Argentia has to revive. I quickly approached him and hit his abdomen, and he spat out blood. Penemu, dear, we gave him a wound in the abdomen, it's his new weakness. Issei, thanks girls, but I have a plan. I charged dark power in my hands and threw 2 discs of darkness at him. Parry. Samuel dodged them. Samuel, you failed. Issei smiling, do you think so? The dark discs were directed directly at Argentia's corpse, and completely destroyed the goddess's hands. With her corpse therefore, Argentia could not revive, although Samuel will use me. Samuel, no. Issei, what will you do now? Samuel, damn brat. He hit me with enough force that it made me fall to the ground with great force. Samuel, I will kill you. Before my eyes appeared Asta. Asta, you look pathetic. Issei, Asta? Asta, you gave me a good fight, so I will give you a gift. The orb that contained his power quickly came down and embedded itself in my chest. In addition to that, Metsuma landed from the sky. Asta, I realized my mistakes too late, but thanks to you I was able to reconsider. In addition to giving me the best fight of my life, Issei wins, and brings a new generation of hunters who bring light to this world. Issei, yes Asta. I took Metsuma while I felt the power begin to flow within me and a 5-leaf black clover tattoo appeared on my right wrist. I got up again with Metsuma in my hands while looking at an annoying and tantrum-throwing Samuel. Samuel, no, 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 no. Things weren't supposed to turn out this way. You ruined everything, brat. But now I'll finish off what you love the most. He pointed his hand at the girls, but I quickly flew towards him and sliced his arm with both swords while I looked at him angrily. Issei, you won't do anything to them. I kicked him so hard that he hit a rock. Samuel, where did you get that? He pointed at Metsuma and I just smiled. Issei, a gift from someone serious. Now you will suffer the consequences of your actions. Samuel, the game is over. He launched the attack while his arm was regenerating. Samuel, I am the angel who does not fall, the hatred of the God of the Bible. You cannot kill me so easily. Issei, we'll see about that. When he approached, I stuck a spear of light in his chest, followed by several cuts from the two swords, and several blows. But Samuel gave me several blows in a row, while he managed to make me back up, enough to be able to attack me with a spear of light. What Samuel did not count on was Sun Eater, my ability to absorb light, which I used against him, but his arm had already regenerated. I had to prevent him from winning at all costs. Issei, I can't keep playing like this. Perfect Sakal male. My armor appeared and joined the power of the beast. I attacked him again. Apparently the protection of the hunter's power prevented his attacks against dragons from damaging my armor. Issei, Drake Bahamut, we will use everything to finish off Samuel. Drake/Bahamut, go ahead, partner. Issei, Diablo's dragon. My most powerful armor covered my body, but when combined with the power of the hunter, the arms transformed into black claws like the legs, the black energy overflowed, and the cannons were covered in black. Drake/Bahamut, Diablo's dragon beast of the hunter. I quickly attacked Samuel with a series of quick attacks. He could barely defend himself. Along with this, I gave him consecutive cuts with Metsuma and Ascalon, while Samuel attacked me with spears of light tirelessly, but I responded by dodging everything quickly. While charging, I appeared in front of Samuel and gave him a charged blow to the wound that the girls made him. Samuel spat blood while I cut his arm with Metsuma, and I gave him a kick that made him back. Samuel, you will never get rid of me. Issei, well, you're right, I have your blood, but I'll be the only thing left of you. Double Extinction Blaster. My charged moments fired at full power against him, who received it full force. Samuel, no, it can be. Samuel's presence disappeared while I kept Metsuma in the black clover in my hand. Have you seen how Shura kept his swords in Blue Exorcist? Well, like that, it was over. Samuel was definitely erased. I deactivated my powers while the girls came running towards me. Girls, I see. I smiled as I watched them and received their kisses and hugs with affection. Vala was being healed. Vala, I'm glad you're okay. Issei, idiot, you always overexert yourself. Valley, if I don't, I'll never be able to catch up with you. Besides being my best friend, you're my rival. Issei, I know you'll catch up with me. But the important thing was something else. I went where Aunt Yasaka was, and I saw something that surprised me. Goto was crying. Goto, what have I done? I neglected my family and became a monster. Aunt Yasaka was crying along with Kuoh hugging him. Goto, Yasaka, please forgive me. I had no idea what I was doing. I really ruined everything. Yasaka, dear, you're finally back. Kuoh, Odo-san. Goto, forgive me, daughter. I'm really sorry. I got to where they were, and Goto saw me. Goto, Issei, I know I'm not one to say anything, but I'm sorry a lot. I succumbed to the power of Samuel and his tricks, and I hurt everyone. Ophis was also there. Goto, I'm sorry too, Ophis. What you had was beautiful and I took it from you. I understand if you want me dead. I hugged him with tears in my eyes. Issei, you are forgiven. I can't blame you for doing all that for our family. Samuel is no longer here. It's all over, Aji-san. Goto, thank you, Issei. Really, thank you very much. 1 day later. Goto, so that's what happened. Goro, no problem, brother. We understand and forgive you. Mickey, if Issei already did it, there is no reason for us not to do it. Besides, it was not your true intentions. Goto, really, I thank you. And I am very sorry for the inconvenience I caused to my nephew. For that reason, I will compensate you. Issei, how? Goto, you still do not control the beast. One bad move and it could take over you. That's why I will help you dominate it. It was luck about the battle. Issei, fine, I accept. Girls, I see. Issei, it will only be 1 more month and I promise that I will return. But did they report everything? Rias, yes, I see. All the factions already know the truth. Issei, that makes me happy. Ophis, that does not mean that you are going to leave. Issei, then I will make a promise. Girls, which one? Issei, as soon as I get back, our engagement party will be held. When I said this, the girls rushed towards me, showering me with kisses. An hour later, I was ready to go train. My uncle Goto, Aunt Yasaka and Kuoh were waiting for me. Goto, ready, Issei? Issei, of course, I will do whatever it takes to be stronger. Vala arrived at that moment with a challenging face. Vala, do not think that only you will be stronger. I will catch you, friend. Issei, I hope so, friend. Valley, I'll see you later. Issei, and I'll see you. While I saw all my loved ones, I went to Dragmore to become stronger with my family. A family that went from being broken to being fixed and that nothing would separate it anymore. Engagement party. Song Dearest Drop. Performer, Azusa Tadakoro. Original anime, Sucka Sucka. If you haven't seen it, do it and you'll thank me. P.S. The opening is just moments before the wedding, buying dresses and also Issei dancing with his girls. Exactly 1 month has passed since Issei left to train with his uncle to control the beast and become stronger. Well, the next day it would be fulfilled. The girls were more anxious than before because their beloved was about to return. And besides that, their engagement party would be soon. So the girls were twice as excited. Things looked rosy for the girls. While with Issei, well, Issei, the beast is something very powerful. But after your training you managed to subdue it. Issei, thanks Aji-san, if it weren't for you I couldn't have done it. Yasaka, he wasn't the only one. Issei, thanks also Oba-san. Kunu, with this Itoko can be stronger. Issei, yes, but I guess it's time to go back. You need to rest, although with the changed schedules it will be daytime there. It's more you will barely arrive to go to school. Issei, I missed 2 months of school, what will I say? Possibly one of your girls already saw that. Issei, right, Sarah said she would take care of that. Then rest so you can go to school tomorrow. Issei, okay, it's best for now. I went to rest anxious to see my girls the next day. The students of Class 3B listened to their class that had started 5 minutes ago. But some supernatural girls were upset because a black-haired man showed no signs of appearing. Or well, that's what the girls thought until aloud. Schoolgirls, KYA. It was heard, and the classroom door quickly opened revealing a very handsome black-haired man with red eyes. Issei, sorry for being late sensei. Sensei Hyoudou-san, it's good to see you. Issei, yes, it's good to be back. His girlfriends in that class were in disbelief. Issei was taller and not only that, his hair was longer. Plus Issei combed it back. Issei's current appearance. Everyone's mind. Zenobia, when did you get hotter than you already were? Irina, darling, now because of you I have bad thoughts. Jean, Anata, why do you make me get like this in class? Asia, Issei-san looks so handsome, it makes me want to do everything to him. Ingvild, Issei-sama, I think we have to have a private talk after. Lefei, I have to analyze every inch. But you also realize something. We have the advantage. Issei, can I come in? Sensei, with pleasure. Minutes before, I was running at full speed through the city. I had woken up a little late and now I was late for school. As soon as I stepped onto the academy field, several glances were directed towards me, and while aloud, girls from the academy arrived, KYAA. So I quickened my pace and arrived to my class. I was excited to see my girlfriends there. But the important thing was to do classes. But of course I heard things like, Girl 1, did you see now Issei-kun has red eyes? Girl 2, rumors say that was his natural color, and that he used to use contact lenses for his vision. Girl 3, it doesn't matter, he still looks handsome. Girl 4, and how did he end up with Rias senpai in front of everyone? Now there's a chance. Issei, what did I do while I didn't feel anything? The class passed as usual, and when it ended I was bombarded with questions from the entire class, even from Renji and Kuro who hadn't heard from me. But I planned to answer them privately. Zenobia saved me from that. Zenobia, Issei, we have to do the council work. Issei, yes Kaicho. Zenobia, besides, you have to explain a lot of things to me. One thing led to another, and we ended up just the two of us talking, of course, without knowing that Kiryu was recording the entire conversation. Zenobia, so, how is everything? Issei, are you holding back the urge to kiss me, right? Zenobia, you have no idea. He lunged at me and we joined our lips. Zenobia, I haven't felt your lips in a long time. It's only fair that I want to kiss my boyfriend. But at that moment we heard a noise. Issei, someone saw us. Zenobia, possibly an admirer of yours. Issei, yes, and you can say it. Zenobia, but it will be a problem for later. In an hour classes will end. And just as Zenobia said, classes ended and we went home, where the girls were surprised to see me and I was greeted by kisses and hugs. Ophis, you finally came back. Rias, we miss you very much. Sona, don't leave us again. Issei, calm down, I won't do it again. In the underworld, practically all of Issei's acquaintances and the girls were preparing everything. Surzex, put those red roses there. They are my sister's favorite flowers and the ones Issei-kun gave her on her first outing. Barakiel, pointing, those decorations have to be higher up. I want my daughter to have one of the best moments of her life. Yasaka, good, I think it is well written. I hope Kaneko-chan and Kuroka-san are happy with this. Griselda, putting more decorations. This part is already ready. Asia, Zenobia, Irina and Jean, I hope you like it. Shin, Irina's father, you will like it. Griselda-san, Irina will be happy with this. Lord Citri, listen carefully, the ice sculptures must go that way. Lady Citri, Everything must be perfect for our daughter's engagement. Odin, those decorations will look good. Ken on the curtains. Rosweiss deserves the best after so many years of putting up with this old man. Lady Phoenix, those fire feathers don't burn anything, it's just decoration. Lord Phoenix, at the entrance they'll be fine. Ruvel, to the workers, go quickly. Ruvel, faster, faster. Serorg, do you think your brother will come? Ruvel, to the engagement party of the guy who humiliated him more than 2 times, his ex-fiancée and his sister. I don't think so. Serorg, you're absolutely right. Arthur, well, that source is going there. Biko, you're supporting a lot. Arthur, it's my sister's commitment. I must do everything possible. Lady Karnstein, okay, please, those decorations go there. My daughter must have the best engagement party. Michael, those decorations will be fine there. Gabriel will be very happy with this. Azazel, and you can say it yourself. Penemu is also excited, looking at the decorators. The piano is fine over there. Michael, I haven't been able to ask you, why the piano? Azazel, it's a little show I have prepared. Some of the dragons that Ingvild had tamed were also helping with the decoration, and to everyone's surprise, Great Red in his human form was helping. Surzex, with all due respect, Great Red Sana, I'm surprised you're helping us. GR, this is the least I can do for my student and Ophis. Of course, if this means he'll stay and live with Issei and stop trying to expel me from the dimensional rift. Michael, I think those grudges have been forgotten. Vala was the one who was helping the most along with Lavinia. She had a list where she wrote down what was already there and what was missing. Kiba, Vala, where do I put this? Valley, those are the red and black tablecloths. Take them to the kitchen. Kiba, okay. Gasper, Vala senpai, where are these lilies going? Valley, in the entrance. Jaikun, Gasper, WL. Saji, Vala, these ice sculptures? Vala, go where Lord and Lady Citri are. Saji, I'll go. Lavinia, are you watching that everything goes perfectly? Valley, it's my best friend's engagement, everything must be perfect. Lavinia, speaking of which, when will you announce your engagement to me? Vala, guys help. Daniel/Albion, you are alone in this. Vala, shit. After approximately 2 hours everything was ready. That was while they were at school. Now all that was left was to send the transportation circles to the guests, and especially for the girls to leave the house before Issei. With Issei, present moment, the girls had left early. I knew it was to get ready. But to be honest, I was feeling nervous, so I was playing with Blackie when my father entered my room. Goru, are you nervous, son? Issei, a little. Goru, I want to give you something. He took out a necklace with a green fang and gave it to me. Goru, this necklace has been passed down through generations by the Hyoudou. Now it's your turn to wear it. Issei, thanks, Dad. In the underworld, many of the best stylists were getting the girls ready for their party while they only thought about one thing. Why did Azazel bring a piano to the hall? While guests from all factions arrived, it was the biggest engagement party in the underworld. Surzex, I haven't told him yet. Azazel, and it's better that you don't yet, it will make him even more cocky. Michael, I think it's better to tell him. Besides, Valakuen already said that he accepted him, and that Issei-kun was the best for the position. Odin approached where the leaders were. Odin, what are you talking about? Michael, about the fact that Surzex-kun plans to give his Mao title to Issei-kun when he graduates. Surzex, I think I'll tell him after the wedding. Now is the engagement party, let's not spoil the atmosphere. While with Issei, I had already dressed and was ready to go. Clearly my nerves had not passed yet, but I looked at myself in the mirror and said, Issei, it is not your wedding yet, that day you will be nervous, come on, if I can. My parents had already left, so I climbed onto Blackie's back and we headed to the underworld. We were barely crossing the sky when I saw the castle where the party would be, so we began to descend to it. What I didn't count on were the protection circles that were outside, and I ended up crashing into Blackie. I got up and cleaned myself as best I could while everyone left. Valley, an entrance worthy of the great Hyoudou Issei. Issei, hee, ouch. I think I may have broken something. Vala, come on now. I entered a very well decorated room while everyone was looking at me, and it made sense that night I was the star along with the girls. I got to the altar where I would ask them to marry me. Plus Vala had the engagement rings. Issei, well, I want to thank everyone who came. This is a special day for me, and I just hope that everyone here has fun. Issei, shit, I don't know what to say. Drake, but when you wrote Zenovia's speech you were not short of words. Issei, that's different. Bahamut, not much. Surzex, attention please, the brides make their entrance. My girls came out of magic circles with their hair and dresses. Issei, I'm a lucky guy. Drake/Bahamut, very lucky. They all looked at me closely, and I decided to let out what was in my heart. Issei, Before I wanted a normal life because of things that had happened in my past. Ojo-san, I hide my head knowing that it was his fault. Issei, my current self would hit the Issei of the past, because I would never change anything of what I have now, much less the women I love the most in my life. Thanks to them I have overcome any obstacle, thanks to them I have done everything I have done, I am invincible with them by my side. For that reason, I would be the happiest man. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, Ravel, Kuroka, Lefay, Sona, Seraphal, Elmenhild, Jean, Gabriel, Penemu, Ingvild Ophis, would you marry me? All yes. I put the rings on each of them and the party began. And by the way, no one will ever be able to tell you what it is like to dance with 18 girls in a row. Here is my answer. It's too tiring. After a while I was already sitting drinking a glass of water, when Azazel approached me. Issei, what happened Azazel-sama? Azazel, from what I heard you have great talent. Issei, it depends, Azazel said out loud. Azazel, then I challenge you to something. Issei, that would be it. Azazel, do you see the piano over there? Play something really good, or you cancel your engagement. Everyone looked at Azazel in surprise, while Penemy looked at him furiously. Sirzex, Azazel enough? I don't think it's feasible for Issei-kun to do that. Michael, besides I don't think so. Issei, I accept, but if I win you stop trying to break my engagement. Azazel, brat act. I sat down on the bench in full view of everyone, stretched out my fingers and began. Everyone was astonished to see how he could play the piano, and how he could play such a complicated piece. His fingers flowed naturally on the keys and let themselves go. When he finished everyone applauded me. Azazel, how is it possible? Issei, well, I've been playing the piano since I was 6, you old idiot. Azazel, snot. Sirzex, leave it Azazel. Michael, don't humiliate yourself anymore, you lost. Azazel, it's okay, I accept defeat. Vala was holding back laughing at him, while drinking a glass of water, when Ophis approached me. Ophis, you got lucky this time. Issei, if I had subtracted something I didn't know, I would have hit him and run away with you. Ophis, it sounds like a movie. Issei, I would do anything for us to be together. Besides, now we are engaged. I will never leave you again. After that engagement party, a new stage of my life began, the stage where I would know the terror of accompanying women to buy clothes. The Academy's tournament. I woke up early as usual. The girls were still sleeping, but there was something that worried me in a certain way. It was the sports festival between Kuoh academies, a festival that took place between most of the academies in Kuoh where students competed in different sports disciplines. We as a student council would be in charge of who would participate. After everyone woke up we had breakfast as usual, and went to school, where Zenobia and I heard many rumors. Boy 1, did you hear that Hyoudou from class 3B is dating the student council president? Boy 2, yes I heard, they say he left Rias senpai for her. Issei, sorry, were you talking about me? They looked at me with fear, because the hunter's eyes will influence fear in the victims. Boy 1, not at all Vice Kaishu. Boy 2, yes, we were already leaving. Those two ran to their class, while I went with the rest of the girls. We hung the festival flyers all over the school and went back to class where our class representative Kiryu was writing to the nominees to lead us in the tournament. I was very calm talking to Renji and Kuruo when, Girl 1, I propose Issei-san. He is the captain of all the sports teams in the class and also the best at them. After that all the girls in the class, including my girlfriends, got up to nominate me. I just sighed and got up and agreed to be the one to guide us. Of course most of the school said the same. Therefore now we would have training to win, so I would stay in school training with the team. I told the girls so we would have to wait to see their dresses for the wedding. Of course they understood me, but they never said anything about me supporting them, and that's how I ended up with all my girlfriends outside the training places staring at me. Well, there were also the girls from the previous student council for Saji, Tsubaki for Kiba and Lavinia for Vala. At that time we were practicing basketball, therefore I had a sleeveless shirt with a number behind me. Vala and I had split up in a practice match. Right now I was avoiding my other teammates. Issei, Kiba, received I. Threw the ball to him which he received. Therefore they went to mark him including Valley. I took advantage of that opportunity. Kiba, Renji-kun. Renji, I have it. Renji took it and moved forward a little. Renji Issei threw the ball to me. I took it and in one jump the key in the basket. Saji, Vala, what do? Are we losing? Valley, we are playing well. Remember this is a practice match. Saji, good point. We finished and I went to congratulate my friends on the way to cool off. Issei, yes you played well. Vala, you are the star of the team, for now, we have to prepare. Saji, Then we have to practice volleyball. Kiba, we will take the Kuoh Academy to the top. Issei, right, wait. Vala, you forgot your water bottle, right? Issei, touché, where is Gasper? Kiba, that's true, he had to bring the water. We thought about it for a while. The 4. It was too much weight. And just like we said, Gasper was in the gym storage with the water jug on him. The 4. Jaya-kun, Gasper. Oh, hey guys, well I know I had to bring water for the others, but Vala and I lifted the jug and took it out of there. Vala, we'll take it. Gasper, thanks. We took it and everyone drank water except me, because I didn't have my bottle. I looked at everyone until I felt cold on my cheek. It was my bottle and the one holding it was Irina with a smile. Irina, you almost forgot this at home, darling. Issei, thanks dear, you saved me. I uncovered the bottle and started drinking water desperately. Irina was blushing for calling her dear, while my other girlfriends looked at her with jealousy. I approached them quite sweaty. Issei, how did I play? All incredible. Issei, many boys believe that I am missing because I am involved in drugs. Ophis, why do you think? Issei, why am I playing better than before? And because of the 5-leaf clover tattoo. I showed them my hand so they could see it. Zenobia, can't you hide it? Issei, I already tried, even with makeup, but it doesn't disappear. Also when I take out Metsuma it only expands. Rias, changing the subject, Issei wanted to tell you something important. He took me outside the training camp. Issei, what's wrong? Rias, I wanted to ask you if you had already planned who to give your pieces to. I caught myself in a difficult moment. I didn't know who I would have in my entourage. Issei, the truth is I haven't thought about it yet. Rias, well, Asia, Zenobia and Rosweiss want to follow you. Well, they have always wanted to since before you had your own pieces. Issei, but you reincarnated them. Rias, and even if I did I can't stop them from wanting to go with you. Issei, well, I guess it was inevitable. But Ingvild hugged me from behind. Ingvild, and I will be your queen. Rias, Ingvild? Ingvild, I am the most suitable for that position. Asia and Ravel will be her bishops, Zenobia her knight, Rosweiss her rook, and I her queen. Issei, in fact it is not a bad idea. Rias, it is a very good idea, Ingvild, but it will be after the tournament. Issei, I will return to training. And if you are wondering, when I returned home my sweaty shirts were snatched from my hands to wash them, and I went to rest. Days passed and the long-awaited day of the tournament arrived. Kuoh, being a small town, did not have many academies, but the event was important, so many people were attending. Presenter, first we will introduce the Kuoh Academy. Previously for girls but became mixed last year, we all passed with our sports uniforms, while the next academy passed. Presenter, now the Akeno's Academy. I saw those from that academy and I recognized them. To my bad luck, they were from the academy that Rainier had used to trick me. I just breathed a little while the rest of the academies passed. Presenter, the Shikuzu Academy and the Kakuji Academy. Did I smoke something for the names? Yes, and the sports games began. And in short it was quite easy. Well, the fact that Vala and I are supreme class devils, as well as dragons, gave us the advantage. I felt guilty of winning like that. But as long as they didn't know, everything was fine. Well, at least I felt that way until I saw the boys from Akeno's Academy looking at my girlfriends in a desirous way. Hey, here Issei, breaking the fourth wall. Well, here I ask you, what do you think will happen? Option A, continue in the tournament normally. Option B, leave the tournament. And Option C, humiliate them in the worst way possible. My blood was boiling, even more when I heard it. Boy 1, we have to beat the Kuoh guys so their girls can see how great we are. Boy 2, they won't be able to, and those beauties will be ours. Boys, yes. I stood at a safe distance and closed my eyes and then opened them violently. Issei, suppression. A red aura covered everything in a very fleeting way, so fast that it was imperceptible to the human eye and to some low-level supernatural beings. At that precise moment the boys from the Akeno's Academy began to feel heaviness in their shoulders and backs. Suppression. Dragon hunter technique used to subdue his prey. When the hunter is superior to the prey, the latter feels heaviness in his shoulders and back, and also feels a great amount of fear towards the hunter. If the hunter continues doing the suppression, the prey could even kneel before him until it falls to the ground. Phantom. Oh yeah, Issei is going to show them who's boss. I approached them. Issei, smiling. Hello guys, are you from the Akeno's Academy? I'm Hyoudou Issei from the Kuoh Academy. Boy 1, what do you want? Issei, wow, you look very tired, you should recover. Issei, suppression at 10%. The boys began to feel heavier. Issei, you know, I heard some things that I didn't like. Boy 2, what do you mean? Issei, they were talking about the girls from the academy. Serious. I want you to know that my girlfriend is among those girls, and I could say that I don't like it when you see my girl with so much lust. They looked away at the girls. Well, Zenobia, Irina, Jean, Ophis, Lefay, Ingvild, Kaneko, Elmenhild and Ravel were dressed as cheerleaders to support me. Now I will show you how well the dog eats. While I increased the suppression to 20% and they fell to their knees. Issei, in the match we will see what happens. Boys, why am I so scared? I deactivated the suppression and left. Ichinos' guys got up somewhat confused, but now they knew that no one was messing with what was mine. After that little problem we had a soccer game against Ichinos. The final score was 15-0 in favor of Kuoh. Then basketball followed with a score of 30-0 in favor of Kuoh, and we finished with volleyball. There were 3 sets to 0, wherein all the score was 15-0 in favor of Kuoh. The afternoon was coming and I went to eat with my friends and my girlfriends. Zenobia, don't you think you exaggerated, Issei? Issei, not at all. Jean, of the 15 goals they scored against them, you scored 11 and 7 of them were from half court, not counting that you didn't let any of them reach the area. Issei, I keep saying that I didn't exaggerate. Ingvild, they said something about us, right? Issei, sometimes I think you can read minds, Ingvild. Ingvild, I can only read that easily the man I love. Issei, I love you too, and that's why I humiliated them. They said they would beat us and stay with you. Elmenhild, so that's why the suppression. Issei, I wanted to scare them a little. Ravel, the important thing now is the talent contest. Issei, wait, what? Ravel, this is the first year they do something like that. Issei, damn, we weren't prepared for this. Ophis, I always have a contingency plan. Issei, if you were thinking of making a crack to bring my guitar here, I must tell you that it's in the workshop. Ophis, you ruined my plans. Issei, sorry. Valley, there is still a solution, can you rap? Issei, oh, I know what you mean, fine, I'll go. The girls didn't know what I had planned to do. I put on the academy clothes and we all went to where the talent show would be. After the other academies passed they called us presenter. And now representing Kuoh Issei, Hyoudou and Vala Morgnistar. We go up and take the microphones. Issei, hey Valley, I want to watch a movie. Vala, which one? Issei, I want to see Godzilla. Vala, which one of all? Issei, the one where all the monsters attack, the worst according to critics. Vala, do you want to see that garbage? You're a monster. While the girls watched them and only had one thing on their minds. Girls, what are you doing? I gave Kiba a signal and he started playing the music. Issei on Eminem's parts and Vala on backing vocals. Everyone was stunned as the two friends sang. They didn't know that they both knew how to rap, plus Issei, whose words seemed to have no end, plus the speed with which he rapped. Everyone was even more stunned when Issei knew the fastest part of the song. We finished the song and got off the stage while the girls watched us. We both bumped fists in victory. And just as I thought we won, I had kept my word to take Kuoh to the top of the tournament, without defeats. At the beginning of the week the trophy was in the student council room. Zenobia, we did it. Issei, we have the advantage that this school is full of demons. Zenobia, maybe in that we have a dragon that never gives up. Issei, allow me to be arrogant for once. Zenobia, I'd better give you this. He kissed me on the lips, and Irina, that's not fair. Zenobia, Jean, that's right, I also want to give Anata her reward. Asia, that's not fair. Ophis, Zenobia, don't make me destroy you. Well, it's not true. Elmenhild, you may be the president of the council, but it's not fair. Zenobia, the one who acts first wins. And Ophis? When she said that I felt like I was starting to sink. Ophis, you're right about that. Zenobia, Ophis was kidnapping me through a dimensional gap. Ophis, I'll give Issei his reward and bring him back later. All Ophis, wedding preparations. We were jumping from building to building chasing a squad of rogue demons stronger than usual. This is why Rias' entourage was there. My entourage, the rest of my girls, Sona's entourage, Vala and his team, as well as Dulio and Tobio who came as reinforcements. Valley, we lost them. Issei, not really. Tobio, what do you plan to do? Issei, tracking. Everything was covered in a red aura while my eyes were closed. Issei, I found them. Vala, sometimes being a hunter is very convenient. Issei, let's go at once. We found the 3 that remained in a factory. I took off my jacket revealing my 5-leaf clover tattoo. Saji, Kaicho, how did she let her boyfriend get a tattoo? Sona, believe me, if she had a vote she wouldn't have let him. Sabaki, why do you say that? Sona, observe my ISE's training. Everyone watched me while my tattoo gave off black rays. Issei, come to my call. Metsuma, the hilt of the sword came out of the tattoo. I took it and pulled it out. Issei, negative zone. The zone was covered in black and no one moved. I took advantage and approached the renegades. Issei, demon slayer. The sword was covered in black and I cut the 3 in half. I deactivated the negative zone and everyone could move again, but to their surprise the renegade demons had already been defeated. Issei, that was easy. Vala, may I ask what happened? Issei, oh, it's one of my new powers. I can stop time in a very small area and for a very short time, but it works for moments like this. And the rest, well, it's just Metsuma, my other sword. I put it back in the tattoo while everyone was still shocked. Issei, what are we waiting for? I'm tired. Vala, I can still catch up with him, right? After Asia, Ravel, Zenobia, Rossweiss and Ingvild had become my entourage, they had assigned us that mission, and we did well to be the first. Also we wanted to finish quickly, since the next day we had free so we would go see the girls' wedding dresses. Of course it was different because of how each one wanted to get married so it would be very heavy. Besides that, we had to see what we would use to decorate the castle. After that it would be to see the food and the wedding cake, and to finish the rings. The first option was to put on 18 rings, 2 on each finger except the thumbs. But we agreed that it would be better if I made a slightly larger ring where the names of the 18 would be engraved. In addition to this, Aika would help the girls. She, along with other people, already knew about the supernatural. Asia had become more excited. Flashback. Aika. So what are you doing this weekend, Asia? I was eating and talking with Renji and Kuoh. There were only them in class, plus Kates, Murayama and Motohama. Asia. Well, I'll go with Issei-san and the girls to see the dresses for the wedding. I started to choke while those present said, everyone, what? I kept choking and Zenobia and Irina came to save the situation. Or is it I would have liked to say, Zenobia, Asia, they can find out about our wedding with Issei. Irina, gosh Asia, you don't know how to keep a secret. Issei, and neither do you. And that's how we had to explain everything about the supernatural world and our engagement. Of course it was a blow to Motohama's perversion when he was finding out about all the girls I was going to marry. But it was also surprising to me when I found out that Motohama had abandoned Matsuda because he left him alone with the Kendo girls. After this he stayed with Kiryu and now they were dating. Like Renji with Kates and Kuoh with Murayama. Issei, I really missed a lot while I was gone. Renji, by the way, where were you? Issei, well, Zenobia, she tried to kill us. Everyone, what? Issei, let's put it in context that I am part of an extinct clan and the god of that clan had control over me and made me do horrible things. But thanks to my friends and my willpower I am here. End of flashback. And that's how we ended up here. Me accompanying the girls while they looked at wedding dresses. Obviously this in the underworld. What would the people of the human world think when they saw a boy enter a dress shop with several girls? Each one saw the dresses they liked because they would write down the details and order their own. Rias, Sona, Sarah Fall, Ravel, Ingvild would have dresses made by the best seamstresses in the underworld. Akeno and Penemi would do it on behalf of Grigori, Irina. And Gabriel from heaven, Rossweiss had ordered hers to be made by the best seamstresses in Asgard. Elmenhald in Romania, Kaneko and Kuroka had Anchisaka as their assistant for their dresses. Asia, Zenobia and Jean would receive their dresses made by the Vatican. Although it sounds strange, they had quite beautiful dresses. LeFay, who was going to have a dress made by the Pendragon family in addition to being with magic. And Ophis just hoped that all the dragons did their job well. They were making the dress for their goddess. It had to be perfect. For my part, one was thinking of using my father's suit. It was my best option, although Uncle Goto had also offered me to use his suit, but I chose Dad's. Meanwhile elsewhere, Rise of him, was it fake? Soldier. That's right, Rise of him-sama. Issei Hyoudou tricked him again. Rise of him. But the truth is that makes me a little happy. It means that the true exile equation is somewhere, and I'm going to find it. Time for Issei Hyoudou to pay for everything. I'll take away what he values most. With Issei. After that we went to the best bakery in Lilith so the girls could choose the cake they wanted for our wedding, and of course as always it was a dilemma. Asia couldn't decide. Zenobia, Irina and Jean who changed flavors all the time. Rias who wanted it bigger. Kaneko, Ophis, LeFay and Elmenhild who were just looking for an excuse to eat the sweet cakes. I just laughed waiting to have to carry more bags. Because after seeing the dresses, they bought clothes, and I was carrying all the bags. While we continued looking at what to buy, I felt a pressure in my chest. Issei, oh no. Ophis, what's wrong, Issei? Issei, yes, I just have to see one thing. I dropped the bags and went to another place. When I arrived I saw the entrance to the catacombs destroyed and I entered quickly. When I reached the main hall the exile equation was no longer there. Issei, damn it, who stole it? Rise of him. I did it. I saw the old man behind me, and I wanted to attack him but my pull was stopped by a magic circle. Rise of him. Time has passed. Hyoudou Issei. Issei, do you want me to kill you now? Rise of him. You won't be able to now. I have this. He showed me the exile equation. I knew that now I was in danger. I stopped my hostile actions. Issei, what do you want? Rise of him. Many things, but first you will come with me. They put magic-proof handcuffs on my hands and his soldiers took me with him. They took me to a dungeon where they took off my shirt and chained me. Rise of him. This dungeon is specifically made so that a demon or a dragon cannot get out. Only an angel could escape. But now I will take a well-deserved revenge on the brat who always interferes with my plans. He made several magic circles in his hand. Issei, I will stay here and I will not try to escape. But do not get close to the girls. I received a first spank on my back. Rise of him, don't talk. I continued to receive spankings from Rise of him, but I did not scream or complain. I would not give him the pleasure of it hurting me. Meanwhile, the girls continued buying things for the wedding, thinking that Issei would return quickly. Rias, he's taking a long time. Olphus, what is he doing? With Issei, I received lashes and blows for 2 hours. Rise of him, I'm getting fed up. Why don't you suffer? Issei, I don't care what you do. I won't give you that pleasure. Rise of him, then I'll do something better. He left the dungeon. Rise of him, I'll take away everything you love. He left the dungeon while receiving lashes from his soldiers. Issei, I'll kill him. With the girls, Issei did not return and did not answer his phone, and they could not contact him through the magic circles. But they were already home after that hard day. When they received a notice from the leaders, it only said, Rise of him has returned. The entire DXD team prepared for the threat, but Issei did not give any sign of appearing. With Issei, the soldiers kept whipping me while I just received it. Soldier 1. When Rise of him-sama finishes with your women, he will bring more for us to have fun with them. Soldier 2. Rise of him-sama will make the underworld obey him. The walls of the dungeon began to tremble, and my chains took out pieces of rich, leaving me free. With these same ones I hit the soldiers until they died. I took out my angel wings and with a lightning bolt I pierced the ceiling of where I was locked up. I left, and many of Rise of him's soldiers stared at me. Issei, I'm fed up. Metsuma, Ascalon. Both swords came out and attacked Rise of him's soldiers, making a massacre. If I didn't attack them with my swords, I would stick spears of light in them, until I rose and gathering my power I threw a ball of power at them, finishing them off completely. I quickly flew out to find Rise of him. Before he reached Lilith, I attacked him in beast mode. Rise of him, how did you get away? He couldn't say anything else because I stuck a spear of light into his stomach. Issei, I have angel genes. I hit him with a right hook, while I continued chasing him. Rise of him, you're very annoying. He pointed the exile equation at me and fired, but instead of dying he transported me to an artificial dimension, where I didn't know what to do, so I started hitting the ground like crazy. While Rise of him arrived at Lilith, where DXD was waiting for him, Vala was the first to attack. Vala, where is Issei? Old shit. Rise of him, oh, he is very well. Now he is in the artificial dimension. At least he is better than his torture a while ago. Rise of him showed them the exile equation. While smiling, they all attacked quickly to finish off Rise of him. With Issei, Seguindo giving more blows to the artificial dimension, but nothing happened. So angry I released all my power, entering Dabilo's dragon beast, and began to crack. Issei, Rise of him, my roar was so strong that the artificial dimension finished breaking, leaving me free. With the others, the fight with Rise of him had become complicated, since with the exile equation he could practically do whatever he wanted, and no one could stop him, not even the joint work of the Gremory and Citri entourages. Yura, does Sona-sama think Hyoudou will come? Sona, he always comes. Ruair, a dragon roar was heard, which made the battle zone tremble. Rise of him threw an attack towards the place where the roar came from. It exploded, but from the flames Issei came out in beast mode and with his sacred gears in addition to his 3 pairs of wings extended. Sona's entourage, Serorg, Dulio and Tobio were stunned to see that. Tsubaki, Sona-sama, are those wings? Sona, that's right, Issei has angel wings. Dulio, it should be impossible. Gabriel, being a descendant of Samuel he could release them. Issei looked at Rise of him with hatred as he began to release power. Issei, you will pay, cruel fate. Issei, Rise of him, everyone was watching me, because at that moment I was emanating a lot of power and I was furious. I quickly launched myself to attack him, and I gave him some cuts with Metsuma, but he healed. Rise of him, do you really think that now you have the possibility of doing something to me? Issei, I do not care. I will kill you at any cost. I launched myself to attack him again, but he avoided me again. This time he had the advantage, because with the exile equation it would be difficult for me to damage him and even more so to defeat him. Rise of him, You are boring me. My soldiers will take care of you. Several soldiers surrounded me. I was just furious. Soldier 1, you will see, stupid debarrer. He could not finish speaking. I pierced his chest with the sword. Issei, do not get in the way. While everyone looked at Issei with some fear, the boy was ready to kill. Saji, Sona-sama, is Hyoudou okay? Sona, I don't know anything either. Rias, he is very angry with Ryusoulger. They said this because Issei massacred all of Ryusoulger's soldiers. Blood was coming out of the bodies I killed. I was quite angry. I had a lot of things on my mind. Issei, it's my fault, all this. If I hadn't feared the hunter's powers, I would have finished him off every time I could. If I had done it, none of this would be happening. I launched to attack him again, quite angry. I kicked him in the abdomen, and before he recovered I gave him a charged blow with the boosted gear, crashing him on the ground. I began to hit him mercilessly on the ground. While tears came out of my face, everyone looked at me attentive. Rias, I see already BAS. Issei, why damn it? Why do you have to hurt us so much? You ruined Vala's childhood and separated him from his mother. You want to eliminate all the demons who live peacefully. But now you come to ruin our wedding, and all this, it's my fault. For being a coward who did not want to use his powers, I could not kill you when I had the chance. Because I am a coward. Ryusoulger, live with the weight of your mistakes. Issei, shut up. Everyone was stunned. Issei felt guilty for not being able to finish him off when he could have. Now the guilt he felt was being expelled through blows towards Ryusoulger. I kept hitting Ryusoulger non-stop, trying to kill him, until he attacked me with the exile equation. Ryusoulger, you've become boring Daburuyudi. There's nothing left you can do. He was right. I had spent enough of my power getting out of the artificial dimension, so I couldn't continue so easily. Ryusoulger started laughing and escaped again. I fainted after that. I fell into darkness again while only thinking, Issei, why? Why can't we be happy? Someone always has to come and take it away from us. Are we doomed? Ayato, brother, you have to understand that it's not your fault. None of this happened because of you. Issei, it's not true. How many times have I been able to do it and I didn't? If I had used my hunter powers before he escaped, this would have ended a long time ago. Ayato, you had your reasons, Issei. Blaming yourself won't do any good. Issei, I know, but for the first time, I don't know what to do. I don't have any plan. I don't even know how I can beat him. He has the most powerful object in existence. I can't do anything against that. Sleep, the slap that Ayato gave me resonated. Ayato, are you giving up? How many times have you been close to dying, or have you died by default and recovered? How many times have you broken your limits to be able to move forward? You are the only one who can stop it. Stop with the nonsense. Also, if it is your mistake, strive to redeem yourself. You can do it, brother. Fight. Even if things seem to be bad, fight, damn it. Fight for a bright future with the women you love. Fight for a bright future for your future children. End evil. Be the hero you have to be. You can do it, Issei. Ayato, for more self-improvement speeches, follow the story. I woke up in my room, the lights were off and none of the girls were there. I washed my face and said to myself, Issei, well, enough games, I'm going to take away the exile equation. I dressed in my combat suit. Understand the red shirt, black pants, and her black jacket with red lines, and of course her black sneakers. At that moment Ophis entered. Ophis, you woke up. She threw herself at me. Issei, if everything is okay. Ophis, nothing is okay. Issei, you didn't wake up for 1 week. Issei, what? Where are the others? Ophis, Ryusoulger is attacking Lilith and is about to defeat them. Issei, I must think of something quickly. I have an idea, but I need you to tell the girls when we get to the battlefield. Ophis, okay. In Lilith. Ryusoulger, kneel before your new king. The DXD team and the leaders could do nothing. Ryusoulger was practically invincible at that time. That is until Issei/Ophis. The only thing you will be king of is the stupid ones. I created a seed of suffering in my hand and threw it at him. Ryusoulger, foolish child, you won't be able to do anything to me. Issei/Ophis. Ophis, yes. I see. Ophis made a gap that swallowed the seed of suffering, appeared behind Ryusoulger, and gave him a direct hit. Minutes before. Issei, there is something we can do first. Ryusoulger has not put the exile equation. He has it held by the chain, which gives a certain drop to his power, and handling that thing is strange. If he only has it grabbed, he can only point his power to one side. On the other hand, if he accepts all the power and uses it as a necklace, he would be unstoppable. Ophis, if we use my gaps, Issei, we can defeat him. Current moment. I began to launch attacks towards Ryusoulger while he tried to avoid them and be aware of Ophis's gaps. I attacked him again. He could barely defend himself, And things got worse when it was me who began to appear between the gaps. I hit him without him being able to defend himself. Rise of him. Damn brat, you'll see. Issei, all now. Ophis created more gaps where everyone put their attacks, hitting Rise of him directly, who still did not know what to do against all our combined powers. In a moment, with the help of Luffy, several trees came out of the ground and Rise of him was left with blurred vision, while he felt that something was stalking him. Flashback. Goto, you have to learn to hide your presence. The beast will help you a lot with that. Issei, well, Issei ran through the forest with the beast activated to be able to hide more easily. But Goto kept feeling him. Goto, feel nature, be part of it, don't try to hide, try to be one with the environment. That day Issei failed, but that only caused his training to become more and more intensive, causing Issei to have to blend in with the nature of different terrains, and that he could not be tracked by Goto. Along with learning to master the beast, there were chases, hide and seek, and training lifting logs. That's how Issei spent his month, until he could blend in with the environment and be undetectable. Thus he could beat his uncle without problem. End of flashback. I appeared right next to Rise of him and I revalidated his hand where he had the exile equation, causing him to drop it. Rise of him stepped back while holding the stump where his hand used to be. Rise of him, how is this possible? I should be invincible. Issei, the exile equation is very powerful, but it has a flaw, that as long as you do not accept its full power and use it as a necklace, it will not give you everything. You made the mistake of trusting yourself for having it. Rise of him, it is not my last move yet. Several magic circles appeared and many dragons came out of them. Rise of him, smiling, will they be able to against this almighty and great army of Issei? Ingvild, yes my king. Ingvild activated Nereid Kairi to begin to enchant the dragons, leaving them out, but of course, the force that Ingvild had to use caused both Ophis and I to begin to be drowsy. Issei, do you see, did you lose? Rise of him, you fell. Ophis, let me go. I could only watch as one of Rise of him's soldiers injected Ophis with a sedative. While Rise of him and he fled, I fell asleep to the ground. I woke up a few hours later at home. Issei, for the first time I wake up after breaking up and my body doesn't hurt. Girls, I see. Issei, hey girls. Rias, what will we do now? Issei, the most obvious. I can find Ophis with the power I have from her, then we will break Rise of him's face. I already learned my lesson. I am not going to get out of control again. It goes worse for us when I do that. All I see. Sona, we are very happy that you say that, but I closed her mouth with a kiss. Issei, we are going to stop it. I promise. We are going to get rid of this cruel destiny that haunts us. Gabriel, but destiny does not seem to want us to be together. Issei, I am not interested. I make my own rules, and those rules dictate that I have to be with you until the end. You are all that matters to me. I felt the joint hug of all. Issei, well, let's save Ophis. While Ophis was locked in a cage that prevented her from using her dragon powers, but she didn't look worried. Rise of him, I thought you'd be more scared. Ophis, my only emotions are caused by my IC. Don't think that someone as insignificant as you can scare me. Much of your power is due to the snake that I gave you and you still have. Without it you would be more useless than you already are. Rise of him, damn dragon. Ophis, mockingly, what will you do now? Create more unstoppable momentum with my power? You're so predictable. Rise of him showed her a seal, and Ophis felt intimidated. Rise of him, you recognize it, right? The seal of the beast of the apocalypse. If it hadn't been for your boyfriend I could have already released it. But it won't take long to come out, and they won't be able to stop me. Ophis, you can't control that thing. Rise of him, who says I care about controlling it? As long as it destroys everything it will be enough. Ha 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 ha. Ophis, you've gone crazy. Rise of him, I want to see their faces of despair at not being able to stop him. Ophis, Trihexa is not a game. Rise of him, do you think it matters? All the useless people I allied with died. He has nothing left. It's a desperate measure. Ophis just looked at Rise of him knowing that he had already gone crazy. A rescue attempt. Right now we were heading to Rise of him's base with only one objective, to save Ophis. Well, that's on my side, since according to the plan, Vala and his team would distract Rise of him so that his soldiers couldn't do anything against us. Flashback. Issei, well, I have to formulate a plan. Seraphal, but as long as we do nothing he can hurt Ophis. Issei, he won't. Penemu, how do you know? Issei, Rise of him knows very well how much I care about my girls now that I have something he wants. He knows that if he does something to Ophis I will make sure that he never has the exile equation again. Almenhild, wait, I see that means. Issei, that's right, Because of you I am capable of giving him the exile equation. We gather all the members of DXD, Issei. The plan is as follows, me and the girls will go behind the hideout where Ryzovim is. But I still don't know who will go to the front. Vale, we will go. Issei, are you sure? Vale, you're not the only one who is training friend, and I have to help you. Kiba, I'll go with Vale, distract him so you can get Office back. Gasper, I want to help too senpai. Saji, count on me. Hyoudou. Serorg, we'll finish off the enemies. Arthur, as your brother-in-law it's my duty to help you. Biko, I'll help too. Issei, thanks guys. Lavinia, I have to go with Vale anyway. I'll never leave him alone. Sona, Tsubaki, I'll go with Issei, you'll be in charge. Tsubaki, of course Sona-sama. Valerie, I'll go with Gasper-kun. Issei, then we're in order. We'll rescue Office. Fawn from the flashback. With Vale. He was with everyone else hiding waiting for Issei's signal. Vale, I just hope his plan works. Lavinia, it will work. Issei-kun always plans things well. With Issei. According to my plans, Sarah froze much of the ground, where we began to slide. With the help of my hunter skills in addition to the support of Kaneko and Kuroko we got rid of the first guards. We advanced further. Ryzovim had put traps all along the way. But with the help of Akeno we found them and Lefay deactivated them. We found the dragons he planned to use. Ravel covered my ears while Ingvild sang to lull them to sleep. Then I finished knocking them out. We continued advancing supported by the darkness. With Office. Office, your plan has many flaws. Ryzovim, I don't care. As long as I can destroy everything I'll be happy. Office, Issei will stop you. Ryzovim, he won't be able to do it. Office, laughing, the man I fell in love with is the only one capable of making the impossible possible. Ryzovim, you trust him too much. Office, well, we're talking about the boy who almost left you in a vegetative state and has been frustrating your plans for almost a year. Ryzovim furiously slammed the cage where Office was. Ryzovim, do you find it funny? Office, quite indeed. Ryzovim, we'll see who laughs after everything goes according to plan. Office, we'll see. Outside with Issei. He exterminated most of the guards, so it was time to execute the plan. Issei, Gabriel, Irina/Gabriel. Hi darling/Issei. Both extended their hands, creating a giant flash that roasted the eyes of the air sentries. I want to clarify that Irina's power is currently superior to Gabriel's at the beginning. Gabriel is more powerful than before. Issei, Akeno, Rias, Ross, the three combined their powers to create a dragon made of power that wiped out the sentries. Issei, now it's my turn. Ready Drag Bahamut? Drag/Bahamut. Yes, partner. Issei, let's use Astas power together. By the 5-leaf clover, Metsuma. My arm was covered in black lightning as the sword appeared its hilt. I took it with the other arm and gave it boosts. Issei, Bucky Ryzovim. I joined Metsuma with Dark Blade, and while I continued giving boosts with the boosted gear, a giant sphere of power was created aiming at Ryzovim's base. Issei, Dragonic Flash. The sphere shot out at full power, destroying much of its base. With Ryzovim, practically the roof of his base was destroyed by a lightning bolt at the same time that the flash of the angels continued in the sky. Ryzovim, but what? Office, I told you Issei is very smart for you. Ryzovim, wonderful plan. Ha 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 ha, I expected it. Office, it can't be. With Vale, they saw the flash in the sky and knew that was the signal. Vale now, Lavinia, absolute surrender. A giant ice princess appeared behind Lavinia. The plan was for her to destroy the entire front. While Issei took care of Ryzovim, they would take out Office. But what they found was Ryzovim with his army in front. Ryzovim, see you again, Vale. Vale, but what? Seconds before with Issei, I kept trying to get Ryzovim's attention, so he would come for me. But fed up, I went in. I found Office in a cage. Issei, Office, Issei, get out of here. Issei, but what? Office, did you find out? Office was pulled up by a chain. Issei, wait a minute, she's not here, Vale. I quickly made a communication circle, but it was destroyed. Issei, what? Ryzovim had put up an anti-communication barrier. I got out of there quickly. Rias, what happened? Issei, found out our plan. He went for Vale and the others. We quickened our pace to try to get there as quickly as possible, but we arrived late. Ryzovim had Lavinia fainted and Vale could barely move. I jumped to try to reach them, but Ryzovim disappeared along with the entire base, including Office. Vale, damn it! I approached him but he fainted. Issei, we have to go back. With Vale before the kidnapping. Vale discovered Issei's plan. Kiba, what do we do? Vale, what Issei would tell me would be to leave, but I'm not Issei. Primal Demons Phase 4. Vala was covered by the energy of the primal demon in the same way that Gear 4 did to Issei. Valley, you'll see old shit. Vala launched himself into the attack. Kiba, wait, the plan was to leave. Valley, I already said it, I'm not Issei. Vala launched himself into the attack while Rise of Him sent all his soldiers to attack him. Vala dodged them, and went directly for him. The fight started quite even, but Vala was very confident, so much so that he did not realize that he still had not fully mastered his power. In the end he was not Issei, he had barely trained that transformation, while his friend had trained it practically his entire life. Rise of Him, how many times have I told you not to get into fights that you cannot win? Abusing his power made it so that Vala couldn't even use his sacred gears, and he received the beating of his life, until Lavinia went to defend him. But the wielder of absolute demise ended badly. The dying Vala only saw how Rise of Him took away the woman he loved. Current moment. Vala woke up in my room quite agitated. Vala, where am I? Issei, in my room. Vala, and Lavinia? Issei, Rise of Him kidnapped her. Vala, what are we waiting for? He wanted to get up but I slapped him, returning him to bed. Issei, you're still wrong, besides. Valley, it doesn't matter, I'll go for. He wanted to get up again and I slapped him again. Vala, what's wrong with you? Issei, you can't beat him. Vala, are you calling me weak? Issei, that's right, I'm going to stop playing games. Vala, you wanted to beat him with a power that you don't control. The excessive expenditure of strength will not bring Lavinia back. Val, I can control it. Issei, then let's fight. If you beat me I'll let you go rescue Lavinia alone. Vala accepted, and now we were in the courtyard of the house while the moon illuminated us. I had my sacred gears activated and they are in Gear 4. While Vala was the same, only in Phase 4. Issei, believe me, you will regret it. Vala, you will see. He quickly launched the attack, but I simply disappeared before his eyes. I reappeared behind him and kicked him in the back. Issei, is this how you think you can defeat Rise of Him? Vala, do not think you are superior just because you have carried your power for longer. I hooked him in the face. Issei, you know very well what this power has brought me. I took advantage of the darkness to hide and continue attacking him. Vala pointed his sword at me, but my swordsmanship was superior. Issei, you have the sword as an ornament. Vala, what? Issei, you do not know how to use it. That is why you cannot extract all of Daniel's power. 1,000 divine cuts. Vala lost, he fell to the ground. Vala, why are you stronger? Issei, you have to be constant in what you do. Vala, not just for obtaining a new power you will settle for that. Vala, I'm so weak. I slapped him again. Issei, you are not. You have the potential to be very strong, but you have to learn to use your powers better. Lavinia was kidnapped because of me. I made a very predictable plan. Vala, but I did not stick to the plan. Issei, then it's both our fault. I promise I will plan it better. We will get them back. Vala, well, we will. Issei. We bumped fists, while smiling. From inside the house the girls saw us. Sona, good that he was able to solve it. Rias, let's hope that the plan now works. Akeno, remember Rias, Issei is not wrong twice. Seraphal, Akeno-chan is right. Ai-chan will not make any mistakes in her plans again. The seal of the apocalypse. After having fought in the courtyard of the house, we were in the living room resting. Of course Asia healed us, but in my mind I only wanted to formulate another plan. Issei, what can I do? I was still lost in my thoughts until an idea dawned on me. Issei, I have it. Vala, what thing? Issei, the plan with which we will win. With Rise of Him. Lavinia, let us go at once. Rise of Him, why? They can still be useful to me. Ophis, don't try to reason with him. Lavinia, he's lost his mind. Rise of Him, and I'll lose it even more when I free Trihexa. Lavinia, are you really planning on doing it? Ophis, yes, but without the exile equation there's not much I can do. Rise of Him, that's what bothers me, but I'll have it back soon. Lavinia, dream on. At that moment Issei called his attention from outside. Issei, Rise of Him, I propose a change. I was outside waiting for Rise of Him to accept or not. Rise of Him, and what would that be? Issei, I'll give you the exile equation if you free Ophis and Lavinia. Rise of Him, fine, let's do it. Rise of Him, I told you, it would be easy to do it. Lavinia, I can't believe this is really happening. Ophis, trust Issei, he must have a plan. Rise of Him appeared in front of me, and behind him appeared two cages where Ophis and Lavinia were. Issei, well, let's change. I began to bring him the equation of exile, but he wanted to take it by force and faster. Rise of Him, never make deals with your enemy. Issei, I say the same. Negative zone. Flashback. Issei, we will make a change. Everyone, a change? Issei, I will give him the exile equation, and he will give me Ophis and Lavinia. Valley, but what if? Issei, That's where you come in. I'm not going to give him the exile equation. It is a danger that he has it. That's why. We will deceive him. Rias. How will we do it? Issei. I will activate the negative zone. The increase in power that having the exile equation will give me will help it last longer and prevent rise of him from moving. Vala will get Ophis and Lavinia out of there, and I will take the opportunity to kill him. Although of course if something goes wrong, we will have to apply a contingency plan. End of flashback. The negative zone went into action. Rise of him froze. Vala left his hiding place to get Ophis and Lavinia out of there. Both were surprised. Vala took them out of the cages. The plan had gone perfectly. But I always have to fail at something. Rise of him had managed to put his fingers on the exile equation before activating the negative zone, so it did not affect him at all. He moved a while later. I quickly moved away. While he smiled. Rise of him, I admit that you fooled me, but it will not be repeated. He quickly approached to take the exile equation from me, but I threw it into the sky while kicking him in response. The equation fell near a Rise of him soldier. Sir, you have it. Rise of him, idiot, don't touch it. As soon as he picked it up, the soldier completely disintegrated, leaving no trace. Issei, what just happened? Rise of him, I'm surprised you don't know. The exile equation isn't something that can be taken by anyone. Issei, what? Rise of him, a high-class demon too powerful is the minimum needed to use it, but to handle it as well as you need to surpass the Mao level, although of course it is a minimum scale. In short, Issei Hyoudou, you have reached the Maos, if you join me. I gave him a right hook closing his mouth. Issei, shut your mouth. I stepped back a bit and said, Issei, he doesn't care if I have already surpassed the Maos. Unlike you, I came from below, and besides my girlfriends, when no one trusted the reincarnated low-class demon, Surzek supported me. He was always good to me, and when Isama, Azazel trained me, Michael gave me favors in addition to returning me to Ascalon. Ajuka helped me unleash my potential. Do you think I would attack those I see as older brothers? Screw you, I concentrated the vast majority of my power into Devil's Dragon Beast, using Metsuma and Ascalon. Issei, even if you're dead, you're not going to forget the beating I'm going to give you. The Maos and the rest of the leaders had already arrived and had heard what Issei. Surzek said, we did well to trust Azazel, and you can say it, with Issei. Grape alert on. Remember everything Rise of him has done since he appeared in Chapter 58. Canonically speaking, Issei, I swear you will pay for everything you've done. Rise of him rose to escape, but I quickly rose too, and put one of my claws on his abdomen, to push him with enough force. It was so much that it broke the sound barrier and crashed him to the ground. When he got up, I appeared behind him, and I kicked him that raised him again while my cannons aimed at him. Issei, dual infinite blaster. A beam from the 4 cannons at full power came out towards Rise of him. Rise of him, but that. I appeared in front of him. Issei, it's not over yet. Black clover punishment. A black 5-leaf clover appeared behind me. The leaves split and attacked Rise of him immediately. At full speed I charged a blazing smasher. While Rise of him fell, I hit him in the chest, causing him to accelerate further until a crater formed in the ground. There I followed him, beaten mercilessly. Issei, you have only caused us problems since you appeared. It's time for you to pay. My blows were so strong that they generated shock waves. His soldiers couldn't get close to me since my friends contained them. While I hit him, I told him quite angrily, Issei, I finished off Kateria Leviathan, I killed Crozeri Asmodeus, and I killed Shalba Beelzebub. Today I will finish consecrating myself as the executioner of the 4 original Maos. Rise of him made a flash with his magic to drive me away, and it worked. But before leaving I stuck a spear of light in his abdomen. Issei, did that hurt you, son of a hitch? Rise of him attacked me desperately. Rise of him, a reincarnated brat can't beat me? Issei, really? How bad? Well, you already lost. I continued hitting and scratching him with my claws, while blood continued to come out of him. I pointed Bahamut's dark power at him with full power and shot from close up. Rise of him began to burn in Bahamut's fire, so much so that he came out with his skin and hair burned. Rise of him, I am a descendant of Lucifer. You can't beat me. Issei, close your mouth. Extinction. I charged the hunter's power and threw it at him. Rise of him couldn't avoid it. He fell again, near a rock. I went down at full speed and, Issei, 1,000 divine cuts. Several dark cuts in a row drew blood from Rise of him. I rose up and from above I attacked him back. Issei, shrapnel of darkness. Several bursts of dark power destroyed the base of the rock. On the ground some drawings were seen that seemed to act as a seal. It had a small rhombus-shaped opening. Surzek, that's it. Michael, the seal of the apocalypse. Azazel, Issei, you must not let him put the equation of exile in the Rise of him. I'm about to die by a reincarnated demon. At least I'll take them with me. The exile equation was still on the ground. No one had picked it up after seeing what he did to the other soldier. Rise of him with all his strength took it, healing his arm a little. I flew at full speed to stop him. Rise of him. Fate, it's curious you tried to finish me off, but you didn't notice the most dangerous thing. Before Rise of him arrives, I nailed the exile equation and it began to release energy. Rise of him. Maybe I'll die, but you failed. Issei. Negative zone. When the area expanded rapidly, I sliced Rise of him's neck, ending his life and absorbing his snake. And in a futile attempt I wanted to remove the exile equation from the seal. Issei, get out, damn it. But it didn't work. Surzex, Issei-kun, get out of there. The earth began to shake, and I strayed too far. Everyone was with the leaders. Weiss woke up. A giant beast began to emerge from the ground. It had 7 heads, one of a lion, another of a dragon, 4 of a cheetah, and 1 of a wolf. And it seemed to have the body of a bear. My beast roared loudly, making everything vibrate. Trihexa, stupid Satan, Azrael and God who locked me up. It wasn't helpful to them. I am a very rational and intelligent person, but for the first time my mind was blank. Issei, that thing can talk. Vala, we have to get out of here. Ophis, it can't be that it's free. But a gap opened, and from it came our teacher. All great red. Vala/Issei Sensei, GR, get out of here. I'll take care of him. I have to protect my students. Vala and I felt happy that our teacher had come to save us. The strongest existence that exists could face that beast. Sensei attacked with his breath, which was far more destructive than everything else. While we began to escape, it was like watching a Godzilla movie from the front row, 2 giant beings fighting to survive. Trihexa, insolent, you can't challenge me. Sensei bit him on one of his heads while continuing to attack. Trihexa slashed him in the chest while Sensei bled. Issei, if anyone can contain that monster. Vali, that's Sensei. Ophis, didn't you want to kill him? Vali, since he trained me, those feelings went away. Sensei continued attacking as much as he could, until he managed to expose the core of Trihexa. GR, I can't believe that pair of brats captivated me to the point of protecting them. Issei, come on Sensei. Vala, you can. Sensei continued attacking with everything, damaging the Trihexa quite a bit. GR, years and years of boredom. You gave some excitement to my long life. With your battles you're training to get stronger. I think I'm going to miss you. I hope you don't miss this sack of scales so much. At one point the Trihexa began to make more cuts to Sensei, and he charged his power. At that moment we only heard, GR, goodbye Issei, goodbye Valley, keep getting stronger. Before our eyes we saw how Sensei fired at full power, while the Trihexa charged against him, and cut off his head. We were all stunned. The strongest existence could not do anything to him. But worse, our master had died in front of our eyes and our weakness did not allow us to help him. Vala and I began to cry. Trihexa, was this the best they had? Rage ran through our bodies. We both began to emanate a red aura, quite aggressive at the same time that our sacred gears were activated. Vala/Issei, you killed Sensei, you bucking beast. We both screamed in anger, but more was heard as a roar, and our aura took the form of a great giant red dragon. Drake kept giving me boosts. While Bahamut expelled all his power, the same thing happened to Vala. We both closed our fists full of anger, while our bodies were overloaded with power. While tears continued to flow out of both of us, we prepared to hit him, and we approached. Both of us formed a giant dragon arm as if we were with the balance breaker, but giant as well as more powerful. We both released the blow towards Trihexa, blinded by anger. Issei/Vala, die. A giant explosion resulted from that, creating a huge impact wave. And to everyone's surprise, the beast that was there split into 7, 1 for each head. Trihexa, damn brats. One of its heads was ready to eat us, but Ophis opened a breach and got us out of there, and then left that place, which by the way was relatively far from Kuoh, and took us back home. Trihexa, before there was light, there was darkness, and in the darkness there was only chaos. In the chaos, a small light was born. Her name was Vita. Vita's only mission was to fill the infinite universe with light. So she began to absorb the darkness. By releasing that part of the universe from chaos, Vita began to create the stars. These became her helpers to free the universe from chaos. This process took thousands of years. By completely releasing the universe, infinity was born, and with it, Ophis was born. In addition to that, the dimensional gap was born, which was the first place that Ophis saw. With this great red was also born from an egg created by the remains of infinity. While the chaos that she absorbed, Vita decided to unite it into a single being. That was the Trihexa, which could not cause chaos in the universe since there was nothing to destroy. It was when Vita thought about having finished her work and the meaning of her existence, but before she decided to give birth to Vita's children, the primordial gods of different mythologies. After that, Vita decided that her existence was unnecessary, so she committed suicide by exploding completely, thus creating what scientists call the Big Bang, destroying the stars she had created to give life to new ones. The new primordial gods began to explore the universe that Vita had given them to explore. There were centuries of pure boredom, until they noticed something special. On a specific planet there were remains of Vita's presence. It was the only one. Vita translated from Latin as life. For this reason, on this same planet, life forms began to develop very primitively. The gods, even more interested, decided to give them a push to evolve them. But that resulted in a wrong decision, since the giant reptiles they created called dinosaurs were exterminated by Trihexa, who had finally found his entertainment. But this was not enough for the gods, since each one made his life having children and these same having more children, and so on. All the children of Vita did this, except one. Jehovah, who was not interested in any of this. He only thought about how to evolve the planet that interested him so much. Quite cunningly he stole an almost null part of the infinity where Ophis resided. This annoyed the dragon, but seeing what Jehovah would do with that little infinity, she felt curious, a quite pleasant feeling for her. Likewise, Jehovah created new animals and the first man, Adam. With the little infinity that he had left, he decided to create the first woman, Lilith. Lilith proved to be smarter than Adam, but that also made her realize that Adam was not the best to be her companion, so she abandoned him at the same time as the Garden of Eden. Jehovah, who had already created his own race of angels, sent them so they could convince Lilith to return. The first to go was Azrael, but Lilith convinced him otherwise. That was how he fell, giving rise to the new slope of fallen angels. As the only solution, I create the second woman, Eve. Likewise, Jehovah had problems with his primordial brothers, since if it was not them, it was their children who stole the idea of life. Added to this, he had the problem with Lucifer, since Jehovah had become very arrogant, and Lucifer realized this, which is why he turned him into Satan, banishing him from his paradise. Satan, very upset, gave rise to another race, the demons. Along with it were born Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan. Jehovah created his most powerful archangels, his children Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, the only woman, and Uriel. At the same time, the children of their brothers settled in more specific parts of the planet where they created their civilizations. Jehovah simply kept his piece of the planet, which he took as unfair, and wanted to have it all. And he hated his brothers. But he also hated the dragons that destroyed everything. That hatred gave rise to a fifth archangel, Samael, the hatred of God. Ophis, who had been watching everything from afar, saw how everything was moving forward, but that soon the same thing would happen, since the Trihexa would destroy everything. While this was happening, many legendary beasts were sealed in the first sacred gear that were given to humans, and Ophis made a discovery. Her father/mother had given her a vision. Since she was born, she was destined for something. In the vision, they only saw a boy with black hair and red eyes. That's right, Ophis was already destined to be with Issei since she was born. But while Ophis was with her thing, the biblical war broke out. In addition to the Trihexa attacked, and the leaders of the three sides sacrificed themselves to seal the Trihexa. But the little consciousness that remained of Vita did not agree with this. In any case, the Trihexa was also her son. Therefore, the residual power of the leaders used it to create the equation of exile that would be the key that will free her son. That is what brings us to the present. I was sitting in my living room quite upset and still crying. Vala was standing next to me in the same way. Issei, what do we do now? Vala, I don't know. It had been 2 days since the Trihexa had awakened, and in a joint effort of the factions they had finished off one of the heads. Issei, everyone is helping and we are here crying. Vali, wow, we are idiots. Issei, what more could Sensei want? Vala, for us to kill the Trihexa. Issei, I think it was the shortest sentence I've ever been through. Valley, this is for Sensei, we have to help them. And in a very simple way we left our cave. Our girlfriends and friends were waiting outside. Ophis, it was about time. Lavinia, let's go at once. As we advanced towards the underworld by train, we received another good news. Rias, they just told me that thanks to the work they got rid of the second head. There are 5 left. Issei, that's quite good. In fact, the Trihexa did not count on us to separate it. Vala, speaking of which, what was that power? Ophis, the power of Great Red. Apparently you now have it, and with it you can release the Dragon of Dragons DXD for short. Issei, so Sensei gave us his power. Valley, I guess it was his farewell gift. It still hurt, but we knew that if we stayed to cry, Trihexa would destroy everything. When we arrived, everything looked like a war headquarters. Issei, yes, it is a quite dangerous being. Surzex, good that you have arrived, guys. We still have to exterminate 2 cheetah heads, the wolf, the lion, and the dragon. Azazel, it has been difficult so far. Michael, that's right. Beep beep beep. An alarm sounded at full volume. A giant cheetah appeared on a screen on the coast of Italy, and therefore we had to prepare. They were going to send the new DXD, of which I was still the leader despite not knowing anything. Vala's team, Rias's entourage, Sona's, mine, Serorg's, Tobio, and his companions, Dulio with his angels, along with many more soldiers. That was the new DXD, that's how they sent us. We saw that giant thing watching us with eyes that stalked us. Trihexa. But if are the brats who divided me, I will give them the honor of me learning their names. Issei, then learn well the name of whoever killed you. I will avenge Sensei's death. Valley, we will do it both. We began to attack in a coordinated manner towards him, while Trihexa tried to attack us with her facus and power, while the rest of DXD attacked with their best attacks. Of course, despite all this, Trihexa was not easy to attack. Valley and I attacked in our strongest forms towards him, but his regeneration factor did not let us cause a critical wound. Trihexa, do not effort, your destruction is inevitable. I got angry and shot him at full power, leaving a large opening where his core was. Valley, using his power, attacked him, preventing him from regenerating. At that moment, Ophis pierced him core with his infinite power. Ophis, consider that as a reward for killing GR. After finishing off the core, his body completely disappeared. Issei, that was easy. Surzex arrived at that moment. Surzex, don't think so. The cheetahs are the weakest of the Trihexa heads. When the others appear, it will be a problem. For now, we have to celebrate that we bought time. Issei, is that what we are doing? Surzex, I don't think the last head will be so easy to defeat. That's why the best we can do is buy time until we find the Trihexa seal, even if we are only delaying the inevitable. What Surzex had said had left me thinking. Were we just delaying it? Was there really nothing we could do? No, surely we still could do something to stop him. With those worries in mind, I went to sleep. The girls didn't want to think too much about it either. There were no risque games, nor any affection. We just slept. More things were too delicate because of me, the idiot who didn't kill Ryzavim when he could. Containing the apocalypse. I thought it had just been a bad dream, but I came back to the sad reality as soon as I woke up. The Trihexa was still loose out there, while we had the mission to stop it. I got up reluctantly from my room, washed my face and combed my hair, went down to eat my breakfast, prepared by my girlfriends. It was one of the few peaceful moments I had, since at any moment the Trihexa would appear and we would have to go out into battle again. Clearly this bothered me, and that day was no exception. As soon as I finished my breakfast, they called us to go to the underworld headquarters with Val. As soon as he opened his eyes, he already knew what he had to do. He prepared himself, ate something, and went to the headquarters of the underworld. In the underworld, we had to stay there all day, because if for any reason one of the Trihexa heads appeared, we had to go on the attack at that moment. I felt a little distant still with some guilt. When Surzex sat down to talk to me. Surzex, do you still feel guilty? Issei-kun? Issei, how do you know Aniki? Surzex, I know you must feel bad because you think all this is your fault, but you know it's not. Issei, but I was the one who let it get away all those times. Surzex, but you had your own problems. Nobody is going to judge you for that. We will win this together. Issei-kun. Issei, thank you Aniki. With Valet, he also felt somewhat guilty for being weak and not being able to help Issei when he had the chance. But Azazel came to comfort him. Azazel, do you feel guilty? Valet, if only I were a little stronger, I could have prevented the Trihexa from being released. Azazel, Valet, you are very strong. Otherwise, who helped Issei divide the Trihexa? Valet, are you saying that I can reach him? Azazel, you can do it, son, just trust in yourself more. Valet hugged his adoptive father while feeling the tranquility inside him. Beep beep beep. The alert signal sounded very loudly throughout the room. 2 attacks simultaneously. But besides that, the remnants of Ryzavim's army were here in Lilith, while on an island outside of Japan was the lion's head, and on a mountain north of Switzerland was the wolf's head. Surzex, what do we do now? Issei, I have an idea, but it's risky. Surzex, what is it? Issei, Aniki, we can both go to the island to stop one of the Trihexa heads while Valak can go to Switzerland with Azazel-sama to take care of the other, while the others stay here. Michael-sama can stay in case another head appears. Besides that, there are all the others. I trust in the strength of my friends. Sirs, well, we will take your idea, Issei-kun, Azazel, Vala-kun, do you agree? Vali, we will do it, Sirs-sama. Azazel, the boy is right, no problem. Sirs, then let's go. With Vala and Azazel arrived at the mountains and found the beast there roaring. Trihexa. But if it's the Albion brat and Daniel. Vala, old man, do we have a chance of winning? Azazel, of course we do. Trihexa launched herself to attack him, while Vali used the Dabalos dragon with her primal demon power. Although it was unstable, the damage it caused to Trihexa was considerable. While Azazel attacked him with his spears of light, Trihexa avoided all the attacks she received. Trihexa, all your attempts are useless. Vali, we'll see about that. Azazel was able to pierce one of Trihexa's legs, but it regenerated instantly, and attacked Azazel. Vali charged hard against the quite angry Vali. I won't let you kill anyone else, Satan dividing compressor. The energy was released in heaps, damaging Trihexa a lot. With Issei, we arrived at the island where we were not well received by Trihexa, since it attacked us as soon as we arrived. Trihexa, it seems that the other brat has already come. Issei, he has already met Vala. Sirs, let's attack him, Issei-kun. Issei, yes, Aniki. We both began to attack with our best techniques. Rias's power of destruction was nothing compared to Sirs. Trihexa was receiving a lot of damage. Added to that, I was giving precise cuts with Metsuma and Ascalon. That's when I increased my power and my pupils took the shape of a 5-leaf clover. Issei, thanks Asta. Issei, I think this is the strongest I can get so far. The Dabalos dragon in perfect synchrony with Samuel's beast, added to the power of Asta's black clover, in addition to my genes as an angel. I took out my angel wings, surprising Sirs. Sirs, wow, a lot of things happened, Issei-kun. Issei, I'll explain it to you later, Aniki. The eyes of the black clover allow Issei to extract all the power that Asta gave him, in addition to releasing more power from Metsuma. Phantom, I think he's already too broken. We attacked him at the same time. I stepped back a bit. As Sirs trapped him in the power of destruction, I took advantage and extracting all my power. Issei attacked. Darkness shrapnel. Several bursts of dark power attacked the Trihexa. Only these came with the power of my dragons in addition to my angel power. The Trihexa could not move to avoid the attack from hitting him. Sirs created a giant sphere of destruction and threw it at him, causing more damage. Issei, I hope you remember this when you die. Redo. I threw a giant spear of light at him that apparently pierced his front legs, but it was not enough. Sirs, come on, Issei-kun, we can still continue. I smiled and prepared to continue fighting. In Lilith, the fight against Rise of them soldiers was too simple, since Serorg, Kiba and Issei's girls finished them off, without counting on Ophis literally massacring them. Minutes before, soldiers, you'll see. Ophis watched them unfazed, until they approached her. Soldier 1, we'll finish you off. Ophis finished him off completely. Then she stretched out her hand and pointed it at the soldiers. Ophis, because of you I couldn't go with IC. A ray came out of there massacring them completely. Ophis, annoyed, boring trash. Current moment. Now everyone saw the fights between the two leaders and the celestial dragons. But besides that, Michael had discovered something, and decided to talk about it with his brothers. After so much, the 4 archangels were together again. Raphael, what's happening, Michael? Michael, now that we have the problem of the Trihexa, I found something in the writings of our father. Uriel, what did you find? Michael, the seal that can hold the Trihexa and stop it permanently. Gabriel, what do we have to do? Michael, we have to find the right time to lock him up, hence the best option is to lock ourselves up with him. Well, Gabriel and I, who are the most powerful of the 4? Uriel, I have no doubt about that. Michael, besides that, it would be Azazel, Penemu, Sarah Fall, Sirs, and if the dragon Ophis Ouroboros agrees to collaborate, between the 7 of us we can lock him up and thus preserve peace. Of course, if we don't defeat him first. Penemu had secretly heard everything, and touched her chest. Penemu, if that is necessary for IC to live happily with the others, I will do it. With these protective feelings towards the man she loved, Penemu returned to the central hall. With Vala, Azazel and Vali attacked Trihexa with all their might, Vali using his best attacks while Azazel used all his power as leader of the fallen angels. Both attacked without stopping, but Trihexa's regenerative factor prevented them from doing anything to him. He only limited himself to expelling small parts of his aura to harm them. For him it was just a game. Vala, damn, is there nothing we can do? Daniel, the reality is that our power compared to that thing is really low. If the 4 of them had come, we would have finished it already. Vala, any ideas, Albion? Albion, I don't know, I have fleeting memories of the battles I've had against Drake over the years. Vala, this is not the time for that, overdeveloped lizard. With Issei, we continued attacking him without stopping, although it seemed like he was only playing with us. Issei, well, we have to think of something. Bahamut, I don't know, this time we are in a pretty serious problem. Issei, what do you say, Drake? Drake, I don't know, I only think about the times I fought with Albion. Issei, is it the best time to think about that? Drake, I only know that my conscience wants to think about that. It's not like I want to do it. Issei, for now, it will be useless to fight you. Thousands of years ago. Drake, I'm surprised that fire doesn't burn you. My victims usually burn to death. Albion, and I can't make you disappear. You are a formidable Welsh dragon. Drake, you too, a white dragon, or should I say Albion Gwibber. Albion, you also surprised me, Drake Gotch. With Vala, while they continued attacking and the Trihexa didn't stop. Albion, comrade, I remembered something. Vala, what thing? Albion, my real name. With Issei, while we continued trying to defend ourselves, Drake spoke to me. Drake, partner, I remembered something important. Issei, tell me. Drake, my real name. With Vala, Vala, your real name? Albion, that's right. When I was fighting with Drake and we were sealed, I completely forgot. Valley, and your name is Albion. Albion Gwibber. A great amount of power began to fill Vala's body. With Issei, Issei, I guess by pointing you out your memories were the same. Drake, as always so smart, partner. Issei, then what is your real name? Drake Gotch. I felt like an incredible amount of power completely filled my body, while I felt how it expelled a scorching heat. With Vala, Albion, I have released my special ability. Vala, special ability? Albion, the Eternal Divider, disintegrates everything it touches and only we can stop it. Only it doesn't work against Drake, Ophis, and the deceased Great Red. Vala, let's use it. Daniel, can you increase the power? Daniel, of course, partner. Azazel avoided the Trihexa's attacks. Then Vala spoke. Vala, old man, I have a plan. Azazel, what will you do? Vala, you'll see. Eternal Divider. A white beam came out of Vala's hands, and when it hit the Trihexa it caused a hole in its chest. But to both of their surprise, when Vala tried to regenerate his power, the wound continued to open. Azazel, it's a very timely ability. Vala, it pierces its core, old man. Azazel, alright, here I go. Azazel created a giant spear of light and threw it at the Trihexa, piercing its core. At the same time, the beast exploded without a trace. Vala, we won, old man, we won. Azazel, well done, son. With Issei. Issei, will you have some power increase or something? Drake, well, I released my ability. Issei, your ability? Drake, that's right, the scorching flames of the burning hell. Issei, what a long name. I hope the ability is worth it. Drake, I can burn everything and the flames are impossible to extinguish, unless I want it to. It only doesn't work with Albion, Ophis, and Great Red. Issei, you chose the right moment to tell me that. Issei, Aniki, I have a plan. Surzex, I hope it can get us out of this situation. Issei-kun. Issei, I have a new ability. Hellish Flames. My flames shot out towards the Trihexa, burning its back and leaving its core exposed. Only when it tried to regenerate, my flames burned it again, preventing the wound from closing. Issei Aniki now. Surzex, well done, Issei-kun. For the first time I saw firsthand the full power of the King of the Underworld. A ray full of power pierced the core of the Trihexa, destroying it completely. The beast exploded from one moment to the next. We both covered ourselves from the explosion, and then we smiled. Surzex, we did it, Issei-kun. Issei, that's true, Aniki. I removed my armor because of tiredness. While Surzex helped me stay standing, we returned to the underworld, where everyone greeted us with congratulations, as well as Vala and Azazel. When we saw Vala we bumped fists, and then we screamed in pain. Ravel healed us with phoenix tears, and we could breathe easy, that for a while. While we recovered, Michael decided to speak. Michael, now that you're all here, I'd like to talk to you about the preventive measure against Trihexa, the seal of the beast. Celestial Apocalypse. Issei, what? Michael had told us what he planned to do if we didn't defeat the Trihexa, and I didn't agree at all. Issei, how did you even think of that possibility? Michael, it's just in case. Issei, I can't let you do it, it sounds too stupid. Gabriel, Issei-kun, Oni-sama only says that we can take those measures in a very extreme case. Issei, I can't let something like that happen. I left there angry and flew to a lonely place. I sighed. Issei, it has been so difficult for everything to be so good. I don't want to lose anyone, much less the girls. I don't know what I would do. Vala, do you think it was the most mature decision? Issei, of course not. I just didn't know what to do at that moment, We already lost Sensei. I'm a very weak person psychologically. If we lost any of the others knowing that we could have avoided it, I don't know what would happen to me. Vala, I think you should calm down a bit. We're already at 5 heads, there are only 2 left. It would be easier if we look for the last 2 and destroy them. That way we wouldn't have to resort to that stupid plan. Phantom, that idea is too idiotic even for you, Valley. Issei, sounds good. Now we won't have to wait for Vala to attack. With my eternal division and your eternal fire, we can easily defeat him. As idiots, we decided to listen to Vala's plan, while in Lilith. Michael, I think she took it very badly. Gabriel, calm down, Oni-sama. He always goes to remote places to calm down. He will come back and listen to you better. Michael, I hope so, sister. With the celestial dragons, Vala and I flew through the night sky. Issei, how difficult is it to find such a big one? Valley, surely he is hiding. He knows that we can kill him in the state we are currently in. Issei, do not trust too much. Valley, I know, but I cannot help being excited knowing that we are close to getting rid of the Trihexa. Issei, I know, now we can be at peace. We both smile and bumped fists, and so we unintentionally spent 3 days searching for the Trihexa, without communicating with anyone. Vala, we can't find it. Aren't you supposed to be a hunter? Issei, I hunt dragons. The Trihexa is a different thing. Apparently talking too much was worth something, since the ground began to shake beneath us, and a leopard-shaped beast came out of it. Vala, seems we found it. Issei, if Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain goes to Muhammad. Valley, Demon Dabilo's dragon. Issei, Beast Dabilo's dragon. Eyes of the Black Clover. We launched the attack. Trihexa, so the brats were looking for me. Vala/Issei, we will finish you. With Metsuma he made cuts myself, while with Ascalon I tore off flesh. Vala used his demon fire to attack him, added to Daniel's cuts. We looked like very annoying mosquitoes for the Trihexa. Issei, Vala now. Vala, good. Issei/Valley, combined attack. Celestial Exterminator. From our cannons came rays that combined and formed a dragon made of energy, which directly attacked the Trihexa, causing considerable damage. Trihexa, damn brats, it will not be enough for you to defeat me. Issei, we know. Valley, but we will surrender. Issei, Longinus Smasher. I gave him a charged blow to the face, while Vala shot at point-blank range. Issei now. Vala, good. Eternal Divider. Vala's lightning hit him in the rib, opening a wound that left his core exposed. Seeing it, I created a spear of light with which I pierced it, destroying it. Only 1 head remained. It would be easy, or so we thought, since before our eyes the other 5 cores appeared and began to spin. Then the dragon's head appeared, and mutated into a giant dragon with 7 cores. Trihexa, I would say that the brat's plan failed. Issei, Vala, this was not in the plan. Vala, I know, but we have no choice but to. Ruair, the powerful roar of the Trihexa made us retreat. While deactivating our armor, we did not know what we would do. Surzex, Valley Issei-kun, come here. Surzex had appeared in the magic circle, and took us out of there. In the underworld. Surzex, how could you think of it? It was too dangerous. And now we discovered the truth about Trihexa. Its cores have spread around its body, and now it is stronger than before. Issei/Vala, we are sorry. Issei, I did not want you to have to resort to the seal. That is why we did it. I do not want anyone to be locked up there with that monster. I want the lives we have been leading to continue. I want you to be able to enjoy the peace that we have worked so hard to achieve. Everyone was moved by what I said, because it was what I truly felt. I did not want to lose anyone important. After receiving the reprimand, we were, being 3 days away, had us disgusted, and when I left I was greeted by the annoyed looks of my girlfriends. Seeing them I just sighed. Issei, first of all, I know I made a mistake, so I'll accept any punishment. They hugged me, to my surprise. Rias, then your punishment is that you never do something like that again. Akeno, you had us very worried. Ravel, Baka, you really gave us a good scare. But as if he really had the desire to ruin our moment together, the alarm sounded. The Trihexa was now attacking Lilith. Now she had all her power at her disposal. It was time for the decisive battle. All the forces of the supernatural world against the beast of the apocalypse. Everything would be resolved in that battle. Most of the Alliance soldiers were preparing to go out to defend us. But with their level they would only go out to die. Issei, I'll go, they can't face it. Surzex, but a while ago he almost killed them. Issei, it just took me by surprise. Vala, I'll go with him. Surzex, no, we'll all go, we'll all defend this world. I smiled as we advanced directly towards the Trihexa. The Trihexa was received by a combined attack from Surzex, Michael, and Azazel. The Trihexa decided to attack to kill, but what it received was a combined attack from all our forces. The Trihexa retreated, being attacked frantically, but quite annoyed released its aura, leaving the weakest ones out of combat. Vala and I knew that this was our fault, so we had to correct our mistake. While everyone was attacking him, we raised our powers to the maximum, and we launched the attack. We began to confuse him by flying quickly around him, in addition to shooting at him to the maximum. Vala took advantage of a specific moment and shot him in the eyes, leaving him blind for a few moments. I took advantage of that moment to begin making deep cuts with my swords full of my hunter power. Issei, arghhh, shine, 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 shine. He was too upset while attacking to the maximum. Vala took the opportunity to give him critical hits. The Trihexa released fragments of his aura to harm us, but with the help of Lefei we got out of his reach, so we were for quite a few moments without having a fixed victory. We decided to use our combined power. Vala, Eternal Divider, Issei, Hellish Flames. Both attacks hit the Trihexa, leaving its 7 cores in sight. Azazel, Penemu, Gabriel, Michael, Seraphal and Surzex took advantage of that moment, but even with their powers they could barely destroy 2. To our surprise they regenerated. I assumed it was because we had to destroy all of them at once. We moved away a little from the field while they continued to attack the Trihexa. Issei, we need a plan with which we can defeat it. Ophis, I have an idea. Issei, which one? Ophis, the snakes that you absorb. Issei, I can take their power to the maximum and divide it between the 2 of you, and I will help you release more of Red's power. Vala, Sensei's power? Ophis, that's right. If you could divide it with that power you can defeat him. We both agreed, and by Ophis's orders we took off our armor. Ophis touched our heads and said, Ophis, the snakes that have served me indefinitely come to my call and release their full power. I felt how the 4 snakes that I had absorbed began to release their power. Then I felt how they were transferred to Vala. Ophis, the power of the dream, which has wandered through infinity, awakens in your pupils and take them to a new level. We felt how Sensei's power increased within us. Both already prepared, we transformed again, only that overflowing more power than before. Issei, let's end this once and for all. Valley, yes. We launched the attack, being more annoying for the Trihexa, shooting and cutting. Taking advantage of this, everyone attacked. Ophis joined the battle. Ophis, consider this a gift from Rojo. For the first time I saw a blow charged with all of Ophis's power, and if it hurt the Trihexa, Ophis was truly angry. We took advantage of Ophis's attack to carry out more direct blows towards Trihexa. Each time our attacks managed to do more damage, but its regeneration did not help us advance in this fight, until the beast roared again. Roar! The roar shook us again, but more affected were all our allies. Now standing were only Vala and I. Facing the beast of the apocalypse, I quickly launched myself to cut its flesh with my swords while Vala shot desperately. We were at our limit. We used all our power to repel its attacks. Issei, Infinite Blaster, Hell Thunder, Mateo Dragonar, Extinction, Valley, Satan Dividing Compressor, Quadruple Fang, Beast Hunter, Infernal Charge. We attacked with all our techniques, hoping to generate some serious wound in the monster. Of course, without good results. We were overflowing a lot of power, but the tiredness was also too much. In an act of desperation, I attacked like a beast that hasn't eaten in days and sees its prey. Of course, this prey was too much for the beast, and by releasing its power it destroyed my armor as if it were made of paper. I fell violently into a nearby building. While all our allies saw how we were being defeated, Vala angry also attacked without thinking, but ended up the same way. Trihexa, they can't stop the apocalypse. Still in pain we got up. Our clothes were in tatters, in addition to having open wounds that were difficult to heal. Even so, we brought all our power to the maximum. Issei, we can't give up now. Valley, there is no other way for everything to be solved. The Trihexa seemed like a natural disaster, but Vala and I simply breathed deeply, concentrating all our power, the power of our legendary beasts, the power that had been given to them by our ancestors, the power of the 4 snakes, the power that Asta gave me, and the power of our master. We both began to release an abysmal amount of power as we looked at Trihexa, and everything began to destroy. Issei, the only way to keep everyone safe, Valley, is only if you strive to protect what truly matters to you. Issei, that's why. Valley, that's why. Vala/Issei, we are not going to give up. Just ignore the dialogue. Let's think that Issei is Deku, and Valley is Kaken. Also that 9 is the Trihexa. Even after attacking him with so much power, the beast alone suffered some damage. Vala and I had broken arms, in addition to having pain all over the body. Michael, Vala-kun, Issei-kun, it's enough, we can't beat him. We have to use the seal. Issei, I won't do it. I will not accept a world in which Gabriel, Penemu, Seraphal, and Ophis are not. I'm not giving up yet. The power flowed even more, and while charging a fist, a giant red and black dragon arm manifested. Vala, I have made many mistakes in my life, but I don't even think of losing my father figure after so much. I'm not giving up. Vala did the same, and a giant white and blue dragon arm manifested in it. The power we gave off at that moment was superior to everyone in the alliance. Issei, I will change destiny. Vala, we will fight for a bright future. Issei, we are the celestial dragons. Valley, the most powerful that have ever existed. Issei/Valley, true dragon Longinus smasher. We unleashed the blows towards the trihexa, generating a great explosion. The blows had connected, but the beast resisted. Although our bones were turning to dust and our muscles were tearing, we increased the strength without giving up. Issei/Valley, a great flash blinded everyone's sight. When the light passed, they saw the beast still standing, but barely. In addition to seeing Issei and Vala fainted, falling slowly, Lefay quickly pulled them out of there. Michael, at least you tried, guys. Azazel, it seems that's the only thing we have left. Surzex, it's the only way. Rias, Oni-Isama then. Surzex, yes, we will seal ourselves with the beast. Issei-kun and Vala-kun weakened it, but there is no other way to defeat it. Seraphal cried with a smile. Seraphal, Sona, I will miss you and Issei. Sona cried a lot, knowing that her sister would leave. Gabriel, crying, I will miss Issei too. Irina understood the archangel better than anyone. Penemu, crying, he was the man who gave me back my trust. This is for him. Be happy with him, girls. He is the best at what he does. Akeno felt like Penemu and cried for that. Ophis, crying, it seems that fate does not want us to be together. But that only applies to me. Please take care of him. Those 7 people saw the beast rising. They were ready to seal themselves with that monster. Sealed love. I woke up in my room, you know what? I can't do it. I don't want to tell this part of the story. Let's skip to the next chapter. Phantom, we can't do that. Issei, why? Phantom, you'll leave the readers confused. Issei, I don't care, I won't do it. If you want someone to tell it, do it yourself. Leaves. Excuse this little intrusion, readers. Issei is not in a condition to tell the story, but he will return to be its current narrator in the next chapter. For now I will narrate it. Issei woke up with his arm in a cast, and in his room looking everywhere he was alone. That was until the door opened, revealing Sona, who was carrying a medical kit to change Issei's bandage. Seeing him, she threw herself at him. Sona, I'm glad you woke up. Issei, what happened? I only remember that we were fighting, and I remember the trihexa. Sona, calm down, we won. But you fainted. We were very worried. You fractured both of your arms, although the left one was the one that took the worst part. Your bones were shattered. If it hadn't been for Asia, the Phoenix tears, and your healing factor, you would have lost your arm. Issei, I'm glad. I guess Vala will be the same or worse than me. Sona, he woke up a few days ago. Issei, how long has it been? Sona, 3 weeks. Issei, and the others? Sona, downstairs. I'll let them know that you woke up. Issei, that's good. I guess I'll give you some reward for the time that passed. I'll take you all on a date. I'll tell Sarah that there will be an anime convention in the city. Also, Gabriel said he wanted to go to a new restaurant. I would like to buy clothes for Penemu at her favorite store, as well as make candy for Ophis. Sona stopped in her tracks at the door. Sona, I see. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but we don't win without sacrifices. Issei began to laugh nervously. Issei, what are you talking about, Sona? Ophis helped us unleash Sensei's power on me and Vala. We gave him the hardest blow we ever gave, and we won. Everything is okay. Sona saw how small tears began to come out of Issei. He already knew what they would do if the fight was lost, but he was in the denial stage. Issei, I know that if he went down they will all be there, and we will get married and be happy. Sona hugged while Issei began to cry in his chest. Issei, that's how it should be. We won, and no one sacrificed themselves. Days before. Ophis, well, this is the only way. Michael, Surzex, Azazel, Gabriel, Seraphal, Penemu and Ophis prepared the seal. When it was ready they pointed it towards the trihexa, locking themselves in with it while Issei and Vala were unaware. Current moment. Sona left Issei's room. The girls waited anxiously. Sona just sighed. Sona, here he comes. The girls were happy, but that joy went away when they saw Issei with a dead face. Plus his eyes that before looked like bright rubies lost all that shine and were now opaque. Issei, hello girls. Issei's voice no longer sounded warm and welcoming. Now it sounded muffled and cold. Rias, is everything okay, Issei? Issei didn't answer her. He just sat down and took the first bite of his food. Hyoudou Issei, please answer. Issei. He just continued eating, until he finished. The girls approached and saw tears coming out of his eyes, while he sketched a sad smile. Issei, girls, tell me, why am I so weak? The girls understood. Issei already knew the truth. Issei, crying, I couldn't protect them all, I'm useless. Issei dropped the chopsticks and began to cry at the table. Issei's crying was in pain. The girls felt quite affected by that. The man they loved the most was devastated. They tried to comfort him, but nothing worked. Issei simply went back to his room to continue crying. A few hours later, Issei had stopped crying. The girls still didn't know what to do to make sure Issei was okay. They themselves didn't even know what to do. Ravel decided to go up to see how he was. It was a bad idea. Upon entering the room, she found a rope burning, vomit in several places, and blood in piles on the wall, as well as Issei on the floor with a special knife to kill dragons in his hand. Ravel, I see. The other girls went up to the room at high speed and saw everything. Kaneko helped Issei get up and put him in bed. Kuroka, what happened? I see. Naya. Issei, I said I wasn't going to accept a world without everyone, and I don't accept it. That was enough. He was practically confessing that he had tried to commit suicide. Issei, the rope didn't work. As soon as it began to tighten my neck, my regenerative powers burned it. The pills didn't either. Although I held back, I vomited them all. My stomach detected them. Then I tried to cut my throat. But I didn't count on the fact that my healing powers were greater. Damn it. The girls didn't know how to react to this situation. Plus, Issei's parents were away for work. The best they could do was while some cleaned the room. Rias, Akeno, and Rias took Issei to take a shower so he could think things through. Of course, it was no use. Issei tried to drown himself in the bathtub, which didn't work since the fire he released was so hot that it evaporated the water. Then he tried to electrocute himself, but his body only absorbed the electricity. Issei, I hate this. At Kuoh Academy they only talked about one thing, the radical change of the perfect boy. Now he didn't want to see anyone. He was always untidy. He didn't answer the teacher's questions, and he didn't do his work, much less his duty as vice president of the student council. Now he was always depressed, and during breaks he would stay in class crying. Of course no one but the girls knew this. Returning home one of those days, Asia and Lefei thought about doing something to cheer him up. When Issei entered, he found them only wrapped in a red ribbon and seductive looks. Asia/Lefei, I see. Issei ignored them and threw himself down to cry on his bed again. Issei, sorry girls, I don't feel like living anymore. They were moved, got dressed, and rocked him until he fell asleep crying. They were a few days old. Vala already knew about all this and went straight to Issei's house to talk about this with him. What he found was the girls worried. Vala, where is she? Sona, in the shower. Vali, I can consider it in advance. Elmenhild, she is dressed, letting the water run through the shower. She is also with a speaker listening to the scientist. Vala went up and began to listen to the song added to the broken voice of the sad Issei, who sang with sorrow. Upon entering, Vala saw his friend lying with clothes on the shower floor while the cold water fell on him. In addition to having his phone playing music, Issei's state was miserable. He was drowning in his own tears. Vala, this has gone too far. Vala closed the shower, took Issei out of there, and turned off the music. Issei, oh, hello Vala, what are you doing? Vala saw his friend's face in surprise. His hair was dirty, and the brightness of his eyes was no longer there. Vala, I'm going to get you out of here. Issei put dead weight on it while Vala dragged him. Issei, leave me here. I just want to die slowly. Vali, I won't. I also lost who was like my father. I can't allow you to get depressed like this. I know they will beat him and come back to us. Issei, not even we with Sensei's power could. Everything is lost. I, crying, I'm never going to see them again. Vala helped him change his wet clothes and lowered him. Vala, I'm going to take him for a while. Before the girls said anything, Vala took him to Grigori. Issei saw how everyone missed Azazel and Penemi but continued to live their normal lives. The same thing happened in heaven. He was even more surprised to see that the battle zone had already been repaired in the underworld. He felt bad when he saw Graphia and Milikus. Graphia, thanks for bringing him. Vala, Vala, you're welcome. Issei Neisama, she hugged Issei. Graphia, it wasn't your fault. You're not guilty of anything. Sealing was Surzek's decision. Issei, it's not true. If I hadn't trusted him, we would have won. If he wasn't so weak, damn. Graphia didn't know what to do either. It was the first time he saw his Oni-chan so broken. Vala took him to one of his first teachers, the Dragon King Tannen. But the story was the same. He even called his parents so they could help him. But Issei didn't listen to reasons. Vala got tired of looking for someone to help him and decided to take his friend to a quiet place. Vala, I think you should stop being like this. I mean, it's not good that you barely eat, and you spend your time crying. Issei didn't respond. Vala, everyone is worried about you. They even delayed the wedding further. I honestly think you should move on. And Vala took a blow from Issei. Issei, in your bucking life, don't say that again. They are everything to me. By losing them, I lost a part of me too. I know that most of them are still with me, but believe me, I would get like this for any of them. They gave light to my world full of darkness. I don't know what to do anymore, and I don't have the strength to keep fighting. I don't know what to do. I just want to die. Vali, but they're not even dead. Issei, the people in the factions act as if they didn't even exist. Now they are gone because of my weakness. Vala, there was no other way. Issei, there's always another way. I didn't find it. I'm useless. Vali, they volunteered to do it. They did it so you can stay alive. Issei, my life doesn't matter if I don't have all the women I love with me. Vala, stop being so childish. Issei, how would you be now if Lavinia had been sealed? Vala, missing her, but I would move on. That's what she would want from me, and because I love her I would do it. Issei smiled sadly, saying, Issei, then we have different points of view, but thanks for this conversation. I feel somewhat free now. Issei got up and flew away. Vala looked at that satisfied. Vali, at least I made some progress. Days before. Issei, Ajuka-sama, did you understand me correctly? Ajuka, yes Issei, I can't take charge of the underworld. That's why I listened to you. The seal breaker will be ready soon, but I'll need your power to make it work. Issei, if that gets them all out, then I'll do whatever it takes. Ajuka, I'm glad you're cooperating. This place is the same without Sirzek or Serafal. I'm counting on you. Current moment. Ajuka, Issei is ready. Are you ready? Issei flew with a melancholic smile. Issei, yes Ajuka-sama. Issei, sorry Vala, I can't be as mature as you. The winged silhouette was lost in the horizon, while Vali apparently makes progress. Rias, then he will recover. Vala, that is S. Everything began to shake quite strongly. Vala, what is happening? Lavinia communicated with him. Lavinia, it seems that there are two people manipulating the seal. Lefay. But if we finish off all of Rise of Him soldiers. Irina, who could it be? Lavinia, they are not going to like this at all. It is Ajuka-sama and Issei-kun who are manipulating the seal. Everyone was incredulous but quickly went out to stop them. With Issei, boosted gear penetrate. Ajuka, perfect. With your increases and your defense destroyer this will be easy. Ajuka put a device on the boosted gear while Issei continued giving increases. Both went to where the seal was, and without warning Issei hit him. The seal began to shake. Ajuka, more power Issei. Issei, hi. Issei, I said it. I do not intend to accept a world in which all of you are not, and I will do the impossible for us to be together. Issei gave more power to the gauntlet, causing the seal to break, freeing the leaders, and Ophis, who fell to the ground, fainted. The Dragon Emperor of the Crimson Night. We return with Issei as narrator. The seal was broken. The leaders, Gabriel, Penemu, Serafal and Ophis were free. Issei, we did it Ajuka-sama. Ajuka, if now we have to close it so that. But it was too late. Since the seal began to break more, the only option was to escape from there. I quickly activated my armor and carried the girls as I could while Ajuka carried the leaders, and we got out of there. We quickly got near a Lilith building where we left the fainted ones, but at that moment my girlfriends arrived with Vala, Lavinia, Dulio, Tobio, and the other leaders. All, what did they do now? Issei, well, we got them out of there, but, just as I supposed, the seal exploded and the dragon of the apocalypse was free again. Trihexa, stupid lower beings can't stop me. Issei, there was that consequence. Vala, what were you thinking? Issei, in bringing everyone back. At that moment the fainted woke up. Ophis, where are we? Penemu, my head hurts. Serafal, everything is very confusing. Gabriel, what happened? Sirzek, my whole body hurts. Azazel, what happened to the Trihexa? Michael, the seal. I hugged the girls happily. Issei, welcome home. They reacted immediately, while the leaders realized what I did. Sirzek, Issei-kun, what did you just do? Issei, free them. Michael, it wasn't necessary, we could. Issei, it's not true. They are all twisted and injured. If I left them there any longer the Trihexa would have killed them. I was not going to allow that. It may be stupid and selfish, but I will not allow that to happen. Ophis, Baka, that was not necessary. Issei, do you remember what you said when we met? Flashback. Ophis, you must be very strong, then I'll call you Red. End of flashback. Issei, I will show you all my strength today, because I will finish him. Serafal, wait, I see you can't beat him alone. Vala, He won't, I will go with him. Issei Valley. I will not allow you to take all the glory. We are both pupils of great. Red. Issei, you will never change. Michael, wait, we can still seal it from. Gabriel, enough brother, you make the same mistakes as our father. It seems you have not learned. Issei, Gabriel is right. If you continue to lock him up, you will only delay the inevitable. We will exterminate him here and now. Seeing my girl's well-made my will to fight come back quickly, I was ready to finish off the trihexa at that moment. Issei, I will not let anyone else be scared by that beast. I will not allow it. Azazel, but it is too strong, you can die. Issei, I said that I would not accept a world without them. The only future I will accept is one where everyone I know is happy with the people they love and appreciate. And even if I don't find it, I will forge it myself with my fists if necessary. I will not give up. Trihexa was approaching, while I watched him attentively. Issei, listen to me, well beast, your hours are numbered. Trihexa, you can't beat me, brat. I activated the boosted gear at maximum power and threw a dragon shoot at him. It hit him directly, causing great damage. Surzex, it's not possible. Michael, he's releasing too much power. Azazel, at what point did he acquire that monstrous power? Issei, even if it seemed like it, I wasn't crying the whole time. Flashback. Issei, I'm going to free them. That's why I need to be stronger and finish off the trihexa. Sensei, enlighten me with your power. When no one saw him, Issei concentrated on his sensei's power so he could use it as he pleased and protect those he cared about, and he was able to achieve the synchronization of all his power. End of flashback. Valley, I also did the same. That's why it took me so long to go help you. Issei, no hard feelings, Valley, the beast shouted. Trihexa, how did you get so strong? Issei, you made the mistake of attacking my loved ones and the people I cared about. I began to advance while releasing a monstrous amount of power. Trihexa, you're just a lower being. Issei, I am a demon who was reincarnated by Rias, the first Abururyuti in history, Red Death, and the most powerful dragon hunter that exists. But also, Libra do more power while smiling and began to transform. Issei, I am Hyoudou Issei, the Dragon Emperor of the Crimson Night. With the last, a silhouette of a giant red dragon appeared behind me as my power was released. Issei, Beast Devil Dragon. The claws and fawn believed me. While my tail and horns emerged, my pupils turned like clovers. Issei, to my Metsima. The tattoo began to release power as I pulled the sword from my arm. Issei, Ascalon. From my boosted gear came my other sword, while my most powerful armor covered me. Issei, I will fight for peace and I will stop you. Le Fay began to open magic circles. Ophis, what are you doing? Le Fay, all the factions will see their hero fight for them once again. Valley, I must say that if that speech and that demonstration of power did not give you the desire to beat the beast of Trihexa, nothing will. I will help him. Demon Diablo's dragon. Kiba, Vala is right. Even if it is not much, we will help him. Everyone was willing to help me. Issei, I have the people I care about on my side. Along with them I am invincible. Trihexa, you will not beat me, brat. I have caused destruction for centuries. Someone like you cannot end that legacy. Issei, I will end him, here and now. I launched an attack, dealing a direct blow to the trihexa. A shower of attacks hit the beast directly. While I cut it with my sword, I began to shoot mercilessly at it. The beast just dodged everything it could, but my attacks were being fast, attacking accurately while Vala shot at it. But of course, that would not last forever. The trihexa got fed up and expelled its power, destroying our armor since we both received the full impact. We could not defend ourselves because its power was scorching. Trihexa, they are just inferior beings who do not know how to give up. They already lost as soon as they attacked me. Even without armor I launched myself to attack him. Issei, I said I wouldn't give up. Trihexa disappears. I exhale a black smoke that began to consume me. It felt thick. It was very annoying. I couldn't get out of it no matter how much I moved. And in that moment my memories came back to me. More than anything I repeated my death at the hands of Rainier. Rainier, look at you. You are so useless that even when you promise that you will save everyone you don't help anyone. Issei, what do you know, if you died in my hands 2 times? Rainier, do you think that matters? I took your first death. It's a very rewarding feeling. Issei, shut up. I launched myself to attack her but I couldn't move. She just kept making fun of me. But instead of continuing to attack I decided to breathe and calm down. She kept making fun of me. But when she saw that I did nothing she shut up. Rainier, why aren't you upset? Issei, the truth is that I have realized that I have been bothering myself for unnecessary things. Rainier, unnecessary? I killed you when you trusted me. you must hate me. Issei, it seems unnecessary to me. You gave me more things than you took from me. Besides, why would I hate someone who is weaker than me? Rainier, look in the position you are in. You cannot do anything for anyone. Issei, and you could never do anything useful for Azazel. You tried to intimidate me, but you only end up humiliating yourself. The weak one here is you. I am a hero. I should not back down from someone like you. You are a hindrance, Rainier. You no longer intimidate me. You are just another memory. You are nothing. You are worthless, Rainier. Sorry to all Rainier fans. Disappear. She could not articulate a few words, and disappeared from my sight easily. Issei, sigh. Let's end this once and for all. Outside, everyone was astonished at how that black smoke had swallowed Issei, and they became more worried when they saw that nothing came out of him. The trihexa just kept moving forward, but calm came when a boost came out of the smoke. The smoke began to disperse as Issei stood up with his fist raised and full of energy. The smoke dispersed, and I looked determined at trihexa. Issei, you'll need something better than cheap tricks to stop me. They've played with my mind too many times for you to do it too. Trihexa, how is it possible? And no one has been able to get out of the fog of eternal suffering. Issei, eternal suffering? You're talking to someone who suffered too early in their life. I threw another dragon shot at him, wounding him badly. I quickly approached Vala. Vala, what do we do? Issei, we're never going to win if we keep attacking like this. We have to get a definitive attack and give him an equal fight. Vala, how will we do that? Issei, we will use Sensei's power, both of us. We will use the power of the true dragon. Vala, are you sure? Just in our last battle we could use an arm. Issei, I know, but now we are just starting. You have to trust me. It is the only way to win. Valley, well, it will be the last stupidity in which I will listen to you. Issei, smiling, do not make promises that you will not keep. We both began to raise our auras to the maximum, so much so that they synchronized. Issei, it is time. Valley, to end the apocalypse. Issei/Vala, O great dragon that has existed since the beginning of time, let your power be released to put an end to the evil that stalks the world you saw born, true dragon form. Our auras combined and a giant dragon-shaped armor was formed. It was the most powerful form we could reach, the dragon of dragons. Inside, Vala, I can't believe it really worked. Issei, I told you to trust me. Vala, how do we control this thing? Issei, I guess we should agree on what moves to make for it to do them. Valley, well, we only want one thing. Issei, finish off the trihexa. The moment we thought that we felt our body move and we saw it clearly, we hit the trihexa. Determined, we began the fight. While everyone was watching us, we started hitting it in a row. In addition to shooting it with our power at full power, the dragon's powers were being increased by those of the hunter and the primordial demon. We began to give an even leela to the trihexa. The beast could barely defend itself. With our combined power we avoided any of its attacks, in addition to counterattacking. The fight was now equal. We gave critical hits to the trihexa. The rest of the alliance focused on protecting themselves from the destruction we were causing, but they supported us. We were giving the fight of our lives until Vala began to stagger. Issei, what's happening? Vala, I feel like I'm running out of energy. Issei, let's separate. Use your excess energy to hit him well and I'll take care of the rest. Vala, sure? Issei, yes. Vala separated and the dragon split in two. With his last strength, Vala transformed the entire dragon into pure power and threw it at trihexa, seriously damaging it. Valley, all yours, friend. All the weight fell on my shoulders. I took out my two swords and began to attack quickly. While the trihexa tried to attack me too, I also felt myself staggering. Issei, I can't lose now, not now that I'm so close. Ayato, then don't give up. Issei, I won't. Chris, our friend will always overcome any obstacle. Issei, I've always been like this. Trent, the strongest and smartest. Issei, I will continue to be. GR, my pupils will always surpass any enemy. Issei, we will do it, Sensei, always. Asta, I didn't even give you power so that you would let yourself be defeated. Issei, one thing I learned from you is to never give up. From the outside everyone supported me and my girlfriends more than anyone. Rias, come on, Issei. Akeno, you can do it, Issei. Kaneko, win, Issei. Asia, win, Issei. Zenobia, come on, Issei. Irina, do it, darling. Ross, finish it, Issei. Ravel, come on, Issei. Sona, do it for everyone, Issei. Seraphal, you can do it, Issei. Kuroka, win, Issei. Lefei, come on, Issei. Jean, you can do it, Anata. Elmenhild, beat him, Issei. Gabriel, do it, Issei. Penemu, you can, darling. Ingvild, come on, Issei. Olphus, show him who is the man I love, Issei. Issei, Asterisk, they are supporting me and I do not plan to fail. The Trihexa attacked me, but I answered with a right hook, while I felt how everyone supported me and the dragon was turning into energy that entered my body, giving me more power. Although I no longer had the giant armor, I had more power than before. I joined Metsuma and Ascalon, who became a single sword with a black blade. I raised it as it grew and grew without stopping. Trihexa, asterisk, that power. This boy is admirable. They are the only beings who earn my respect. Vala Lucifer, Issei Hyoudou, they have won this time. They earn Tio have my power. I felt more power than before even, while I shouted from the bottom of my heart. Issei, you underestimated us thinking you were invincible. The sword began to fill with power, while he continued looking at the beast. Issei, now pay for your mistakes. Redial. It was a quick cut. The beast could do nothing, as the sword cut it in half, while my power finished exterminating it like a great black flash. That was the end of the Trihexa. As soon as the flash stopped, he was standing with his fists raised in victory, and Ne-sama spoke. Graphia, before the entire alliance, there is their most powerful champion, Hyoudou Issei. Everyone celebrated. Finally, after so much, it was over. The imminent apocalypse had been stopped forever. We had won. I began to fall weakly, but Luffy stopped me so I wouldn't fall in a horrible way. I was greeted by a hug from all the girls, especially Seraphal, Penemu, Gabriel, and Ophis. Ophis, you did it. Issei, I would do anything to save them. I will never give up. Peace had returned to the factions. A dragon and a wedding final, 1 week before the wedding. The girls were choosing the shoes they would wear for their special day. But there was something that bothered them too much. Where was Issei? Issei was in the depths of the underworld, looking for some stones. It may sound unnecessary, but after the battle, I was recovering in the hospital while thinking. Issei, asterisk, in 2 weeks will be the wedding. I can't believe it's finally happening. It must be special for everything we went through. I must give them a good wedding present. I recovered the next day and we left the hospital. The next thing we did was go to Rias's grandparents, who wanted to meet me. If they are dead or not, I don't remember. When I met them, I saw that her grandmother had a necklace with a bright red stone. It was not a ruby. It seemed to have a galaxy inside it that always shone. When I was alone talking to her grandfather, he looked at me and said, Grandpa, I saw that you were interested in my wife's necklace. Issei, yes, Grandpa, is that I found it very beautiful. Grandpa, well, I'll tell you. It's a moon tear sapphire, the most difficult precious stone to get in the underworld. Issei, that explains why I've never heard of it. Grandpa, there are many, yes, but they are difficult to get because the stones feel feelings. If it is a pure and true love, and is mutual, the stone can be taken easily. But if it is just interest in the stone or false feelings, the stone cannot be taken. And it also takes the shape of a heart, which will look good on any necklace. And the stones will guide you to the garden of the Anubis lilies, beautiful flowers that never wither. As soon as he told me that, I knew what I had to do. Get a moon tear sapphire for each of us. That brings us to the present moment. I was at the entrance of a volcano in the depths of Lilith. Why? Easy, deep inside it there were red moon tear sapphires. Issei, okay, let's do this. Inferno drive. I threw myself straight into the volcano. I didn't feel the burns and I could easily reach the bottom. Issei, this will be for Rias. I brought my hand closer and took one of the rocks, and to my surprise, it came out easily. I quickly left the volcano, and when I saw it, I saw that it was heart-shaped. It was beautiful. It seemed that many lights traveled through it. Issei, okay, here goes one. I'm missing 17. The next thing I did was go to a very dark cavern, too dark, where there were black sapphires. I needed more of those. Issei, for Akeno, Kuroka, Sona, Seraphal and Ophis, they also deserve the best. I suffered the attack of a demonic bear which I easily weakened. I assumed it was the protector of the cavern. And again the 5 black hearts came out of the cavern. Issei, well, 6 are going. 6 days before the wedding. The girls were trying on their dresses, while discussing what jewelry they would wear, until they received a letter from Issei, which said, Hello my loves, I hope you are preparing for our special day. I suppose today you are choosing the jewelry. That is why I asked you not to choose any necklace. Just that, it is a surprise. The girls listened to Issei, leaving aside any necklace they would have wanted to wear. With Issei, I was in a desert where the sun was too strong. In the dunes I would find yellow sapphires. And just as I said, I slid through the sand and ended up in a hidden area, where the sapphires stood. Issei, well, for Asia, Ravel, Jean, Lefay, Elmenhild and Gabriel. I easily took the yellow hearts, and got out of there. Issei, With this there are 12, I think I have sand in my shoes. 4 days before the wedding. The girls just looked to make sure everything was going according to plan. Tobio was preparing his best drinks for the party while Dulio was rehearsing how to marry his friend, and Vela was preparing his speech as best man. While Issei. In the depths of the sea I found blue sapphires. Issei. This one for Zenobia. I took it quickly because I was drowning, and got out of there, towards a place on fire where the orange sapphires were. Issei. For Irina. I easily took one and left. I already had 14 sapphires. 3 days before the wedding. There was less and less time left, and Issei didn't give any signs of life. Well, only his letters that said, "Continue the preparations, I hope everything is okay." As he continued, the snow froze my bones. But I was lucky enough to find 2 pillars with sapphires deep inside, one silver and one white. Issei. The white for Kaneko and the silver for Ross. Again I had them easily, making 16 sapphires, and I went to look for the last ones. 2 days before the wedding. The ceremony hall was already ready, and the decorations were already being placed. Only something bothered Surzex. Surzex. Should I put, "Congratulations Issei and girls" or Issei and everyone's name? Azazel. Just put congratulations, it's not that difficult. It was when they received a call from Issei. Issei. Azazel-sama, I would like to ask you a favor. Azazel. Sure Issei, whatever you want. Issei. I want the piano back. Azazel. Okay, although I don't know why. While Issei. Issei. Well, I already spoke with Azazel, now all that's left is to find the sapphires. And so it was. Because I was in some catacombs and there I found the purple and lilac sapphires. I took one of each. Issei. For Penemu and for Ingvild. With this there are 18, now all that's left are the flowers. 1 day before the wedding. Everything was almost ready. All that was missing was for the special day to arrive, and for Issei to give signs of life. But with Issei. After getting the sapphires and making the necklaces with avocado chains, I went to look for the Anubis lilies, which was easier than I thought since I found them very easy. I put together 18 bouquets of different colors, and with a few I made flower crowns. With everything ready I had to prepare for the wedding. But Issei, where is Lilith? I had become completely disoriented. The wedding day. The girls already had their dresses on. The ceremony hall was full. All of Issei's family was there, except Issei. Vala, what kind of idiot doesn't show up at his own wedding? Kiba, things that only Issei-kun would do. Valley, uncle, aunt, won't you say anything? Goro, how long is it taking Mickey? Mickey, it's going to be 40 minutes. Goro, good. 5, 4, 3, 2, until the roar of a dragon was heard. Issei, stop Blackie. Carefully this time, careful. Goro 1. I arrived at the ceremony hall, barely with the boxes, bouquets and wreaths. Issei, few on time. Goro, I told you Vala always arrives. Vala, ISCI. Issei, hello Vala. Vala, why did you take so long? Issei, well, yesterday I got lost, and I started to go back on my steps. Then when I got home there was no one there, and I saw the time. There was approximately 1 hour left for the ceremony, and while I bathed at the speed of light, I put on my suit and came here. Lavinia, and those boxes? I opened one and showed her the necklace. Issei, they are necklaces made of moon-tear sapphires, or the stones of true love. They only come out when the love is true and mutual. All my friends' girlfriends. It should be noted that the council girls started a relationship with Saji. Looked at them too jealous. Lavinia/Tsubaki/Valerie/council girls. How interesting. Issei, yes, it took me 6 days to find them. Tsubaki, Lavinia, could you take them, along with these bouquets of Anubis lilies, and the crowns of Anubis lilies? Vala, did you search and do all this? Issei, yes, they deserve the best. With the girls. The maids were preparing the girls who looked quite upset. Ophis, it's been a week. Seraphal, how could you think of it? Penemu, it seems he had something more important to do. Gabriel, let's trust Issei. Irina, Gabriel is right, darling wouldn't do something like that. Zenobia, let's trust what if. Rias, there are still a few minutes. At that moment Tsubaki and Lavinia entered with some boxes. Sona, Tsubaki, what's wrong? Tsubaki, Sona-sama, Issei-sama has arrived. Sama tells her why is he going to marry his mistress besides being superior in level. Akeno, and those boxes? Lavinia, Issei-kun's wedding gift. The girls were happy that Issei had already arrived, but they were intrigued by the gift. Akeno, what's in the boxes? Lavinia, find out. Lavinia began to give the boxes to everyone. When they opened them they found a silver necklace with a heart-shaped sapphire. Each one sapphire had the color of her hair. Lavinia, according to Issei-kun, it is a moon-tear sapphire, a precious stone that can only be obtained if someone is thinking of giving it to someone they truly love and that someone also loves them. He also brought them these flowers. But well, Issei-kun says that I would like them to use it for today. The girls, without thinking twice, put on their necklaces and crowns, while they took their bouquets ready to get married. Issei's son. I was nervous standing at the altar waiting, until the doors opened and my brides walked through with their dresses. They were beautiful. They got to the altar and Dulio began. Dulio, dear attendants, we are here gathered to unite in holy matrimony Hyoudou Issei and his fiancées, Rias Akeno Himejima, Kaneko Tuju, Asia Argento, Zenobia Corda, Irina Shidu, Rosweiss, Ravel Phoenix, Jean Dark, Kuroka Tuju, Lefay Pendragon, Sona Citri, Sarah Falls Citri, Almanhald Karnestein, Penamu, Gabriel, Ingvild Leviathan no Fissura Boros, who have shown us that love can overcome any barrier, if no one opposes this union, and I don't think anyone wants to do it. I now pronounce you husband and wives. Issei, you can kiss the brides. Rias, I'll go first. I was the first. Irina, to me, gave me her first kiss. Ophis, oh no, that was me. Asia, no fair. Sona, I will be the first. Ingvild, as your queen I will be the first. Akeno, Era, the problems have started, but I will not take a step back. Issei, *, now what do I do? After the kiss problem the party began. Tobio served the drinks while everyone danced happily celebrating our wedding. I danced with my now wives, with a big smile, and in a moment of rest, Azazel gave me the signal that the piano was here. Issei, well, I'm glad you are enjoying our wedding, but I would like to take your attention now since I have a little show prepared for my beautiful wives. Consider it as one more gift. Azazel carried the piano while my friends had their instruments ready. If I forced them to do it, the piano had a microphone on top. Take a breath and begin. This song is beautiful, so is the anime, so for this moment it's perfect. When he finished he was greeted by the affection of the girls he loved, an affection that would last forever. And what's next, Dad? Issei, well Kurenai, after I married your mothers I finished school, they gave me the title of Lucifer and I had my beautiful children. It's the best of stories. Issei, I know X and I'm glad you like it, although it's very long. Dad, what will you do when we get married? Issei, there's still a long way to go, Eri. Besides, if it were up to me, I would like them to never grow up. Rias, dear, the food is ready. Issei, but I think enough stories for today. It's time to eat. Children, yes, Dad. When we lowered the table it was being served. Issei, I told them to let me know so I can help them. Ophis, nope, you had to tell our children the story that they like so much. That's right. After getting married we had children and they always asked me to tell them the same story. It amused them a lot, and they were happy with it. What story was it? Easy, the story of how I became the Mao Lucifer and the most powerful entity that exists. The story of the Dragon Emperor of the Crimson Night. And
let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.